Chapter 160, Konosuba Side Part 45. Drop drop. The sound of water drops echoed in a dark space absent of any light, sending ripples through the endless obscurity. Despite not being visible, the water drops were the only thing that gave this place novelty as the eyelids of a young man tumbled with each dribble. Lying motionlessly on the ground, Kazuma closed his eyes as a feeling of weightlessness filled his body and mind before it all started fading alongside his other senses. His eyes felt so tired and heavy as he couldn't open them at all. Where is he? How did he arrive here? These questions didn't find an answer or sense to him. The feeling of sinking slowly and losing grip on himself. The echoes of each water drop stroking his ears and the wet feeling on his cheeks. The faint whispers coming and going. Kazuma couldn't make any sense out of this situation. Despite how hard he tries to recall, he could only remember getting into a fight with something, a bunch of hazy figures, a bright creepy eye, then nothing. But, even so, he didn't mind not opening his eyes. He was just tired, so exhausted. This feeling filled every corner of his mind. Just sleeping and forgetting about everything was all that he could think about. Maybe he should just sleep like this? As his eyelids became heavier, the whispers and echoes slowly faded away, leaving nothing behind. But just as when they were about to vanish, an icy cold sensation hit his face. It was like someone grabbed a bucket of cold water and splashed it on his face while sleeping. Shocked and startled, Kazuma's entire body shook before he opened his eyes. Meanwhile, in a room inside a mansion in Axel's town. The sunlight slipped from the window, illuminating the vacancy and raising the faint dust. The room didn't have many decorations or furniture, except a desk with a sword on it and a bed, where a young man could be seen. Sleeping on the bed, the young man kept moving around as sweat fell from his body, drenching the sheets. The low painful grunts that escaped his mouth showed that he wasn't in a good condition before his entire body kicked up. HMHPH. With a gasp, Kazuma opened his eyes immediately and stood up. His right hand tightly squeezed the white sheets as his left hand held his beating chest. The cold sweat rolled from his forehead while those frightened eyes scanned the surroundings. As his eyes drifted, trying to make sense of this place, they quickly halted. A desk, a fluffy bed, a window, his blessed, cursed, sword lying around. Not many items and stuff, but the familiar layout made Kazuma's thoughts clear. This is his room, which means I'm back. Whispering doubtfully, Kazuma's rushed breath slowly calmed down as looked down at his chest. His left hand rested on his beating heart, but he was wearing a new shirt unlike the one he remembers. Nothing. Not even a trace raising his shirt. Kazuma looked at his chest as he found nothing at all. He could swear he got pierced by PES's front leg. No, his entire right chest was torn apart. Could all of that just be a bad dream? The doubts slipped into his thoughts as he felt the soft mattress underneath him, but they were quickly denied. The piercing and sharp pain of getting his chest ripped apart are still vivid in his mind. He couldn't help but shiver each time he remembered that scene before his hand rested on his chest again. It was a subconscious action just to determine that nothing is wrong. It's like I can still feel it, remembering the eyes filled with hatred and hordes of monsters trying to kill him. Kazuma shook his head before he stood up from the bed. Surprisingly, his body was in perfect condition, even the pain in his legs after all the running last time had vanished completely. This surprised Kazuma before he noticed the sword lying on top of the desk. The sticky feeling because of all the sweat was annoying, but he didn't care much. Kazuma walked towards the desk and grabbed the sword. The sword had a normal scabbard and grip, except the pommel of the hilt had a tiny green heart decoration. Despite the innocent look, Kazuma didn't dare to remove the scabbard or his ears will be gone for good. He's well aware of the curses contained in this forsaken thing. The mere screams from each swing were enough to immobilize any monster he found around Axel in fear. Even his ears and reputation weren't spared from the terror. He didn't use it in the last battle because he thought it wouldn't help, but now. Kazuma is glad he didn't. If he recalls correctly, Whitebeard's naginata was smashed to pieces, so what would have happened to his sword? This is an easy leveling item. The more he looked at it, the more Kazuma got the feeling that this sword is a living thing and it's looking at him. Maybe he should have reconsidered taking it there, just for assurance. Step, 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 As Kazuma inspected the sword, the sound of rushed steps reached his ears. They got louder and faster until they stopped at the room door before he heard a knock. But when he says knock, he means a knock. With a slamming sound, cracks spread through the door, almost splitting it in half as the small shards flew away. Kazuma stared in astonishment as the door of his room was broken open by a flying kick from a blue-haired goddess. At that moment, Kazuma only got the chance to blink his eyes before Aqua turned into a blue blur and rushed towards him. Kazuma-san. Ugh. Despite strengthening his body using the chat room, Kazuma wasn't able to even react before Aqua body slammed him so hard that he almost threw up. His eyes almost rolled backward as Aqua's head landed on his chest and threw him on the bed with a huge force that almost broke the frame. Feeling the pain that rolled his insides, Kazuma entered a state of shock briefly, but Aqua directly grabbed his collar and shook him up and down with tears streaming from her eyes. Kazuma-san. Kazuma-san. Please. Don't die. What happened? Under the intense shaking and screams, Kazuma woke up with anger from the pain, but then he saw Aqua crying streams of tears. With tears dropping on his cheeks, he got the weirdness of déjà vu. Did this happen before? Yeah, in that weird nightmare. Wait, the sudden realization coupled with his past condition from the battle made Kazuma freeze in his place, unable to move or stop Aqua, who was shaking him with a tearful look. He wondered how ugly his current expression was, but no word came out of his mouth. Heek, Kazuma-san. Heek, please. They said all those horrible things. I'm a goddess, a goddess. Yet, aren't they afraid of divine punishment? You have to help me. They are going to do all those horrible things to me. Please, Kazuma-san, don't die, please, help me. Kazuma, who couldn't say anything because of the weird feeling of guilt, froze in place when he heard Aqua before two figures came rushing to the room. Don't try to run away. Kazuma, you're awake? Wait, it's not important now. Aqua, there's no need to involve Kazuma. No, this might work better. Megaman and Darkness came charging inside the room before they sprinted at Aqua and grabbed her, attempting to take her, but she was clinging onto Kazuma as her life depended on it. Let go of me, you heartless monsters. What did I do to deserve this? It's the explosion maniac's fault. Ha! I have nothing to do with this at all. Both of you, calm down and learn to take responsibility for your actions. Responsibility. No. Never, I don't want to. You can't make me. I did nothing wrong. I was just following my sacred duty as an archwizard. The chaos and quarrel grew larger and louder as the three were throwing blame at each other. Kazuma got caught in the middle of this as he stared blankly at the ceiling. Megaman and Darkness were pulling Aqua, who was clinging to him tightly, causing him to shake over and over as a few veins popped on his head. You guys! Saying with suppressed anger, his words got no reaction as the trio continued the quarrel before Kazuma's eyebrow twitched, and took a deep breath. All of you shut up for a minute. The ear-deafening scream echoed throughout the whole mansion, reaching the outside and scaring birds away as the people in the neighborhood shook their heads. Those noisy brats are at it again was what they thought before they left for their business. Now, from the start. Tell me everything. A word by word. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Kazuma stared emotionlessly at the trio kneeling on the ground and lowering their heads like they committed a crime. Ah! You see, Kazuma-san, the thing is... Aqua raised her head quickly and started mumbling quickly, unable to find a proper way to start under Kazuma's calm, but angry eyes. Shut it, I didn't mean you. Darkness, can you explain? Glaring at Aqua as she silenced immediately before he turned towards Darkness, but his emotionless face cracked at a certain sight. "Ha, I did nothing wrong, but I'm getting treated this harshly," and interrogated Ugh. "Megaman, explain, please, someone, just tell me what happened." Looking at darkness, blushing and breathing heavily, Kazuma covered his face before he said in a pleading tone to Megaman. "Fine, this is how it went." Megaman cleared her throat before she began to tell the tale of her adventures as Kazuma stared at her blankly. The start was normal at the least. The trio woke up, found no one at the mansion, went to look for them, but to no avail. The only thing they found was a letter from Kazuma, telling them he'll go on a special and urgent quest with the rest of the group. So? It was a clear letter. "Don't tell me you can't read." "No, that's not it." Megaman refuted Kazuma's sarcastic remark before she coughed and continued. However, Kazuma, who wrote that letter to not make them worried, didn't know it was a big mistake. Pretty pissed off because she wasn't invited, Megaman went to the equally angry darkness for the reason that Kazuma left without informing and taking them, his companion and party. The Archwizard and Crusader formed a new alliance to show Kazuma the price of underestimating them. As for the last person, Aqua shrugged at this and went back to sleep. This is a great opportunity for her to laze around without any work. However, slowly but surely, she awoke to the bitter reality: she has no money. Most of her money was forcibly taken by Kazuma to pay back the debt of the liquor store. Now, no money means no alcohol and food. No alcohol and food mean the goddess of water feels like a beggar. A bit depressed by the harsh reality, Aqua heard Megaman and Darkness talk about money and quests, which made a few screws in her head work bizarrely and connected dots between money and Kazuma's special quest. Under her own reasoning, Aqua's fury ignited at the fact Kazuma was making money without her and she'll not get anything from it. So, she joined the duo on a quest mostly because of pure spite. Clasping his hands, Kazuma stared in silence as they averted their gazes, but they didn't stop talking. The first mission they received was escorting a merchant's wagon to the next town. Knowing about the trio's high-rank jobs, the merchant was very delighted and treated the party very well. He even gave some liquor for Aqua to taste. This pleased Aqua greatly and began to speak about her godhood, which he took as signs of mental retardation and didn't want to delve further into it. But this blissful state didn't last long because the goblins attacked, and let's say, someone forgot that friendly fire was on and fired explosion magic at a close distance because the Crusader couldn't hit anything with her sword. This resulted in the wagon turning into a wreck and almost arranging a private meeting between the merchant and goddess Eris. Kazuma's chin dropped at the story of the poor merchant. The pitiful man only wanted to reach the next town in peace. It wasn't even far from Axel. You'll only run into 2 waves of weak monsters at best. Noticing Kazuma's state, Megaman became slightly ashamed as her voice lowered a bit. Luckily, with the help of Aqua, the merchant's free Eris meeting ticket was forcibly revoked by the healing magic. The poor man woke up from the death door just to see his source of income burned to the ground. Megaman had a hard time speaking when she mentioned the tear that slipped from the merchant's eye. Kazuma took a deep breath and closed his eyes without saying a word. What followed after the grief and sadness was anger as the merchant reported the trio to the guild. Aqua wanted to run away, but she was forcibly caught by Darkness and Megaman was too guilty to run away. After hearing the story, the guild declared the trio guilty instantly and began to calculate the damage. Why the hell would you use explosion magic at close range? And why use it on some goblins? Megaman couldn't forget how the receptionist gave her the weird look all the time and those faint whispers as Aqua was struggling under Darkness' iron grip. Calculating the damage, the guild proceeds to call the person responsible for the merchant's goods, and for Aqua, it was a very friendly and lovable old acquaintance that made her pale from joy. The merchant is the young brother of the liquor store owner. The same store where Aqua turned 70% of all liquor to water and received a massive debt. Visible concern, Kazuma put his palms together, close to his face, and took a slow, but a very deep breath before he spoke. Continue knowing that the people that owe him money almost sent his brother to greet Eris, turning the store owner's business smiling face into rage, pressured the trio to pay the compensation plus the debt immediately. If not, he'll call the guards and have them all locked up behind the bars. And here you are, still here, hey? What is that supposed to mean? Sorry. Kazuma looked down and said with a hint of disappointment, while Aqua, who wanted to refute, silenced immediately under his gaze. So, how did you escape? Don't tell me you're running away now? Ha ha ha, seriously, don't tell me that. No. Well, we thought of that, then Darkness helped us out. Hey. Kazuma turned to look at Darkness, whose blush vanished and was replaced with a long face. While Megumin was patting her shoulders, Darkness' entire look became grey, almost making Kazuma think she's depressed. Quite surprisingly, after the store owner put the trio under the spot, Darkness was the one that stood forward. Under the watchful eyes of the whole guild, she began announcing several events and occurrences that made Kazuma remember several fucked up doujinshi he read in the past. Darkness heroically stated she'll gladly accept, all those horrible acts from the store owner and his brother to repay the debt. As a knight, she'll never let her companion suffer under their filthy hands, followed by several inappropriate descriptions that made the girls in the guild blush. However, to Kazuma's already dead inside expectations, things went completely south for Darkness. The store owner and his brother actually comforted her and blamed Megumin and Aqua for using their loyal companion like this. They called them scums and trash while offering help to Darkness. Confused, Darkness tried to explain that she's willing to accept any punishment, but she was showered by care and concern from the store owner. He was even impressed by her loyalty. He let go of Aqua and Megumin and delayed the debt collection, but insisted for Darkness to look for him if those two did anything to her. And so, the trio returned from this adventure with both Megumin and Aqua's reputation ruined, Darkness feeling depressed, and of course, more debts on their heads. I understand. Listening to the whole story, Kazuma sighed and showed a kind smile. You do? Of course, not. Ouch. Kazuma hit Aqua on the head as the latter rolled on the ground as Megumin and Darkness flinched for different reasons. Now, why did you barge into my room in the morning? It's the afternoon though. I didn't ask. Megumin turned her head away immediately while whistling under Kazuma, who seemed on the verge of exploding from rage. That's because they want to use me as bait. Is that new? Kazuma tilted his head at this common and unsurprising reason. You don't understand. They'll put me in a cage and throw me into the lake. Hopeless and weak, to those vicious monsters. Ah! Aqua caught Kazuma with her huge strength and began to shake him left and right again while crying. Ha! Who do you think made us suffer from the debt of the liquor store? This is just a natural course of actions to use your talent efficiently. Aqua, I can take your place. No, I want to take your place, but I can't use purification magic. Sorry. Megumin and Darkness held Aqua's arms again and tried to take her away, shaking Kazuma further, and making him sick. Under this roller coaster, Kazuma wanted to cry. All of you, let me go and listen for a second. With another scream, the trio finally calmed down again and looked at Kazuma fixing his clothes. Listen, for me, the solution to your problem is easy. Putting his hands together in a praying form, Kazuma's kind smile devolved into a blank look and said, please go and suffer alone. Concealment. Entering concealment, Kazuma vanished under the watchful eyes of the trio, leaving them completely alone in the room before two hands landed on Aqua's shoulders. As another ear-splitting scream was heard outside the mansion, no one in the street seemed to care anymore. Those bastards! Can't they let a patient rest in peace? Across the empty halls of the mansion, Kazuma exited the concealment state as his figure became visible again. At least I got some peace now, but... Kazuma's eyebrow twitched when he remembered what happened in his room. However, why was he one who left? It was his own room. They even broke the door. Did my mind burn out from all that happened yesterday and begin to accept this? The thoughts circled in Kazuma's head as he wanted to grab Dio's sword and smash it on the trio's head, but it all vanished with a sigh. The faint feeling of déjà vu is still lingering in his mind. Those water drops, touching his cheek, Kazuma recalled Aqua's crying face before he lowered his head and went to the bathroom. Give me a break. I'll absolutely work them to death after this, and also fix my door. However, after cleaning up, Kazuma went downstairs to be met with yet another strange sight. Ugh, why are you making all this noise in the morning? It's afternoon. Misaka was walking half asleep in the hallway before Kazuma's blunt remark made her frown as she recovered and said, "What brought you here? Can't I walk in the hallway? Or do you have some weird rule? You might also want to clean your face again and wake up properly," Kazuma added from the side as Misaka took a deep breath. So, is everything all right? Where is everyone? Misaka gave Kazuma a stare before she sighed and said, "Grandpa Whitebeard is in the courtyard. As for Leon, she went to drink now." Yes. I see. Is this the life of a heavy drinker? Wait, are assassins supposed to drink like this? Shouldn't they keep their mind clear or some shit? Kazuma had several questions, but no answers, so he didn't care. Oh, what about Kagaya? Who knows? I haven't seen her since yesterday AC. Mentioning yesterday, both Kazuma and Misaka stopped as an awkward silence appeared between them. They continued in this quietness as Kazuma didn't know what to say. Everything that happened yesterday still sends shivers down his spine. He can clearly recall what happened to Misaka as he subconsciously asked, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm all right. I was really surprised about what happened, but it's not like something like this can stop me. I'm Academy City Rank 3 Level 5. Misaka smiled before she followed with a question. And you, are you all right?" "Me? Absolutely. To be honest, I would have been better if my door didn't get smashed by those idiots," Kazuma answered casually with an easy smile. Did they break your door? Is this why they were asking me where Aqua was? She worked a lot yesterday. Misaka laughed a little, but Kazuma was trying his hardest to not show his emotions. He could only look at the dark circles under Misaka's eyes and how her shoulder, the place that evaporated under PESS 26-13287 attack, shivering and flinching at the topic. But even so, she still had that smile that made Kazuma swallow his words back. "This only happened because I was in the way." Kazuma sighed secretly before he flinched and said, "Wait, worked a lot? Are you sure you're talking about Aqua?" "Yeah, she was the one that healed all our injuries, even yours. So, you better thank her properly. Oh, also be sure to thank Grandpa Whitebeard too." Kazuma blinked his eyes several times before he entered some sort of denial stage. Misaka could only stare in silence as he was muttering, "Impossible, the useless goddess did something good, and maybe I'm dead and this is a death dream." Rolling her eyes, Misaka shook her head at Kazuma's reaction before she walked away. Even if Aqua also turned her perfume to water, Misaka couldn't help but speak good about her after what she witnessed. Unlike all of them who recovered with 1 or 2 spells from Aqua, Kazuma's condition was the worst. No, it is better to say too miserable. Aqua's spells fixed his body, but he didn't wake up at all. Misaka heard Aqua panicking and mentioning how she couldn't sense his soul, not even in the afterlife. Unable to understand the circumstances, Aqua didn't know what to do. She couldn't even contact Eris because Kazuma's soul is not even there. It didn't even leave for the afterlife. She became desperate and kept casting healing magic while crying. However, after a few moments, Kazuma's soul slowly appeared again before Whitebeard pushed Aqua away and directly used the chat room healing option. The power of the chat room returned Kazuma to normal condition after consuming more than 20,000 points, giving them peace of mind. It was a quick and intense series of events that made Misaka so stressed. Seeing a person she knew on the verge of death while unable to do anything, left a bad taste in her mouth and fear. "Hey, wait for me." Was the courtyard always this foggy? Kazuma woke up from his continued denial before he noticed something outside. Fog. Misaka frowned before she looked from the window to see the smoke ascending to the sky. Hey! Oh, you two are awake. In the courtyard, Whitebeard flipped a massive piece of meat on a huge grill. Kazuma and Misaka sat on the side and stared blankly at this scene. If you want some, you'll have to wait. I'm good. X2 without any hesitation, Kazuma and Misaka refused. Just staring at the giant piece of meat made them sick. Where did Whitebeard even get that? At this point, Kazuma was too afraid to ask. Whitebeard didn't care about the refusal as he flipped the meat again, causing the smoke to fly again. Cough, cough. Coughing from the hot smoke, Kazuma felt his eyes tearing up and wanted to leave, but the sudden screams stopped. At the mansion's front gate, Megaman and Darkness are dragging the struggling Aqua against her will as her desperate screams fill the area. What now? Kazuma said expressionlessly before Misaka stood up and went towards the trio. I'll go with them. Remember what I said, Scumzuma-oi, what is that nickname? Hold on. After a few attempts to no avail, Misaka didn't turn back and Kazuma just sat down in the smoke without a word. He watched Whitebeard cooking the massive piece of meat before he noticed his right arm. If I recall correctly, his arm was severed in that battle. Aqua actually did something right. Unable to accept reality, Kazuma scratched his head. Do you want to say something, kid? Hey? Oh, no, nothing. By the way, why are you cooking now? Startled by sudden conversation, Kazuma denied it instantly and changed the topic. I still have some dragon's meat that I didn't sell for the guild. It would be a waste to throw it away. Dragon's meat. Staring at the big piece of meat, Kazuma swallowed and moved away. Isn't this some super grade stuff? Is it okay to just cook it like this? In any case, Kazuma prefers to not touch it at all. Hey, kid. It wasn't your fault putting the piece of meat down. Whitebeard looked at Kazuma, which made the latter anxious for a moment. Yet, that wasn't something under your control. No need to hold any guilt about it. Kazuma froze in his place before he lowered his head, smirked, and said, what are you mumbling about, old man? The creature might have targeted you, but it wasn't truly your fault. Whitebeard didn't care about Kazuma's fake expression and denial. His stare was enough to stop Kazuma. The smirk and calm tone gradually vanished, replaced with an ugly face and awkward silence. Kazuma just sat there unable to figure out what he should say. The scenes from yesterday played in his mind, shadowing the loud sound of grilling. The blood flew as he stood alone facing a monster whose sole purpose was taking his life. Just because he was in the way, just because it aimed for him. How could you say that? Maybe if I wasn't there, you would be able to defeat PESS. At worst, you and Kagaya can push it BA. Maybe and if, words of regret have no meaning now. What happened has happened and no one can revert time to try your thoughts, although I'm not confident in that claim after seeing this multiverse and its possibilities. Smirking, Whitebeard increased the flames under the grill as the heat and smoke made Kazuma's eyes tear. Stop it, old man. If it wasn't for me holding you back, you would have defeated it and wouldn't have lost your AR, cough, cough, damn this smoke. Kazuma stood up, but the smoke made him cough again. Defeat it, you say? I don't think your presence and whatnot would have changed the outcome. That thing was stronger than me, there's no doubt in that. I might have fallen much faster if you weren't there. Kazuma sat down as he lowered his head and didn't dare to look Whitebeard in the eye. In the end, it was also our fault for advancing recklessly, but the situation with green glow spreading in the forest didn't give us any spare time. We had to act fast and we paid the price. Goo-ha-ha-ha, we all messed up one way or another. Laughing cheerfully, Whitebeard didn't mind failing and almost dying against PESS 26-13287, but Kazuma remained silent as if he couldn't hear him. But if this is what you want to hear, then yes, this is also your fault. If you were more competent, then we might have made a plan revolving around you, but unfortunately, we couldn't. Clenching his fist, Kazuma didn't say any word as his nails dug deep into his skin before he loosened it. Now, if you're satisfied, you might also turn this feeling into motivation and push forward. Hey. Why are you surprised? You brat, did you think this is over just because you almost died once? From here on, you'll face these situations all the time. Although he still didn't see much from this world, Whitebeard is sure that situations like this would repeat themselves as long as they are involved with the chat room. Their main objective from this whole thing is combatant 1. Fight the threat that endangers the world. Fights are inescapable, neither death. Looking at his right arm, Whitebeard remembered how the PESS 26-13287 front leg pierced through his strongest shockwave and severed it. His quake fruit that gave him immense power, his haki and his techniques, everything fell apart when facing PESS 26-13287. Whitebeard wondered if the situation would be different if he was stronger, or if it was someone different. Although he saw them briefly and not for long, the two scenes are still engraved in his mind. The unstoppable punch from the bald man with the cape and the burning golden planet descending from the sky above the kid, who he already fought with before. Whitebeard asked himself several times what would happen if he faced one of those two forces. The answer is always an absolute defeat. For him now, those two are unstoppable forces that he cannot contend with. To be honest, he doesn't need to look too far. Even Kaguya can defeat him swiftly using her time manipulation. He truly isn't a very strong person compared to others in this chat room. Sometimes, he even feels funny for having the strongest man in the world as a username. Is it a bad joke from those world's wills? Maybe, but for him, he prefers to prove this username. Isn't that much more interesting? After all, even at this age, I still have a long way to go. Recalling his broken old friend, Murakumagari, Whitebeard shook his head. If you desire to continue, you better make up your mind, boy. Checking those, what are they called? Notification in the chat might be a good start, although you still have some time to think. Notification. Kazuma frowned before he pulled the chat room and saw several notifications under the mission tab. Congratulations for extinguishing PESS 26-13287's avatar, main/core. Advocate of Gender Equality received 10,000 points. Mission update: with the main core extinguished, the connection between the rest of the avatars has been severed. The standpoint and stabilizer of their ego have been broken, resulting in a massive decrease in their abilities and power, and leaving no path besides perishing for them. Remaining avatars: 1 location, Alcanrisha. Estimated time for natural extinguishing, 6 days and 10 hours. Mission status: completed. Chat members may submit the mission result and return to their worlds or solve the last avatar to raise the final evaluation. It's over. Kazuma raised his eyebrow as a sense of relief filled his body. His tightened-up body and tense mind finally had the chance to relax. Finally, this nightmare is over, but, breathing a sigh of relief and collapsing on the chair, Kazuma wanted to cheer up, but he remembered something and said, what are you guys still doing here? If you do something, make sure to finish it properly. Now, try it. Whitebeard grabbed a big blade to cut down a piece from the dragon's meat and put it in front of Kazuma. However, that piece size is still larger than Kazuma's upper body. No, I'm good. Kazuma swallowed and refused as he wanted to retreat. However, a large hand landed on his shoulder as he raised his head to see Whitebeard grinning and saying the best way to recover is by eating well. No, please, I'm absolutely, completely, no doubt in the best condition ever. Honestly, all that meat made him sick, not to mention this big piece. He'll die before he finishes half of it. I heard you can get experience and levels by consuming high-quality food. As someone who mainly relies on them, this also counts as training. Under the temptation of easy levels and the encouragement, threat, from Whitebeard, Kazuma swallowed again and reached for the meat. This is it. If PESS 26-13287 and everything he went through didn't kill him, this would surely do. Kazuma thought as a tear slipped from his cheek. Dragon meat is delicious. Give me one more. Meanwhile, when Kazuma was both happy and sad to see his levels and stomach rising, an empty cup was slammed on top of the table in the Adventurers Guild. Leon-san, it's not good to drink like this at the daytime heek. I know, just this once, K? I really need it. With a blush on her face, Leon blinked and smiled at the waitress before she collapsed on the table. Sigh, just this once, okay? And be sure to take better care of yourself. Yes, yes. Leon answered with a funny tone as the waitress shook her head and went to another table. Chugging another large beer, Leon took it down with one breath, surprising the adventurers around before falling on the table again. Getting drunk at this hour? Something tells me you don't take your assassin job seriously. When Leon was about to order another drink, she heard a voice from her side to see Kaguya suddenly appear in the seat next to her. Drunk? Pfff, nah, heek. Raising her head up, Leon answered with a vague voice and a silly smile. I'm just a bit tipsy, nothing more. I see. Kaguya glanced at the rosy cheeks of Leon before she nodded and didn't pay more attention to the subject. And we already finished our job, so why not take it a bit heek easy? Have some fun in a while, will ya? Leon felt lightheaded as he could barely sit properly. Not just yet. There are still things to be taken care of. Ha? You're still going at it? Leon slammed the table and said, Kmin. Heek. We have already finished this mission. Why do you want to bring it up again? There's no helping it. This world's will is moving freely with its incomprehensible missions. Despite finishing this mission, I have no idea what this was all about. The goal? The result? All unknown. Kaguya rubbed her temples from the headache and said, it told us we can leave, but left a PESS avatar alive? I know it'll die after a period, but seriously? Do you know what could happen in this period? Maybe it betting on that. This is so annoying. Yeah, so annoying. Heek, and you're just lazy. Kaguya's eyebrow twitched while Leon got a big hiccup from drinking. I know you have infinite stamina, but can't you take it easy with the rest of us? Isn't this the reason we took this day as a vacation? No, you Heek don't understand. Leon shook her head to focus a little before she said, at least after what happened yesterday, consider slowing down. Some of us can't keep up after all. Kaguya quieted as the corner of her eyes landed on Leon, who almost fell on the table again, and said, if they can't, then they shouldn't come, although I don't see that as a positive sign. After all, if they can't take this, how are they supposed to continue? Leon twirled her empty cup before she said with a faint voice, geez, you're a cruel one, aren't you? What you are doing has already been done by a certain fool, but how much can you two keep it up? A time will come where they'll collapse no matter what. Isn't this truly cruel? Kaguya stared expressionlessly at Leon like she doesn't care about this conversation at all. Sigh, I wonder if this is what immortality does to people. Truly annoying and funny. Alcanrisha, was it? I'll see what I can find. Leon finally couldn't hold on and fell on the table as Kaguya's expression didn't change. Maybe, but I'm the Moon Princess, even if this title hold a little to no value now. With those words, Kaguya vanished from her place, leaving Leon on the table alone. However, her drunken expression almost completely vanished as she stared at the empty cup. Yup, I really don't want something like immortality. Mumbling to herself, Leon closed her eyes and recalled yesterday. Misaka holding her knees and trembling on the bed at night. Even if she didn't hear the sound of crying, Leon recalled the few rushed breaths here and then as her mood turned for the worst immediately. Sigh, at these moments, I really miss those cute fellas in Night Raid. At least they won't make me remember these things. Leon sat up again and whispered, it's annoying that I can't help but agree with that time controller. Hey, give me another one. She might need more than a few drinks to forget about it today. Ah. Leon, are you still drinking? Ugh. Looking at Misaka entering the guild with Megaman and Darkness dragging Aqua, Leone held her head. It seems that alcohol won't save her today. Time passed quietly on the town of Axel until the blue sky was dyed with burning orange-red as the dusk arrived. I am alive. At the mansion courtyard, Kazuma fell on his knees as he screamed to the sky. He did it. He overcame the chunk of the dragon meat. Although it wasn't so bad, Whitebeard's grilling technique isn't the best, so the whole situation relied on the taste of dragon's meat. It was so strong and made Kazuma almost collapse, but the sound of experience raising pushed him forward until he finished it. Well, it wasn't comparable to Whitebeard, who finished that massive piece of meat alone. It was only because Kazuma was too slow he left for training. Ugh, I still feel sick. Would the EXP vanish if I throw up? I need to go wash or get something to clean my face with. Certainly, yes, but not to the degree thou are imagining. When he was struggling to get up, Kazuma noticed a hand giving him a napkin. Thanks a bunch, you. Thou are welcome. Kazuma cleaned his face and smiled, but then a shadow was cast on his face and an icy cold hand on his shoulder. Why art thou pale? It's just Moi. I bet thou missed Moi. An upside-down head appeared right in front of his face. It was covered with a black and white mask as the sinister smile that would make kids cry, and the gleaming red eyes sent chills down Kazuma's spine. What the hell? Kazuma fell down rolling and jumped away from Vanir's side before he said, "You damn bastard, did you want to give me a heart attack?" Tisk, tisk, I know that no heart can resist my charming look, but thou disappointed me. Rolling and avoiding me. Did you forget all the hardship that we went through together and the unbreakable bond that Vanir whipped the non-existent tears from his eyes and spoke like he was so betrayed as Kazuma snapped, "Screw off. Thou can't even take a joke. Oh well, I'm surprised to see thou are completely fine. I have to say that these days have been no short of unexpected events for Moi, the all-seeing devil. Such novelty is indeed welcomed yet, whatever you say. Wait, how did you come here? Walking, Did thou intelligence become lower after almost dying? Fear not, I know an efficient trick that involves a hammer and a lot of hammering from Moi, although I'm not responsible for any misshap." Vanir shook his head in distress again as Kazuma felt his blood boil just by talking to this guy. "Sigh, it's my fault to get all worked up with you. I feel I wasted my energy. Is this a new realization? Sounds dumb, as expected from thou." Kazuma stood up from the ground and stretched a bit before he said, "So, are devils famous for sneaking into people's houses?" "Nonsense, I'm a fair trader. I got permission from the crescent mustache thou who was cooking dragon's meat. I had to walk over a long distance to reach here because I have no clone near this newbie town, and yet, this is how you people treat me? I even sacrificed my life for you. You are worse than us devils, count me impressed." Vanir whipped the tears from his mask again before he returned to the sinister smirk before he said, "But this isn't too bad. I already wanted to visit an old friend here, so I might as well do it now, friend. I feel sorry for them." Kazuma shook his head at the thought of tolerating Vanir as the letter confirmed it with a nod. "I'm also feeling sorry for them, by the way, Vanir. Isn't it the time you tell me what you know?" "I know something? How weird." Vanir wanted to drag the talk, but meeting Kazuma's silent gaze he sighed with annoyance. "Geez, I thought thou would be frightened and crying about his situation, but here you are, getting more annoying. Follow Moi, I know a better place for this small talk." "A better place?" Kazuma was confused, but Vanir already walked away, so he had no choice but to follow, even if he had a bad feeling about this. "Welcome, Kazuma-san. It's been a while. Thank you, Wiz-san, you didn't have to receiving the cup of tea from the lich, Wiz." Kazuma thanked her before he looked at the Vanir, who was casually sipping tea, next to him. "This place is too shabby. What the hell is she doing?" Glaring at Wiz, Vanir promised himself to set this place straight or he'll not be named a devil. Wiz suddenly got an unexplained chill despite being an undead lich. "Now, thou can start his questions. Vanir said as Kazuma became happy, but he got stopped as the devil continued his words. But I have to remind thee, I don't have answers to everything. Do you still take my word for it? Do I have a choice? Tell me, what did you see in my head? Starting with that, hey? Well. Vanir took a sip from the tea before he said, I saw light and more light. Are you kidding me? No, my eyes still hurt at this moment. Kazuma rubbed his temples as Vanir drank his tea happily. After clearing his headache, he said then, what did you see in the light? The smile vanished from Vanir's face. He put down the cup of tea as the sudden serious atmosphere made Kazuma and was nervous before Vanir shrugged and said, more light, day. I became blind. Hard time for a devil like me, don't you say? Thud. Kazuma slammed his head on the table while Wiz smiled wryly at the snickering Vanir. Honestly, I don't mean to hide anything from you, brat, but I truly don't know much. What I saw in your mind is the only thing His Excellency allowed me to see. A bunch of information about your party path, which isn't necessarily correct, and a small explanation about what is left in your mind, nothing more. Sigh. I understand, but why isn't it correct? Kazuma gave up and drank some tea before he asked because he felt Vanir wasn't playing around anymore. How do I explain this? Although the general path was calculated, there was nothing about thou party receiving gratitude from the Elrode Kingdom. Also, all the information about those creatures from back then are omitted. So, Leo did indeed calculate almost everything, but in the middle, new changes happened. And he couldn't count PESS avatars in his calculations? No, he must be aware of them or he'll not know our destinations. Kazuma felt a headache just by thinking about this. Ugh, this is annoying. Leo hasn't been online not even once in this period, or I'd have just asked him. Did something happen to him because of the world traveling attempt? It seems that thou know His Excellency very well. This is a surprise. What is the surprise in knowing him? Ha ha ha, thou is indeed full of surprises, but I can't even see anything about His Excellency despite you casually thinking of him. As I expect from such a horrifying individual. Vanir said some confusing thing for Kazuma, then nodded as he took it for granted. Horrifying individuals? Aren't you exaggerating? He's mostly an annoying sadist that enjoys other people's misery. What's wrong? Kazuma frowned because of the sudden quietness of Vanir. It seems thou know much less than I thought, but I have to disagree. For me, Vanir, the all-seeing devil and the Duke of Hell, His Excellency is the most horrifying, terrifying person and thing that I ever came across. Listening to Vanir, Kazuma became speechless and didn't know what to say because this is the first time he saw that look in Vanir's eyes. Full seriousness and also, fear? Thou asked me what I saw in the light, but you still didn't ask the correct question. Let me do you a favor and say it, what was that light? With a smirk, Vanir's eyes glowed with a blood-red gleam, making Kazuma flinch and was worried. That light was... I confronted it as I couldn't see or understand anything. There are no better words to describe it than unstoppable horror. From my clone in this realm to my true body in hell, there was no escape. I felt no better than a bug ready to be squished. Funny, it's just a tiny amount of spirit, but I stood helplessly ready to be slaughtered. Humans fear nature's wrath because they are completely helpless against it. I guess this is the same scenario, but for me, I met a monster in form of a disaster. The more he spoke, the more worked up Vanir became. He even stopped using those weird words. Even so, Kazuma didn't get a chance to talk. Luckily, it didn't bore any malice towards me. It only sends me away after giving me some information. Wiz covered her mouth in shock looking at Vanir's state. All her life, even when she fought with him, she never saw Vanir in this state. So, at that time I indeed tasted it. Vanir's body began to shake before he said, a long-lost feeling, fear. I felt fear to the bottom of my soul in the deepest parts of hell, yet, besides fear, I also felt curious. Too much for my own good. Questions filled my head as I couldn't contain my inquisitiveness. Why is it here? Why is it doing this? What is its identity? Vanir put the teacup down as the gleam in his eyes made Kazuma's eyes hurt. I remember thou wondering why I refer to His Excellency as His Excellency? I'm afraid of it. Too afraid that I can't help but admire its horrifying, but beautiful glory. Not just power, but just its existence left me in wonders. This is why I helped thou and his party, because I wanted to know more about His Excellency and maybe see that light. Aga thud, are you done? Slamming his hand on the table, Kazuma said with annoyance, geez, I told you to tell me important stuff and you began to simp for that asshole. Dude, you didn't even see him once. Simp? But indeed, I got carried away for a bit. Vanir cleared his throat before returning to drinking tea normally. Wiz took a breath of relief when Vanir recovered. Yet, I wonder. What are your thoughts after listening to Moi? Smirking, Vanir glanced at Kazuma with his usual annoying smile. My thoughts? My thoughts are that you talk too much. His Excellency this, His Excellency that, couldn't you make it short? It's not like anything would change from listening to you. Also, if you don't have anything important, I'm leaving. Pfffff, thou ignorance is indeed a blessing. Vanir laughed cheerfully before he said, very well, I'll tell thou something important. Whatever left of His Excellency's spirit in your mind has already been consumed. I see. Kazuma nodded before he looked out of the window. The sun has already set and night has arrived. It was time for him to leave. He put down the cup of tea and prepared to leave before he heard Vanir again. Art thou not surprised? After all what happened, I would be more surprised if it was still there. I might also call hacks at that point. Thank you for the tea, Wiz-san. Take care. Kazuma-san. Wiz bowed politely as Kazuma felt this world needs more good people like this wonderful lich, but sadly, it's filled with people like Vanir. Ha 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 ha. Thou are indeed interesting for someone with a trash nickname in this town. By the way, there's still one last message His Excellency wanted Moi to convey him. He said. Vanir cleared his throat before saying, clairvoyance go. Brrrrrrrrrr. Sigh. I knew it. With a sigh, Kazuma left Wiz's store feeling helpless about this useless venture. He should have known better and didn't follow the damn devil here. Are you fine or pretending to be? These days have been too amusing indeed. I'm very pleased. Vanir smiled cheerfully before he said, I should prepare for my last assist tomorrow, but for now, you good for nothing, Lichette. Wiz flinched at Vanir, who suddenly turned and glared at her before he said, how about we talk about your useless business plan now? Kazuma walked in the street as he heard Wiz's screams from behind, but he didn't turn back. Another sigh escaped his mouth after he recalled what happened today. Under the night sky dotted with tiny sparkling stars, he walked back home as he confirmed his thoughts. He truly feels sorry for Wiz for being stuck with Vanir. May she find peace. With his half-assed prayer, Kazuma continued his walk towards the mansion as he had no idea what he'll face tomorrow. Chapter 161, Konosuba Side Part 46. As the stars and moon decorated the sky, the confusing and tiring night passed quickly as the dawn welcomed the start of a new day. Under the glittering sun, people could be seen going and coming. Those who were unaware and didn't know a thing continued their life at a stable pace. However, unlike the usual, it seems the summer has arrived upon the city and the citizens were wearing cool clothes. They were more energetic as smiles and a joyful atmosphere radiated around. The cool breeze, clear water glistening under the sunlight, and the beautiful scenery brought a peaceful and calming feeling. These changes might surprise people, but they aren't all that startling. After all, this isn't Axel. Just what am I doing here? With tried eyes, Kazuma looked at the clear water reflecting the sunlight as a large city filled his view. Water and beautiful architecture were the main theme of this city. It gave quite a calming and easy feeling. This is Alcanrisha, the city of water, hot springs, and the headquarters of the Axis order that worships the goddess of water, Aqua. Welcome everyone. This is the city of Axis order. Aqua was jumping and spinning around in happiness while introducing the city. Megumin was fascinated by the surroundings and darkness followed her. Ask someone else. Like her, Misaka gave a late reply to Kazuma's question before she yawned and pointed at the floating Kagaya. Rubbing her eyes, Misaka shook her head to clear the drowsiness and focus, but the dark circles under her eyes and messy hair showed how tired she saw. In fact, she wasn't alone, as Kazuma had the same panda look of sleepiness. The last night was by no means an easy night for them. With everything that happened, the racing thoughts filled their heads as Kazuma and Misaka were the most affected. Between thinking about the future and remembering what happened, Kazuma and Misaka didn't get an ounce of sleep. They kept yawning with black circles under their eyes as their listless look was concerning. They were in the state that they really need some rest, but recalling the last remaining PESS 26-13287 avatar, the sleep disappeared. They need to move quickly to make sure nothing goes wrong, but... What's wrong? Noticing them, Kagaya tilted her head with a smile that made Kazuma speechless. What do you mean by what wrong? You're the one who brought us here. Speaking in a low and listless tone, Kazuma didn't even bother looking at the Lunarian because he knew it's useless. Now, he prefers to go back to bed and try to sleep, even if he knew that it'll be hard to do. Hey, Kazuma, are you listening to me? I'll not repeat this. As I said, the Axis order which I blessed is... Shut up, you have already said this 10 times already. Squinting his eyes, a dark shadow was cast on Kazuma's face. If the introduction of this city wasn't enough warning, then the excited Aqua is clearly a red flag. Again, he wondered what he's doing here as he looked at the large lake. Although according to the mission's details stating that the Avatar would die in a week and they can leave, Whitebeard and Kagaya preferred to finish the job completely. They had a pretty convincing reason, because who knows what would happen in a week if something like PESS 26-13287 is free to roam around. Kagaya didn't waste a moment and teleported them in the morning without giving them any chance to reject. It was a matter of blinking before they found themselves in the City of Water. Despite the convincing reasons and all, Kazuma still had one question: why he is here. There's literally no reason for him to be here. No, he even has reasons to never come. Like this place being the Axis Order headquarter and Aqua's sparkling eyes of excitement, but the most important is that he can't do anything anymore. Yes, he can't do much about this. It was confirmed by Vanir that he lost whatever power boost Leo planted in his mind. I understand your thoughts, Kagaya said with a deep expression as Kazuma replied instantly. No, you don't. Sadly, we still have things to prepare. How about you have fun here and relax until then? Okay? Cool? Great. See you later. With a bright and shining smile, Kagaya said those words gently before she vanished from her place. Kazuma blinked his eyes before he said, where are the old man and Leon? They disappeared too, Misaka answered quickly before she frowned. Is it only her, or the people in this town are looking at them weirdly? Maybe the lack of sleep is affecting her and she started imagining things. Don't stress over it, Mikoto. Remember what you're here for. Hot springs. As Misaka's eyes shone with the determination to relax in the hot springs, Kazuma asked in disbelief. Disappeared? Yeah, they vanished using a skill. It's over. Flags. The flags of disasters are flying everywhere. Kazuma looked at the position where Kagaya disappeared as he closed his eyes in pain. Why didn't you say anything? Covering his face, Kazuma said weakly. Hot springs, hey. I'm only here for the hot springs. Misaka's eyes sparkled before she gave Kazuma the look of I don't care as long as I'm not involved before moving away. Kazuma's expression collapsed again. He can understand if it's Leon, but Whitebeard can use concealment to vanish too. This isn't right at all. The picture was hard on Kazuma's mind while Misaka was getting more disturbed by Alcanrisha's citizens, but under Aqua's urging, the party moved into the city. With Kagaya's fast travel services, they didn't need to stay in an inn for today, but to have the so-called full experience, Aqua insisted on staying in one. Kazuma wondered if she'll go around screaming, she's a goddess or something because she has no money, but then, he learned that Kaguya gave Misaka money to spend on this stuff when he was in the middle of lamenting his future. Why does this feel more like a vacation than a mission to fight a monster? Looking at Megumin and Aqua dragging Misaka around, Kazuma thought quietly. But inside of him, he felt this is okay too. To be honest, between Axis Order and the shenanigans, his mind was occupied by something else all along. It is the fact he'll have to face another PESS 26-13287. It's funny how in previous days he just shrugged this word off as nothing more than a lame code name, but now his body can't help but shiver. His thoughts about this whole thing were obviously a rejection. It seems he might have been truly traumatized by that thing. He really didn't want to come. In fact, Kazuma didn't need Vanir to tell him that he lost that power because he no longer can sense it. That stubble and faint feeling that he can go against PESS 26-13287 are long gone. Now, it has been replaced with thoughts of how ridiculous that was, and it's just suicide. He'll just end up dragging everyone again. If he can't be helpful, then at least he doesn't want to become a dead weight. Maybe we should go to the inn first. Misaka had insomnia because of some nightmares, so she should rest first, huh? What do you mean nightmares? Phew, no need to worry. With me, Megumin, you have no need to fear any night. Ow! Don't pull my cheeks. Misaka started pulling Megumin's cheeks as the latter quickly lost her confident state only to surrender and beg for mercy. Looking at the two making a scene and people around watching, Kazuma sighed before he leaned on the bridge railing. If he could, he would prefer to not face PESS 26-13287 again. He wasn't alone in this. Misaka was also experiencing something similar, but unlike his sorry state, she actually wanted to go. This is quite fitting in a sense. Although her world is complicated, it's still a shonen one according to Kaguya. Kazuma saw her saying she's Railgun or Academy City level 5 can't be defeated by this, but looking at her dark circles, isn't these just excuses? She is clearly still affected by what happened that day, but she chooses to motive herself this way. By lying to herself. To be honest, he's the last person to say this. She was much better than him who chose to stop and run away. Maybe if he also had powers like her then he could, but thinking in that way is just... Ugh. Kazuma scratched his head to clear his thoughts. All this thinking really isn't for me considering your idiocy, thou are sure right. Without turning back, Kazuma didn't move as his eyes glanced at his right. A devil in a suit suddenly appeared leaning on the same railing as he does. So, you can teleport in a sense, yes, but in another sense, there's a lot of moi. I'll take it as a yes. Not getting a good answer was in Kazuma's expectation as he didn't react much to Vanir's sudden appearance. He found it's pointless to overwork himself, but he quickly squinted his eyes at the next scene. This devil was throwing food to the ducks under the bridge. Is this what a devil should do? Feeding ducks? Kazuma didn't know what to say. Kazuma's stares didn't bother Vanir as he threw some more breadcrumbs to the ducks before he said, rather than worrying about what I do in my free time, doesn't thou have something better to do? Better to do? Ah, you mean that? To be honest, even if I don't want to do it, why this seems to be turning into a vacation for some reason. Vacation. Glancing at Kazuma then at Misaka far away, Vanir thought for a moment before nodding. If that the case, then here. Stuffing a paper into Kazuma's hands, Vanir cleaned his hands and said, take this and spend time in your room or go to the hot springs. In any case, have fun in your numbered days in this life. Wiping the breadcrumbs from his hand, Kazuma frowned before he read the paper. Why are you giving me this? It's a coupon to one of the famous inns and hot springs in Alcanrisha. It comes with a good discount and offers too. Vanir didn't answer Kazuma and proceed to leave immediately. This action made Kazuma frown and scratch his chin. Even if Kazuma didn't trust Vanir, the coupon seems to be legit, and considering their financial situation, he's more than welcome. Maybe going on a vacation isn't too bad. This city seems nice too, I bet they have interesting places, hey. Putting the coupon in his pocket after a shrug, Kazuma admired Alcanrisha's beautiful scenery before he felt a hand on his shoulder. Hey! Raising his head, Kazuma met with Vanir's masked face. Usually, Kazuma would have slapped this devil's face filled with mockery, but at this moment, Vanir's expression was completely different. The devilish smirk got replaced by a peaceful, soothing smile, and the scary red gleaming eyes turned into assuring and comforting gazes. It is like this devil became a caring, friendly old brother who tries to comfort someone. Without knowing why, this new change made Kazuma horrified and wanted to escape, but the hand on his shoulder was like a heavy boulder. Ha ha ha! The faint, empty laugher escaped Vanir's mouth before he said, "Go to the hot spring and try to not leave your room if not necessary. Believe me, you don't want to see the end of this place." As Vanir dropped the weird accent and words, Kazuma is already shaking where he stood. Vanir tapped Kazuma's shoulder and showed a much deeper smile before walking away. But one thing, please don't mistake the smiles of the people here by friendliness. Halting for a second, Vanir left those words before he disappeared. The stunned Kazuma stared at that lonely back as he felt like this devil is walking towards hell, but that wouldn't make sense because devils are from hell. And I just said I don't want to get worked up by him. Kazuma rubbed his temples before he heard Aqua's voice. "Kazuma! Hurry up, wait, what is this demonic presence I'm feeling? Oh, this? A devil was just here to deliver coupons, you might want to go catch up to him." Kazuma pointed to his back with a blank expression. A devil? Don't be ridiculous. Kazuma-san would have been crying like a little girl if someone like that appeared. Unaware of Kazuma who is squeezing his fist, Aqua shrugged his words as nothing more than delusions before she urged the group to move. Kazuma would love to show Aqua the iron fist of love he learned from Whitebeard, however, is it just him or all the people around are staring at them? Looking at their friendly smiles and happy faces, Vanir's words repeated in Kazuma's head as a drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. Gulp. Kazuma swallowed before he walked with the rest. Just what is wrong with this place? As Kazuma proceeded unaware of the hell he's walking into, two individuals gathered at the other side of the lake in the meantime. Meanwhile, when Kazuma and the CO were unaware and advancing into dangerous territory, the other side of the lake was experiencing some difficulties. Whitebeard stood on the shore, observing the calm water swaying gently with the faint breeze. Once in a while, a ripple will emerge as the fish gave the blue surface more life and movement. Although he heard about this city from other adventures when he communicated with them, Whitebeard had to admit that it indeed has a charm to it. It actually reminded him of some islands he visited in his world, even if not all had this much calmness. But he still remembers them talking about how lunatics the people here can be and something about a cult existence. Whitebeard scratched his chin as he wondered if those rumors were true. What going on in your mind? Despite being alone here, Whitebeard heard a voice from his side, but he didn't show any surprise. Instead, he continues thinking before saying, "Are the people here truly weirdos? Is this some genuine curiosity?" Kaguya wondered what has gotten into Whitebeard's head, but she didn't push it. Does it really matter if people here were a part cult or not? She didn't care much about it. The blue lake at the front is much more important, or should say what might lies underneath it. According to Leon, the whole city witnessed a turmoil a few weeks ago. A lich sneaked into the holy land of the goddess of water and caused a huge commotion because of his army. Kaguya looked at the deep lake before she continued, "For the Axis Order, the undead is one of the most hateful things ever. They despise them to the bones and wish to purge them to the afterlife. Coupled with the people here a bunch of lunatics, you can imagine how that went." The story that Leon told left Kaguya speechless. Swarms of undead, bone dragon, spells, and holy magic flying everywhere, and the heroic Axis Order. Although Leon didn't say it, Kaguya felt how hard is the publicity and scamming in those heroic parts to attract new people. The whole scene was a war between the holy and the undead factions. However, under the sheer massive amount of high-rank holy magic, the hordes of the undead only met defeat after the leader of the Axis Order, Zesta, blow up the bone dragon's head with a turn undead spell. Even so, the Axis order was still a bit suspicious because the Lich seemed to have succeeded in something according to how quickly he evacuated after such a fierce battle. Of course, even if people here like to brag, most of this info is kept for the upper management of the Axis order. To get these details, Kaguya and Leon must have dug a bit deeper into this religious headquarter. Why are you so persistent and eager for this mission? Whitebeard nodded before his words cut off Kaguya's explanation. It was inevitable because his voice is so loud up this close as Kaguya felt her ears hurt. But his words didn't lack truth either. Although Leon did most of the talk and intel gathering, there's no denying that Kaguya put more effort into this whole mission. However, Whitebeard couldn't put his finger on the reason. Unlike some who are feeling guilty about their incompetence, Kaguya had no such feelings. They didn't even exist. To sum it up, the previous accident for her is like that happened before moving on. She neither has a big sense of responsibility or leadership, but even so, she is the one who went a day ahead here to scout the situation. The sudden question made Kaguya a bit perplexed because she didn't expect it from Whitebeard. These types of questions should come from Leon, but she didn't mind as the answer came after a moment of thought. I just don't want to bear the fate of defeat. The fate of defeat. Yes, the fate of defeat. Kaguya's face darkened as if she remembered something very horrible before she said, you don't understand what awaits for me if this mission ended unsuccessfully, especially because I might have said some extra things. The more she thought about it, the more Kaguya's expression became worse. The mere images of the spam and messages she'll get were enough to make her so pissed off. Is it about the other brat, Leo? Pondering about it, Whitebeard quickly came with a correct guess. You still don't get it, do you? If this mission is unsuccessful, it'll become a fatal weakness for me. An act of direct revenge is no good at all, so he's waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Hey! That snake was waiting for so long to get me back for the picture in Leon's world, and this is a rare chance. Imagine what'll happen if we didn't finish this mission. Imagine. Kaguya became anxious as Whitebeard looked at her in silence. Frankly, he started to get irritated by this. Maybe he should give her a love tap, fist, on the head. He'll get every character from different franchises looking down with a bold text saying pathetic, and send it to me every morning and night. Not a single day in this miserable existence will pass without him reminding me about it. I can't even block him because of the admin privileges. Remembering the stuff that she said in the chat room about how this mission is easy, she can only imagine the wide and irritating grin on that angel's face. Can't I erase this? Can't I erase his memories about it? Maybe Iron has some medicine for that, but will they work on him? Kaguya held her head and almost fell to the ground. You, stop it. Do you think he'll really remember something as trivial as a picture? He will. Kaguya snapped back to reality and said, he's clearly been waiting to stab me where it hurts. Then finish me with more stabbing. Stab you, physically? Yeah, stab me, mentally, in my back without any mercy. Is this some sort of thing that immortals, who can't die, do normally? Whitebeard blinked his eyes and said, this is just too pity. He'll not do it, so stop it. No, he'll do it without any doubt. Why can you be so sure? Because I'll do the same. Kaguya said with too much vigor and some pride as Whitebeard looked at his clenched fist. As usual, his fist looks like the ideal solution to everything. This is why we need to do our best and finish this mission. For this world, the rewards, and my mental health, let's fight. Kaguya slapped her hand together as if she's praying, and Whitebeard raised his fist. Ahem, let's continue. In the end, the cult performed an inspection and a big purification to the lake and city, but nothing out of ordinary was found. Kaguya took a deep breath before she said, in reality, most priests here became cleaning freaks at the thought of undead messing with their belongings. Whitebeard nodded slowly at the story, even if there were some exaggerations, especially at the heroic Axis order. But as the thought crossed his mind, he recalled someone and said, "You said a lich. Could it be the same one in that castle?" As her expression vanished, Kaguya said, "I think this answers your previous question against the lake cold breeze." Kaguya and Whitebeard stood speechlessly. Hearing the story, the lich was never weak. He had a well-formed army and several dangerous spells that works well in a full-blown war. Nonetheless, this powerful lich fell down under the wrath of the Axis cult. Fell down so miserably that he starts to give up on life. An undead giving up on life. Recalling the almost breaking into tears lich in Dulahan Castle, a weird silence descended between the two. This city sounds much more menacing now. Because it is. Few unlucky ones still speak of their days here. Whitebeard and Kaguya looked at the side to see a man wearing a black suit walking towards them. The white and black mask was a dead giveaway as they knew his identity. But for the undead to come to this city openly like that. Even I feel so sorry for the poor soul and also funny for the unfortunate fate. Far away from the two, Vanir continued walking at a steady pace while talking to himself. Tisk, maybe I should go to hell and console him personally. Ha ha ha. As Vanir walked slowly at his own pace while mumbling some nonsense, Whitebeard and Kaguya stood without any word. Isn't this too slow? Why is he taking all this time? Whitebeard watched Vanir walking as he wondered why he's feeling like this. To be honest, most of the people he recently interacted with could pop up from thin air like Kaguya and the people she keeps teleporting. As for Kaguya, she wondered why this walking GPS, Vanir, didn't know any teleportation? Bad service indeed. Good morning, good evening, you two. How art thou doing? Good, good. Strolling in, Vanir passed Whitebeard and Kaguya while humming a small song before he stopped in front of the lake. The weather is indeed fine today, unlike thou face, of course. I feel I'll become depressed just by being near thee. Vanir turned to look at the silent Whitebeard and gloomy Kaguya before he looked away and said, "The weather is so nice, at least say something new if you want to run your mouth. Isn't it better that way?" Despite saying it naturally, the threatening tone in Kaguya's voice was too clear to Vanir. If not considering the situation and place, his eyes foresee explosion magic to the face. My poor bodies and masks. Why do they have to bear the brunt of these people with anger issues? How troubling. Well, before you ask me, let's drop the formalities. I'm only here to watch thou deal with that creature. Don't mind me, seriously. Don't mind me. And thou with crescent mustaches, please lower your fist. We are civilized individuals. Giving a small bow, Vanir stood at the side as if he's saying please, go ahead, but then he saw Whitebeard raising his fist. Whitebeard, who thought of asking why Vanir is here, stopped as his goal changed to burying that mask in a hole. They can be civilized all they want after his fist landed on Vanir's head. Are you really here just to watch us deal with that? Kaguya felt a bit doubtful about this devil's goal. This GPS, Vanir, that supposedly Leo found for them has been more of an annoyance than useful. Wait, maybe this is another plan to get his revenge. Please don't doubt my desires. I got taken down rather quickly last time, so I didn't have the chance to witness the end of that creature. I would like to see it fully now, even if you say so. Vanir didn't say anything more as he pointed at the lake and said, "It's down there, near the center to the right." Getting cut off by Vanir again made Kaguya speechless. They indeed didn't have the exact location of the PESS 26-13287 final avatar, and they planned to scout this area shown on the map. Kaguya might have an idea of getting the GPS, Vanir, help, but it quickly got rejected because of how annoying it would be. Is it just moi, or thou have been looking at me like a tool for a while now? You must have quite the imagination. As Vanir and Kaguya started again, Whitebeard looked at where Vanir pointed and said, "There, hey? This location is just inconvenient. No better word could describe it better. A deep part of the lake where his vision can't reach. This is one of the worst battlefields for him. Even if he fell into underwater battles at some unfortunate accidents, Whitebeard avoided them the most considering the devil's fruit weaknesses. He sure did fix the sea weakness using the chat room, but these battles are still a big weak point. The lake. Kaguya covered her mouth with her right sleeve. Vanir hummed and looked deeply at the water. Now then, how are? Whitebeard thought about the plan quickly, but when he turned back, he saw Kaguya and Vanir far away from the shore. You see, I'm honestly useless in such an environment. Kaguya did a twirl with her long yukata. I'm just a bystander. By the way, you do realize my body is made of earth, right? What more do you want from moi? Whitebeard showed nothing more than the dreadful silence at the nonsense these two are spouting before he raised his hand. However, he caught nothing but air. He suddenly remembered that his naginata is broken as much more dreadful silence descended on the place. Are you sure we are fine? This is my third mask this week. Dragon bones aren't cheap, don't talk to me. But this situation, hey. Vanir and Kaguya whispered quietly, but Whitebeard still heard them. This fact didn't bother Kaguya as she floated next to him and said, fighting underwater is very unfavorable, but it isn't impossible. Whitebeard nodded at her words after some silence, which made Kaguya continue. Losing your weapon will also affect your performance, but are you satisfied? A chance is present right here. The last battle also happened on a disadvantageous battlefield. This is round 2 to test the results and experience from last battle and overcome the odds. Whitebeard glanced with the corner of his eyes at the brightly smiling Kaguya before he said, this one is weaker. And it becoming friendlier with time. According to the chat room, the last avatar was an exception because it held the source, and after its death, the rest of the avatars are getting weaker and weaker, leaving less than a week for them to die or to be extinguished according to the mission details. But it isn't wrong either. As such, Whitebeard released a breath before he slowly walked towards the lake. For some reason, his fighting spirit is flaming up. His naginata is broken? He loses against PESS 26-13287? So what? This is round 2. A chance for revenge. Even if it's a disadvantageous environment, he shouldn't stop. He should fight harder. Realizing his mistake and wrong thinking, Whitebeard became more fired up as he jumped to the lake. With a plop sound and big splash, the giant figure of Whitebeard vanished from sight. I can't use logic with him, hey. Vanir wondered how many loose screws are needed to have such thinking as Whitebeard. But then he saw Kaguya raising her hand as several colorful orbs appeared and sank in the lake after Whitebeard, giving the water a bright colorful gleam. Oh, light magic to illuminate the depth? RTH. However, before Vanir finished, Kaguya said, bombs, yes, bombs, bombs. Repeating the word just to be sure, Vanir took a step back from the lakeshore. We don't want to get wet now, don't we? Good luck. Please, you're the last hope for my mental health. Kaguya clapped her hands in praying form again. Meanwhile, the Kazuma group was about to understand one of the deepest lessons in their lives. In this existence, only 4 things are infinite. The universe, human stupidity, the Zubats in the dark cave, and the amount of soap and detergent that the Axis Order have. With everyone busy, time passed rather quickly. The sun slowly crossed the sky, sinking down the horizon as the blue clear color quickly overtaken by the burning orange-red hue. In such fashion, Alcanrisha welcomed the dusk with full force. The passage of time didn't slow this city at all, but it only made it livelier under the beautiful scenery. Too much livelier, to be honest. Boom. O. This one is much bigger with a loud boom, a massive fountain that could be seen through the city raised from the location of the lake. The resident of Alcanrisha talked and commented about it casually like they are used to it by now. There were even some stores and people betting on how big the next splash would be. However, not everyone was enjoying this view. Near the shore of the biggest lake in Alcanrisha, 2 figures could be seen sitting on the rocks. Well, one of them is floating. Kaguya and Vanir were facing each other as both of them held a bunch of cards. Except for their position, the entire shore is drenched in water as a giant pillar was planted on the ground. Strangely, there were few signs of food and drinks around, but all of them got washed by water. But Kaguya and Vanir kept exchanging cards from each hand at a fast pace. They didn't even raise their heads as their hands never missed. As their movements continue, the ground near the shore began to shake slightly before ripples surfaces the calm lake. It didn't last long before a massive shadow appeared beneath the lake. It was hard to describe its shape, but it resembled a fish of some sort, but then, boom. The shadow broke out of the lake and flew in the air followed by a fountain of water. The splash was too strong, it flooded the coast instantly, but when it met the place near Vanir and Kaguya, it got blocked by an invisible barrier. Unaware of their surroundings, Vanir kept a slight smile on his face as Kaguya had a blank look of boredom. As the water fell like rain, the giant figure landed on the ground safely. Whitebeard shook the water from his face and mustache. How many times did this happen already? Whitebeard already lost count at 70 or 80 times he got slapped by the giant tail. Oh, you're here again. You flew less this time. Kaguya glanced at Whitebeard before she took a card from Vanir again. I see they are getting smaller and smaller. Progress, I assume Vanir took a card from Kaguya without even looking at her. It seemed almost like these two doesn't care at this point. Whitebeard focused on the shadow of the fish sinking to the depths before his eyes met Vanir and Kaguya, who were still exchanging cards non-stop. However, it didn't look strange for Whitebeard because both of those two are cheating. They both knew all the cards in each other. This whole game is so pointless because no one can win, so hopeless they have been in this state for hours. They didn't even suggest switching to another game. Much like the others, it's indeed getting friendlier. It seems my battle is just speeding the process. Whitebeard cracked his fingers before he considered how he should advance now. You mean that metal losing its color? Kaguya glanced at the giant pillar planted near her. This was the device planted on the bottom of the lake. But now it's completely broken. No, it was broken since Whitebeard found it and brought it here. PESS 26-13287 didn't care about it at the slightest. It seems it's true that this avatar is dying slowly. Confirming this information, Kaguya nodded and said, do you plan on continuing? Whitebeard didn't say much, but looking at him advancing to the lake made his answer very clear. How long do you think this will take? Looking at him, it would probably end in an hour or less. The crescent mustache thou is adapting underwater fights. How violent! Vanir glanced at Whitebeard jumping on the lake and took a card from Kaguya's hand. Kaguya was ready to interfere in case Whitebeard drowned, but the situation has proven that her worries are unnecessary. Whitebeard was a bit awkward at the underwater battle, but he soon got a hang of it and lasted longer against this PESS 26-13287 avatar. At first, PESS 26-13287 hurled him like a pebble several times, however, now he even started to use PESS 26-13287 attacks to push himself out of the water if he needed to breathe. Considering this avatar is as retarded as the first one in Elroad, this was an easy task as Kaguya found nothing to do except playing cards with Vanir. A lot of small stuff happened too. Like Axis order finding of the brave warrior who is challenging the lake monster non-stop and making an event out of it to attract tourists. But Kaguya paid no attention to it because her pride was too strong to give up on this card game even if both of them were cheating all along. Despite that, she wondered what the others were doing at this moment. The hot spring sounds nice after having to deal with the sarcastic remarks of this devil all this time. Did thou had enough? This is too pointless even for Moi, an immortal devil. Kaguya looked at Vanir, who was waving his cards left and right before she closed her eyes and sighed. In the next second, she vanished from her place instantly. I'll take that as a yes. Vanir threw away the cards and stretched his body before he heard the lake rumbling. Inside the lake, deep down at the bottom, were a bit brighter because of the orbs Kaguya kept sending down here. Whitebeard kicked the water with his foot before a pop sound was heard. The shock wave generated from his body acted as a thruster, pushing him forwards underwater at high speeds. But it wasn't without any consequences. During his attempts to fight this PESS 26-13287 avatar, Whitebeard learned several things about his vibrations. Firstly, it's very dangerous to use them underwater. Not only he's attacking the enemy, but he's receiving damage as well even before the enemy. Also, the speed of shockwaves is much faster here. Secondly, it cost more power to generate them. The vibrations from Quake fruit seem to be harder to use in this environment. For Whitebeard, generating shockwaves using his fruit is easy as breathing, but in this place, it got a bit uncomfortable. As he was traveling underwater, a big shadow caught Whitebeard's eyes. The shadow was massive and moved agilely without any hindrance. Without any delay, Whitebeard's fist was already covered with haki as he charged ahead. Under the illumination of Kagaya's bombs, the shadow revealed itself. It was too much to call it a fish. Made of metal-like substance that moved like living flesh. It was more of a weird organism that resembled an aquatic creature. Whitebeard saw this creature too many times it stopped being important. The only thing left was excitement for the battle. PESS 26-13287 swam swiftly in the water away from Whitebeard. Unlike the previous two, this one was much different. It lacked any hostility that the other two harbored and its metal body didn't have any bright luster. It felt weak, rigged, and frail. One can even see faint cracks spreading across the metallic scales on its body. However, such a thing didn't stop Whitebeard as the shockwave pushed him faster and reached PESS 26-13287. Noticing its escape was futile, the avatar twisted its body and struck with its tail. Boom! Another explosion hit the lake as Vanir hid behind the pillar to not get wet and said how violent. Leaving Whitebeard and Vanir, Kagaya appeared at the commercial street of Alcanrisha. It was as busy as ever and filled with people, but no one seemed to give attention to Kagaya who suddenly appeared. They should be here. Kagaya levitated as a colorful tree branch with jewels as leaves seems to guide her. It didn't take her long before she reached a place behind the fountain. It was a place facing the lakefront, completely opposite to shore where Whitebeard is fighting PESS 26-13287. Taking a turn, the jeweled branch shone as if finished its mission. Kagaya put it away and said, "Ah, there you are. I was wondering why." In front of Kagaya, Kazuma and Seo were either resting on the railing or lying on the ground. All of their faces were darkened like they witnessed something horrible. Megumin was mumbling something about swallowing soap and detergent while Kazuma stared at the water like he's having war flashbacks. Misaka was buried under a pile of Axis order joining applications and whispering "no more, please" several times. Darkness was lying on the wall with a satisfying blush on her face as the papers fell on her body like Misaka. She held the Eris order necklace and prayed her thanks for the goddess, Eris. The content of praying was normal, but the reason was something Kagaya doesn't want to hear about. As for Aqua, she is nowhere to be seen here. Kagaya didn't want to comment anything about this scene, but when she talked, all of them, except Darkness, turned to her with bloodshot eyes. Especially Kazuma's eyes. Kagaya didn't need psychic abilities to know they were saying you knew this would happen. It's fine weather indeed. Kagaya turned away as she used a tactic from a devil. They should be useful. You. At least pretend to be sorry, god damn it. I don't even have the energy to get angry. Kazuma rose from the railing with anger, but it quickly extinguished as he returned next to Megumin, who got trauma from soap and detergent. Hiss, it's worse than I thought. Not even getting angry made Kagaya somehow truly worried about them, but she quickly noticed something strange. Where is Leone? Not finding the wild-looking woman anywhere, Kagaya asked. Leone? Who is that? Oh, a traitor, Misaka whispered from under the applications while Kagaya became speechless. I remember telling her to prepare a better environment for a hot spring trip here. You know, at least the little terrorist, Megaman, won't get a trauma. What? Kazuma rose up from the railing with a shocked expression. Ha! Misaka's head appeared from under the papers as confusion filled her face. But what followed was more doubts as they collapsed again. Wait, I'm serious. Looking at Kagaya's expression, they both started to consider it again. This woman won't consider defending herself if she did something bad. Heck, she'll be smiling at their state now. Wait, you two didn't read the chat. Despite her confusion, Misaka waved her hand as a light blue window appeared in mid-air. The window of the chat room suddenly enlarged before it presented in front of everyone who could see it. It's the main chat window, nothing strange about it, except the recent message. Big Sister Lion, this city made me realize that the world is big and I need to see it. The three of them looked at the window as silence filled the area. Meanwhile, far away from Alcanrisha, a carriage was moving through the road at a slow pace. Atop of it, Leon was lying down while basking in the sun and cold breeze. Life is a bunch of experiences we encounter in our path. Only by experiencing the bitterness we can raise and explore new horizons. Despite trying to sound wise, the blissful expression betrayed Leon. She was just happy to have escaped that city. Those guys are madmen. Madmen. Leon couldn't even find any reasoning or logic with them. All their thinking resulted in receiving an access order joining application or trying to scam her. Oh, young lady, still thinking about your friends back there? Why didn't you go with them then? The carriage driver suddenly asked Leon. He was an old man with an easy and happy expression. He seemed very experienced in handling the carriage. Of course, I would like to, but if I do, they won't learn anything. Maybe after this experience, they'll expand their views and learn more about life. You must be very close, they are lucky to have a kind young lady like you to look after them. The old man seems to recall his past when he was an adventurer. I know, right? I might be too kind for this world after all. Leon laughed dryly before she looked at the sky. This is all for the greater good, my greater good. With such thought, the carriage continued its journey as Leon lazed on top of it. By the way, young lady, can I interest you in joining the Axis Order? Leon widened her eyes before she sat up and saw the old man giving her a very bright smile. The nightmare never ends. Back in Alcanrisha, the trio gathered around the chat screen as a dreadful atmosphere radiated. It was so creepy that it gave Megaman a new trauma. Leon's message was a mere few words, but they were enough to let Kagaya and Kazuma understand the situation. They also understood why Misaka called her a traitor. Leon ran away from Alcanrisha and left them to suffer. She didn't even warn them. Looking at this message date, several hours have passed since she left. Traitor! This is treason! The three shared the same thought as their expressions darkened further. Say, what should we do? The zapping bluish-white arcs flickered on Misaka's forehead. I don't care if lions are endangered species, let's hunt her down. Kazuma took his trusty pistol as it glinted with a cold light. Kagaya took a deep breath before she smiled and said, Now, let's not get carried away. If Leon wanted to leave for an adventure, we should support her. Misaka and Kazuma took a step away from the smiling Kagaya. This was just too scary for them. If she wanted to see the world that much, all I can do is to help her in any way possible. Covering her mouth with her sleeve, Kagaya chuckled as Misaka and Kazuma swallowed. Rumble, boom. However, before Kagaya finished her words, a faint rumble was heard as the ground started shaking, followed by a fountain of water raising to the dusk sky. The trio took a step back to avoid getting splashed by the violent waves from the lake before they looked at the water returning back as faint rain. Hey, how long are the old man going to abuse the poor lake? I bet he gave all the fish PTSD by now. Kazuma looked at the peaceful lake getting bombed by shockwaves as he avoided getting wet. He's fighting PESS, right? Would he be fine alone? Misaka said as the worry wasn't hidden in her voice. Kazuma became silent at that statement before he looked at Kagaya, waiting for an answer. Sighing secretly, Kaguya shook her head at the two conditions and said no worries. This PESS is much weaker and Whitebeard is close to finishing it. It appears that the past one was a special case after all. I see, it's a relief then. Misaka breathed a sigh of relief and Kazuma said, I bet he's the one that wants to battle, so there's no point in worrying about it. Geez, what is this atmosphere? No one here is dead, right? Kaguya began to get really irritated by these funeral vibes she's getting from these two. Did the last fight affect them this much? Despite not understanding their feelings because of her background, Kaguya still felt speechless. It's not like this is the first or last time this stuff happened. Kaguya rubbed her temples. If this continue, I might just throw them at the lake to join Whitebeard. Unaware of Kaguya's dangerous thoughts, Kazuma and Misaka continued to watch before the earth started shaking again. Rumble rumble, this time it didn't stop. It felt like something is slamming the earth as a whole, and each time it did, the shaking became worse. Is this an earthquake? Megumin woke up immediately and screamed. Oi, are you serious? Won't the city collapse? Kazuma struggled to stand as he supported himself with the railing. The waves of the lake were also raising and almost flooding the street they are standing on. However, as the city was facing a huge earthquake, the lake wasn't safe either. The water of the lake began to flow backward as if the entire flow changed. Suddenly, the ragging surface of the lake started to swell upwards. It was just a bend at the start, but it became bigger in an instant as if a huge bubble was going to burst, then, boom. As if an explosion discharged underwater and blasted towards the surface, the entire lake witnessed a huge detonation, sending water everywhere. Followed by a shockwave that shook the air, two figures appeared from beneath the rising water. Under the burning dusk, the water drops glittered with the setting sun as Whitebeard and PESS 26-13287 flew in the air above the lake. However, unlike before, PESS 26-13287 condition got a lot worse as a lot of cracks ran across all over its dim metallic scales. Gwahahaha. Asterisk screeches. Asterisk PESS 26-13287 send it terribly, ear-splitting screeches, but Whitebeard didn't care. He just laughed happily as his two grips were tightly closing on PESS 26-13287 massive tail before he twisted his body. In mid-air, Whitebeard began to rotate and so did PESS 26-13287, starting from its tail. Slowly, both of them began to drop down, but the speed of rotation got bigger and bigger as if Whitebeard turned PESS 26-13287 massive body into a giant wheel. Ah! Just about reaching the ground, Whitebeard released a war cry before he slammed PESS 26-13287 on the dry solid earth. Boom. Kazuma and the CO watched in shock as the impact from Whitebeard's attack made them jump a little. The smoke and dust rose at the other side of the lake, unlike their jaws that dropped from astonishment. Kazuma-san, did you just see that? That was super cool. Why did you tell me Grandpa Whitebeard can do that? Megumin stuttered from shock before sparkles filled her eyes. Excitement filled her suddenly as Kazuma didn't know what to say except didn't he do this with those frogs every day? Megumin excitement and anticipation extinguished like flames underwater. It was true. She indeed saw those frogs and Whitebeard flying in the sky. But why, it sounds so dull now. Ah! He won. He actually did it. Give me my money. Ah, no, my money. Why are you treating your goddess like this? Suddenly, cheers exploded from behind. The citizens, who kept a close eye on the process of Whitebeard's battle, broke into cheers at the result. Well, it was mostly those who won the bets while the losers were wailing at their lost money. Kazuma didn't know if his ears got hurt from the shockwave, but he kinda heard Aqua's screams mixed in them. Isn't this too much? Misaka didn't know what to say about the whole situation. It feels like Whitebeard fighting PESS 26-13287 turned into a city event for some reason. At least, he did it. Oi, what now? Kazuma let go of the railing he was hugging, but the shaking returned as another huge explosion was heard from the other side. Maybe because Whitebeard hit the land this time, the earthquake was more visible as Kazuma struggled to stand before his balance was thrown off. Not only him but the entire city was thrown off by the earthquake. Just what is he doing? Kagaya muttered as the teleportation spell was activated, but when the colorful magic circle flashed, another person touched it. Both Kagaya and Kazuma said as the magic circle flashed. They vanished in a blink of an eye, leaving Misaka and Megumin staring blankly. Maybe they should wake up darkness from under the papers before she suffocates. At the other side of the lake, the dust and smoke blocked the vision as waves were still violent. The smell of dirt mixed with water wasn't the worst ever, but it did give some discomfort. Kazuma and Kagaya landed on the shore before they were bothered by the heavy dust. You, what are you doing? Kagaya waved her hand, sending the dust flying away with a wave of spiritual power while Kazuma coughed up for a bit and said it was an accident, I don't want to be here. With the dust out of the way, the picture became clear as a massive pothole appeared in front of them. The scene was akin to a meteor hitting the ground, but without the heat and flames. Asterisk screeches. Asterisk lying in the center was a massive monster that resembled a fish of some kind. Its teeth and fins flickered with a dangerous light, but it all dimmed as cracked continued to spread on its body. PESS 26-13287 tried to move and transform, but cracks continued to deepen as if its body wasn't suitable anymore. This made it release many terrible cries, causing Kazuma to cover his ears and others to frown. Asterisk bam. Asterisk however, the cries came to a halt after a fist landed on PESS 26-13287 head like a hammer and sent it rolling a few meters away. Whitebeard, who is facing the avatar, noticed Kagaya and Kazuma before he nodded. What is this substance anyway? It almost feels like a rotten. Without knowing when Vanir was already squatting near PESS 26-13287 and his finger was rubbing the black substance from between the cracks on the avatar body. Bam! The substance disintegrated in his fingers almost immediately, but before he checked more, he got shot by PESS 26-13287 tail. He did a few flips in the air before he crashed at the edge of the crater near Kazuma. Kazuma blinked with some terror at how nearly he got slammed by the flying Vanir. That a bit rude, isn't it? I was checking things. Vanir shook off the dust from his suit as the middle of his body regenerated. Did this guy got smacked several times already? Kazuma looked at the crater as he found 2 or 3 human-shaped holes. PESS 26-13287 tried to get away, but its body got worse and worse. It changed its direction and tried to attack Whitebeard, however, it got sent flying again. However, Whitebeard didn't show any joy. His expression was cold and kinda grumpy, like he isn't enjoying this at all. Weak, too weak compared to the past avatar, this one is just pathetic. Even the casual punches can affect it. Whitebeard felt disappointed with such a result. I guess everything is under control. The 5 treasures near her vanished as Kagaya watched the fight. There's no need for her involvement at this point. Just like this, Whitebeard continued to trash the PESS 26-13287 avatar around as the latter could only release cries and try to counterattack. To be honest, it looked pathetic and sad. The monster who almost destroyed all their group getting smacked left and right without any chance to retaliate. Kazuma knows that the difference between the past one and this one is very huge, but the scene of the monster, who hunts his nightmares now, being so helpless is still. He didn't know how to react. I guess it isn't as scary as before, but, Kazuma stood with Vanir and continued watching, even if his past thoughts were running away from here as fast as possible. PESS 26-13287 even tried to run and keep a distance away from Whitebeard's attacks. Its cries that were supposed to give him a headache felt helpless and sad at the moment. Ugh, disgusting. What is this? Do you want me to puke? Vanir suddenly covered his mouth like he's about to puke from something so revolting. Hey, I know it's ugly, but still. Kazuma didn't know what got into this devil, but Vanir didn't look at him and said, can't you feel it? These emotions, they are so rotten. Ugh, they feel like fear and hopelessness of not being able to do anything, even if they are so desperate. Ugh, these emotions are not my dish at all. I feel like throwing up. Vanir squatted on the ground and held his stomach before moving away. He didn't want to stay here for another moment. Hey! Even if Kazuma didn't understand fully, but he knew Vanir can sense emotions and stuff. So, the emotions radiating from this PESS 26-13287 were so disgusting for him. Hopelessness and fear, hey! Kazuma looked at PESS 26-13287 struggling to escape before he lost in thoughts. The first avatar gave Kazuma a feeling of greed and gluttony. It couldn't wait to swallow him as a whole. The second one. Massive anger and wrath. It didn't even wait to rip him to shreds, and it actually did it. Kazuma couldn't forget how his body was almost split in half as he shivered. Now this avatar is afraid and hopeless? What crap is this? Kazuma wondered. If he still has the cheat code that Leo inputted, would he be able to sense that fear, or will this creature run as soon as possible from him? Unfortunately, his questions won't be answered before the fight has come to an end. Cracks have filled PESS 26-13287, even the black substance began to leak out before disintegrated in the air. Its movements became so slow and unable to escape one hit from Whitebeard. Whitebeard already had enough. His fist was charged with haki and quake bubbles before he slammed PESS 26-13287 with all his force. The vibrating fist flew in the air before it smacked the avatar's head, sending it backward, but Whitebeard took a step forward and kept pushing. The vibrations sunk inside, making the entire metallic body shaking before Whitebeard slammed down. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, the ground cracked and the already deep crater sunk further, sending rubbles and dust flying. PESS 26-13287 metallic body shattered to fragments as a horrible screech escaped its mouth, but it died down quickly as the black substance flew away. Just by having contact with the air, the black substance disintegrated to nothing quickly, making what was left of PESS 26-13287 vanish slowly altogether with it. Whitebeard watched as PESS 26-13287 disappeared into nothing before he released a breath. It's over. To confirm his thoughts, the chat window appeared without any warning. Task complete. Congratulations to all members for finish all tasks. All members could return to their worlds at any moment, or they'll be transported forcibly after 3 days. Please check the mission window for the rewards, or they'll be issued automatically at the time of return. Such messages were received by all members in the Konosuba world at the same time, announcing the end of the mission in this place. It's over, hooray, I guess. Kagaya shrugged before looking through the chat room. At last, I'm free. Kazuma almost shed tears of joy before he cheered higher than those gamblers who lost their money in the city. Ah, it's over. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, almost gave Kazuma a heart attack before he saw Vanir with his hands covering his nose and mouth watching PESS 26-13287 last moments. Well, it was an interesting experience, to say the least. With those words, Vanir nodded before he walked away. You're leaving just like that? Oh? Thou is missing me already? Don't worry, the great Vanir won't miss you at all. Also, I have important things to do. Vanir waved his hand like telling Kazuma to stay away before he said, I remembered I'm doing a mission for the Demon Lord guy, but I died 2 times in it. It's settled. I'll go and get my compensation for damage, and if he refused, I'll just visit his castle treasury because Vanir, is too considered and understanding fellow. After giving it a thought, Vanir nodded to himself before saying goodbye. The somehow interesting thou. I hope to see you again, maybe in hell after you die horribly. Muahaha. Vanir laughed and waved as he left the place at a fast pace while the trio watched him with blank faces. Whitebeard walked away from the crater as his expression made Kazuma flinch. He was 100% angry because it was an easy fight after what happened the last time. Are we returning to our worlds now? Whitebeard looked at the chat room notification as he noticed something. He didn't get points for killing PESS 26-13287 last avatar. Is this considered free labor? Not yet, not yet. Kaguya shook her head before Kazuma exclaimed, which got him a dreadful look from her. Are you kicking us out as fast as you could? Maybe we should stay these next 3 days. Please, stay as much as you like, Kazuma said with a straight face as Kaguya looked at him silently. I'm going to try this city's hot springs and relax. You should also try them, Whitebeard. After it, let's discuss some things before leaving. Whitebeard nodded at Kaguya. After this mission, he needs some time to relax as well, then he can go and visit his kids. He already missed them a lot. Oh, yeah, I'll go get that traitor. We can't leave her out from this, right? Kaguya said with a bright smile hiding some dangerous thoughts. Big Sister Lion has returned to her world. Kaguya stared at the chat window with some eyes that'll give kids nightmares. Ahem. Kazuma cleared his thoughts before he showed the main chat window. Big Sister Lion, I just remembered that I didn't explore my world enough, I'll go to see it first, smiley face. In such atmosphere and Kaguya, who almost turned into a smiling demon, the group returned to the city and reunited with Misaka and the Whitebeard accepted the cheers and several scams attempts to join the Axis order, but he didn't say anything. Misaka already knows about Leon's message, so she didn't say much, which left Darkness and Megaman in confusion about the state of the group. Aqua returned at last with tears streaming from her eyes about how her believers didn't believe in her goddess status. How ironic. Kazuma found it very funny, but he didn't know how much money Aqua lost in gambling today, or else he would be crying like her. Unaware of the dark future ahead, the group finally got a chance to relax at the hot springs. It was a very pleasant experience and Alcanrisha's blessed hot springs are truly different than normal ones. When Kazuma learned that Aqua is the one who blessed these hot springs, he was surprised. This goddess actually did 2 good things in this short period. But Kaguya said something to Aqua to make her go to the hot springs after they finish. It was about getting her goddess status again. Aqua agreed immediately, but Kazuma had a very bad feeling from this. Sadly, he seemed to forget that a certain goddess can purify any liquid with one touch. This is a story for another day. After knowing the group is about to leave for another adventure, Megaman and Darkness were sad, but they quickly cheered up. After all, they can meet again or visit them when they feel like it, although such response will be much different if Megaman and Darkness knew they are leaving to other worlds. Kazuma decided it's for the best to not say anything. Too many problems and too many explanations. Just thinking about it makes Kazuma's head hurts. Then after the hot springs, a very important subject arises. Very, very important that all of them had to be present. It's the rewards. Let the RNG gods be with us. Kazuma clapped his hands before he clicked on the mission window to receive the rewards. This is no gacha, you idiot. Despite saying so, Kaguya also put her hands together and prayed. Gwahahaha. Whitebeard laughed before he clicked the mission window without anything. The rewards didn't matter much to him, but they are welcomed. Aren't you too excited about it? Misaka rolled her eyes before she clicked the window. Without any delay, the rewards were issued as the group looked intently. What is this? Kazuma blinked his eyes before he read the rewards again. Reward 1, reroll chance, try it, no balls, smiley face. Reward 2, adventurer card foreign common sense integration, by some chance and if compatible, the adventure card could integrate a foreign common sense into the skill system. Note, all the modification has already been effective on your adventurer card the moment you received the rewards. Yup, it didn't change. Kazuma's eyebrow twitched at these rewards. Where are the points? Hey? What I'm supposed to do with this? Misaka looked at her adventure card in confusion. Reward 1, Adventurer Card Other Worlds Integration, integrating the adventure card into the chat room. This allows all the skills listed on the card to be used without any problem in any world, including the leveling system. Reward 2, Adventurer Card Prototype Sealing Protocol, seal the adventurer card inside the chat room and hid it from everything. By doing this, all the skills on the adventurer card are unavailable, but no one under the world can sense it. The first reward sounded nice, but the second one made Misaka frown. What is she supposed to do with this? Hide the adventure card? But from what? Can't she hide it and use the abilities? This is annoying. I didn't even get points from it. Misaka pouted at this reward. Whitebeard stroked his chin while reading his rewards. The first one is like what Misaka received in the first reward, and the second one is Adventurer Card 4 in Common Sense integration that Kazuma received. This is unexpected. Kagaya looked at her rewards a bit perplexed. Reward 1, 200,000 points. Reward 2, Adventurer Card Other Worlds Integration. The rewards were a considerable number of points and the same first reward as Whitebeard and Misaka. However, Kagaya was a bit interested in this pattern she's seeing. Hey, at least you got something useful. Kazuma clicked his tongue as he felt the RNG gods betrayed him. No, it was this world's will. What are you saying, Kazuma-san? You and Whitebeard got the most valuable rewards. Kagaya smiled her bright, yet dreadful smile, which made Kazuma flinch before he said, "Hey. Oh? You still didn't realize it? Foreign common sense is just a fancy word for other world's power system." Kagaya shook her head at everyone's stupidity. This princess is indeed wise. A chance to acquire other world powers as skills and level them up using points? This is indeed a valuable reward. Whitebeard tasted how easy it is to get power and mysterious skills using this world adventurer cards. The skills and abilities that would take normally months and years of hard work could be learned with a click after killing a bunch of monsters. Ah, I see. But isn't this pointless without the first reward you guys got? I mean, it's nice to level. Wait, didn't I already do that? I remember leveling up a bunch in Leon's world. Kazuma scratched his head before he noticed everyone's eyes on him and said, "What? You leveled up there? Doesn't this mean your adventurer card is already included in the chat room?" Misaka felt weird at such development. Is this supposed to be some sort of secret? Kazuma widened his eyes before he opened his chat and said, "I remember you guys didn't have the option to buy skill points from the chat room, even if you got those power compatibility cards. Could you check now?" The group nodded at Kazuma's request and checked. They indeed all have the option to buy skills points from the chat room now. Oh, it's here. 1,000 points for one skill point? Isn't this expensive? Misaka frowned at the prices. This chat room is expensive as always. 1,000? But mine is 100 points, Kazuma said with puzzlement before he saw the group looking at him again. Is this scam? Why, there's 10 times the difference between us and him. Misaka felt extremely irritated, especially after she saw Kazuma's expression transform from confusion to an annoying smile. What can I say, the world prefers its natives, I guess. Despite saying it normally, Kazuma couldn't hide the smile and arrogance. This was a rare chance to annoy these overpowered folks. He just couldn't miss it. Is this something to be proud of? Sigh, I guess, it's better than my rewards. What I'm going to do with this? Misaka said in a bit of distress before Kagaya floated near her and asked, "What did you get?" "Oh, it's this." Misaka showed Kagaya her second reward, which made the latter think for a moment. "Hey, Mikoto-chan, do you trust me?" I guess, yeah. Even if you are usually heartless and like to throw disaster as us while you enjoy life in peace," Misaka said innocently as Kagaya covered her mouth with the sleeve, but it couldn't hide her twitching eyebrow. "Next time, leave the details out of it. Anyhow, if you trust me, use that second reward now and never deactivate it in your world. No matter what the case, never use the adventurer card." Kagaya's face was very serious with no hint of her casual acts, which made Misaka swallow. Even if you're going to die. Kagaya didn't say this part out loud because she felt Misaka might misunderstand something and she'll have to explain some ridiculous stuff. But she didn't have any other choice. In addition to the Academy City Chairman, Alistair Crowley, spying like a stalker on the whole city 24/7 non-stop, there's a bigger threat called magic gods. Misaka might not know this, but those guys are so damn bored with the world. They who reached the farthest reaches but found nothing new left wish to spread their wings and find new unknown possibilities, even if it's not possible at all. Now, imagine if Misaka brought the adventurer card, an unknown knowledge and possibilities from another world, and the magic gods found her somehow. Kagaya can only think of a new war that will happen between magic gods for one of the cheapest products in Konosuba. That would truly be a brew moment for sure. Kagaya could only imagine Leo reading this result and going brew with a blank face. Okay, I understand. Misaka thought about it for a while before she became determined. Although she doesn't understand the reason, the lazy Kagaya won't be serious about something trivial, so she trusts her. Kagaya nodded and smiled for such trust, even if she felt the reason behind it might not be as appealing as she thinks. And Mikoto-chan, everything would be alright, okay? Don't forget, your railgun, after all. That's just natural. I won't get defeated easily. Misaka was shocked by Kagaya's words before she smiled brightly. Even if she still has lingering fears from the past accident, it'll not stop her. She'll manage somehow, or she'll not be a LVL5. I guess this settles it. It's time to finish this and return. I miss my son's. Whitebeard stretched his body and said with a wide grin. Oh, it's time already. I already finished all the games I brought here, so I have been craving for a new one. Kagaya thought about it and nodded. This quickly. I also miss Kuriko, even if she's a bit weird. I wanted to say goodbye to Leon too, but she left alone. Misaka's face darkened as she said the true reason why she got mad at Leon. It was such a pure reason that made Kagaya and Kazuma, who just wanted Leon to suffer with them, feel a slight of guilt. So, you guys are really leaving now? Kazuma scratched his cheek as he felt a bit awkward at this moment. How long has he been together with these overpowered guys? A month? Although he had to deal with their problems every day, it felt weird for them to leave now. There's nothing more to do here and we have our worlds to go back to. Whitebeard gave his reason normally without beating around the bush. I should go back soon to adjust. I even forgot my school schedule. Misaka held her head in sorrow. She can't even remember if she had homework or not. I have things to do. And aren't you happy to finally see us leave? Kagaya gave Kazuma a stare before she chuckled. Ah, I see. Thank you. Kazuma stuttered for a bit before he bowed and thanked all trio in front of him, which surprised them a bit. Although we spend a month and more here together, there wasn't a single day since you, the insufferable overpowered bunch, didn't give me trouble. I kept asking myself, can't you calm down for a minute and stay in peace? Kazuma didn't care about the shift in everyone's expression before he continued. However, for some reason, I couldn't imagine it any other way. It was really fun, thank you all for helping me. Really an old man, no, Whitebeard. I need some time to think after all that happened. I just can't stop thinking about it even now, but I promise I'll find my answer. Kazuma looked at Whitebeard seriously. Goo ha 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 ha. Very well, I'll wait for your decision. I hope next time we meet you'll face me the choice that you truly desire. Whitebeard grinned and laughed before he gave Kazuma a tap on the back, which almost made him fell. Don't you know how properly say thank you? Misaka rolled her eyes, but she still accepted Kazuma's thanks. I guess, this is all. So, for the success of this hell-like mission, hooray! Hooray! Oh! In such an atmosphere, the group celebrated their success in the mission. It was a very happy and rare moment for them all. Kazuma's party joined this celebration as it got very noisy at the inn. After finishing, the group returned to Axel via Kagaya's teleportation magic before they said their finals goodbye. It was an awkward moment for Kazuma, but also a bit sad. However, it wasn't a big deal as they can always reach each other using the chat room. On such night, the members clicked on return bottom before a white light flashed and Whitebeard, Kagaya and Misaka left this world as Kazuma watched. Once again, he's the only one left in this world, well, at least from the chat room. It felt a bit lonely, to be honest, but Kazuma just shrugged before he heard Megaman and Darkness complain about how they didn't get the chance to say goodbye. He could only smile and go to sleep. This mission was indeed a wild one. Kazuma thought as he prayed with all his strength to never get into a mission like this ever again. His poor heart won't handle it. The night passed quickly and peacefully as the sunlight broke the darkness and announced the start of a new day. Kazuma woke up very refreshed after a good night of sleep, ready for a new dawn, a new start in his life. Ah, how peaceful! No earthquakes, no flying frogs out of my window, no lightning bolts, and no railguns breaking the windows. Is the world truly this peaceful? With a bright smile, Kazuma walked in happiness on such a nice morning, completely ignoring the screams of Aqua behind him. Kazuma-san, please, think about it, you can't do this to me. I'm a goddess, a goddess. Tears were streaming from Aqua's face as she screamed from behind the bars. Aqua was inside a metal cage dragged by a carriage as Megaman and Darkness kept an eye on her. Peace is sure nice. Kazuma laughed happily, which made Aqua more desperate and Megaman slightly creeped out. They were going on a quest to purify a poisonous lake and Aqua is the best person for this job. They only choose this because of the massive debts they have on their heads. Because of that, by purifying, they mean tossing Aqua in the lake and see magic do wonders. Ah, nothing can ruin this wonderful moment for me. Kazuma was so blissful at the moment before he heard an annoying voice. Aqua-sama. What are you doing to her? Kazuma's party looked to the side to see a young man dressed in knight armor and holding a big sword running towards them. Kazuma didn't know why, but he felt pissed just by looking at this guy's face. His face darkened as a dangerous aura began to leak. Maybe he learned something from Kagaya, in the end. How dare you put Aqua-sama in a cage and drag her across the city, don't you have shame? The young knight waved his hand in front of Kazuma. Kazuma almost gave him a headshot before he contained his anger and said, "Ha? And what's your problem? She caused us problems, so we are using her to fix them, pay debts. Why, you were wicked, after all. Let go of Aqua-sama at the moment or prepare to face my wrath." The young knight seemed to understand Kazuma's words wrongly before he took his sword and pointed it forward. Wait, is this guy trying to ruin my peaceful day? Kazuma's face darkened completely before a chuckle escaped his lips. I see, I see. Kazuma reached behind him with a smile that made the young knight uneasy. In this mission, Kazuma faced a lot of problems. It was by no means easy and it left him with much more problems and questions. Reaching to his back, Kazuma pulled the godly sword as faint wrrryyy were heard. He clearly knows that what happened in the mission is just the surface. Something much bigger than him was happening in the background. What did this world's will do, or what were the consequences of such acts? These are completely beyond him, but Kazuma pulled the sword slowly from its sheath as the dangerous atmosphere made the young knight take a step back. It seems you still didn't realize it, but who you are facing now? As he pulled the sword completely, Kazuma and sword yelled at the same time, "It's me, Dio." Even if he still has questions and is confused about the future. Kazuma smiled wickedly as the young knight confirmed that he's facing a bad guy. So, in this cursed wonderful world, for someone like this to come and ruin his peaceful and relaxing day is just unacceptable. With such a thought, Kazuma started a duel with this shonen tropes guy who wanted to ruin his peaceful day while Megaman cheered from behind. This marked the start of new shenanigans in this wonderfully blessed, yet still cursed world. Konosuba Arc N12K and Words Chapter, Pain. Chapter 162, we are. The saying goes as follows, the higher things rise, the harder they fall. The proverb can go along several matters in this life. Yet, even if the cause was intentional and maybe out of pure goodwill, it will never change or reduce the outcome. Dad? Oh, Cass, did you come to watch me work? Do you want to show me something? A man put down his paint-stained brush as his attention focused on his side. With several brushes and color palettes near him, the man wore casual clothes under a white long coat to not stain his clothes. Although he appears to be in his 30s, the marks of age didn't leave much on him. He smiled cheerfully at the sight of a small boy whose age is around 7 or 8 years old. With his hands behind his back, the boy's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The man could easily see it as a drawing of something, but seeing his son's state, he couldn't help but tease him. If you have nothing, I'll continue my work. You can show me later if I'm free, but I don't know when I'll be free again. The man showed a troubled expression as the boy raised his head in surprise. As perplexion and anxiousness took over his face, the boy quickly acted and showed the drawing to his father. Let's see here. Revealing a smile to the success of his little mischief, the man looked at his son's drawing and said, "Oh, did you draw this, Cashin?" Despite being nervous about his work getting evaluated for the first time by his father, the boy still blared, "Why yes. Would you look at that, we have a little artist at home now." The man's words were like a bright light that shone the boy's expression of nervousness and embarrassment into a mixture of excitement and happiness. It seemed like the boy named Cashin cared a lot about the acknowledgement of his father. "But when did you draw it?" "After Dad gave me some tips on the homework," the boy answered quickly as the man smiled and said, "Ah, it was that. How did it go?" The man couldn't help but smile too at the sight of the boy who is eager to share his experience with him. Although the drawing wasn't anything good in particular, for children drawing, it was already good. He can even see he tried a lot, and as a father, who doesn't want to compliment and encourage his son's efforts? You know what? Come here, Cass." The man seemed to make up his mind as he stood up from the wooden chair. "How about you help me paint something?" Under the confused stares of the boy, he took off the original painting and put a blank sheet of paper in its place. "And what do you say?" "It'll be fun." The man didn't need to say more before the boy hurried and agreed. His happy and eager eyes made his father smile too, especially if his son is showing all this interest in his field of work. He finished the preparation and adjustment quickly before he put Cashin on his lap and said, "What would you like to paint?" Even when given the choice, the boy didn't know what to choose as his father smiled wryly and said, "How about we go with a simple nature scene? Here, pick the brush and choose." With his hand on his son's hand, the man guided him through the painting a bit by bit as the sun shone from an open large window. Near them, a desk was pushed near the wall, carrying several brushes of different sizes and palettes. A lot of papers with various sketches could be seen on it. In addition to the sketches, several paintings filled the room. They stood on display either on the walls or on free 3 easels in addition to the one in front of the father and son pair. The room was without a doubt an art studio, which showed the man is very invested in the painting aspect. But the more they paint, the more the man felt a bit weird before he couldn't help and say, "Cashin, where did you learn this?" Despite him helping, the man didn't put much force into the brush as he left the lead to his son, but looking at the result, he saw the painting reflecting his style a lot. "I watched Dad painting. But Dad was too busy, so I didn't bother you," Cashin said quickly before he focused on painting again, but there was a frown on his face before his father's hand became slow. "Whoa, are you stalking me?" Looking at the simple painting that reflected his style even if it had many errors, the man blurted out unconsciously with his free hand on his chin. "Stalking?" Looking at his son's puzzled and innocent look, the man swallowed his words and became aware he stated something wrong. So, he cleared his throat and said, "We'll talk about that later, okay? It's a promise." The boy answered without any doubt, but his father covered his face and squeezed these words, "Why yeah, it's a promise." The man could only hope his son would forget about this later, but for now, he focused on helping him paint. After several strokes, the trees and hills became more and more refined as the man said, "This isn't half bad. You might have some real talent in this, really." "Yes, yes, Arkashin is a genius. How about you take over your old man's work? But I know your mother wouldn't accept it, which I do agree, by the way." This field is just hard. Aware of his son's confusion, the man shook his head, not expecting a little kid to understand what he's talking about now, but he still said, "However, no one said it is wrong to take it as a hobby, am I right?" "Yeah." The boy agreed without understanding much. With the affirmation of his father, the boy became much more excited as he poured it into painting. "If only Connor would also join us here," the man said with a troubled tone as the boy answered him. "Brother said you kept insisting on him, so he doesn't want to. Also, the paint is annoying to clean from his hands." The man had nothing to say about his enthusiasm to share his work and hobby with his only two sons. But looking at the eagerness of his son, his expression returned to a smile, and said, "Cass, if you had your promise, how about you promise me something?" "What?" Cashin seemed to get impatient after being interrupted from painting several times. "You know, painting and art is a way to express yourself. You don't need words or complicated thoughts, just pour what you feel with these colors. So, how about you promise me to find something you truly want to paint? Then show it to me. Isn't it a great idea?" "Okay," the boy pondered for a moment before agreeing as the man smiled and said, "Then it's settled. I look forward to your vision. After all, Arkashin is very talented. Maybe this will keep him busy and forget about other stuff." The man hoped in silence. With those words, the father and son duo continued painting in a harmonious atmosphere. The scene was too relaxed and joyful as if time would stop. However, as if the colors were drained from the world, the scene lost all its lusters. The picture of the father and son, alongside the art studio, became blurry and hazy. As if a faint, yet hoarse voice sounded from nowhere before everything melted like snow in the heat. The location changed into a place lacking any form of light. The unchanging dark nothingness is the only theme, and one person is the only thing that existed in the scene. Leo looked at a dark void filling his vision in silence as the back of his right hand covered his face. His body seemed to be surrounded by some sort of thick mucky substance, making each move much difficult. Even so, the dark emptiness didn't seem to be a bother to him at all. In such form, Leo stayed still for a few moments before he whispered, "The ritual alongside the ceremony have failed and backfired." Removing his hand, Leo began to inspect his condition. The ultimate result is that the ritual has failed and he suffered a backlash from it. Unfortunately, he doesn't recall much from it. The backlash was strong, but these signs. Looking at his current body, Leo muttered, "Spiritual poisoning? I have been spiritually poisoned." Whoa! Despite his half-assed reaction, Leo is slightly surprised that he got spiritually poisoned. Spiritual poisoning is a widely known concept in most occult and general mystic phenomena. For the most, the best example would be the madness that the eldritch gods inflict on anyone who comes in contact with them. In most practices, magic requires studies and exploration of the unknown. Be it exploring dreams, spiritual planes, hidden realms, or higher phases, each of those places share the fact that they hold knowledge beyond human mind comprehension. Forcibly digesting such a pure form of knowledge without any preparation and protection would lead the mind to deteriorate and ultimately be destroyed by the poison, which is the knowledge itself. Leo's case wasn't much different. Although the starting point and destination didn't process anything of that quality, the path which he took via the chat room was the cause. But what caused the toxins to vanish? These things are a pain to deal with usually. So, it's either they were too kind and left me alone, or a third party have been involved. Leo found nothing except a few signs after checking his spirit several times. Whatever Leo has seen and brought from the path when he came back, it was just too strong and caused his spirit to be poisoned. But now, it's mostly fine. This needs further studies to be determined. No wonder the backlash was too severe and pushed my conscience to this degree. even making me dream again aware of the cause and effect." Leo shrugged as if it didn't matter. The reason that he doesn't dream is that his spirit is always awake. Unlike human beings who require the cooperation of the physical body and rest, his spirit can recover much faster on its own, especially because his existence doesn't truly require a physical body. Therefore, in situations where quick recovery is needed, he can just switch it off and enter a slumber, which can be removed at any moment. Such are the qualities of the perfect tools of God. But because of the spiritual poisoning, the spirit has been unable to recover and entered its lowest possible state, allowing such irregularity to happen. It's much more vivid than I recall. Unaware of the fact he's talking to himself much longer than usual, Leo whispered while trying to find something. Those dreams, it'd been a while if he may say so. Back then, they frequently appeared when he recovered his memories, or awakened in a sense, in this world. His unawakened self had an amusing reaction to those memories when it was unaware. By the way, this place is truly dark. Perfect for some dark humor, am I right? Shrugging like throwing all the thoughts behind his back, Leo did a spin around to see the boundless void. His body, which was the only faint illumination in this dark space, was slightly distorted and lost its shape here and there. It's still weak after handling the toxins. I'm talking to myself again. Not good. Dark humor need other people to question their moral and conscience. It seems as if everything that happened isn't important anymore. The process was so natural it would have left anyone watching perplexed. Well, now that my spirit is awake from the lowest state, my body wouldn't be in bad shape, no? I can still feel the annihilation maker, so my body should start at any moment. Focusing on the faint feeling of his Longinus, the dark space began to retreat as dizziness stroked Leo's head. However, it didn't matter as his senses continued to levitate before something clicked in his mind. Ugh! Out of the ethereal spirit state, several senses belonging to the physical body came rushing. The hot sun, the mild breeze, the coldness of the floor, and most importantly, the head-splitting headache. It felt like someone cracked his skull open and jammed a stun gun inside. In short, it was irritating and painful. In addition to the annoying soul injury, this must be the worst morning ever. After adjusting to the terrible state of his body, Leo found it much harder to move here. It's like all strength left him. A much worse state than the weakened spiritual form. It took him a moment, but he eventually opened his eyes despite everything only to see a rather interesting scene. He found himself resting on a wall of the temple as the withering sun shone brightly on his body from the clear sky. The cold wind left a whistling sound through the temple's walls and pillars while the clouds crossed around it like a soft pillow. The previously specially made temple to host the ritual and ceremony, filled with runes and magic circles crafted and engraved by hand, was nowhere to be seen. Traces of burns and cracks crossed the entirety of the temple. One of the 5 pillars was completely missing as the rest 4 were damaged beyond recognition. As if it got bombarded, flames and electric sparks still flash here and there, showing how severe the damage is. The runes were crossed at some points and burned as weird marks were inscribed over them using some sort of sharp tool. Although he didn't design it to be luxurious, Leo still frowned at the state of the temple. Just, how severe was this backlash? Leo could see the inner spells and rituals like the levitation is still working by looking at the clouds. The direction of the sun and moon, alongside the angle of the stars, and followed by the low pressure, made him assume the temple is at least 3 kilometers above the ground. Asterisk crackling sound. Asterisk do it. While figuring his location using astrology, Leo heard a snapping sound. On his lap, a black-yellow small creature with large blue horns flickering with electric spark faced him. This is the mini form of the Bull of Heaven, GOOOOOSE, and unlike what Leo remembers, its horns are larger now as the zapping blue electricity jumped between them. Don't you dare, you damn piece of good-for-nothing divine beef. I don't care if your body is just a golden skeleton. If you dare to touch my lord, I'll cook you and eat your bone marrow. From underneath, the corners of Leo's robe turned into several limbs and acted violently against GOOOOOSE. Venom is very angry for some reason, but he was cut off by a flash from the necklace on Leo's neck. Then, how long are we supposed to wait? You know it has to be done. Charge hiss. From the green orb, Drake's calm voice sounded as he gave the order to GOOOOOSE without hesitation. Because of Venom's reaction and his cold voice, one might think that charge sounded like execute him. GOOOOOSE didn't seem to care about Drake's words as its eyes were fixed on Leo. They were filled with the determination to give him a shocking hug mixed with heaven's lightning. Ah! Meanwhile, Leo stared at them down without blinking while the three were too busy with their small civil war to remark. So, could he count this as a morning greeting? Chapter 163, No. High above the ground, the sky was so blue and clear, devoid of any traces of clouds. No obstacle in sight allowed the scorching sunlight to shine without restraint as the cold wind blew and pushed the clouds underneath. At such a height, no one could expect to find anything except clouds and the sudden migrating birds, but an absurd phenomenon broke this logic. A temple. A huge temple floated in the air without any logical or physical support. It consisted of a giant rock at the bottom to support the upper section, which contained the temple entrance and several high pillars, although they were all in a devastating state. However, its size alone still split the passing clouds, making a path in such a ridiculous scene. Yes, ridiculous. From the point of view of current technology and science, it's absolutely impossible to raise such loose construction to this height, much less keep it balanced and stable. No matter how much nonsense to begin with, the structure would have collapsed at the very start at least. Yet, it was precisely such existence that broke and ignored the common sense called science that allowed such a scene. Dragons are really amazing and wonderful creatures. Of course, as the blazing sunlight fell on the temple, a figure glared slightly at the brilliant orb in the sky as his eyes were flinching. A voice filled with uncertainty was heard from the necklace he was wearing. Despite seeing Leo's eyes narrow and his lips cracked a smile, the uneasy feeling didn't leave Drake's heart. Instead, it got worse. There have been signs of them in almost every story, folklore, religion, and they were even counted as gods in certain places. But to be honest, in addition to all these myths and legends, do you know what dragons are mostly and truly famous for, Drake? Leo hugged with one hand and patted with the other the small GOOOOOSE's head as he said with the same tone. What? Getting slain as if time stopped, the rhythm of the green orb's gleam cracked for an instant before resuming normally. What is the meaning of this? Good morning greetings, but contrary to his expectations, the only thing that happened is Leo waving his hand as a greeting. The necklace went dim for a moment before it flashed again. You. What do you take morning greetings for? Death threats? The Red Dragon Emperor feared nothing, not even death, or else he wouldn't just fight Albion even if the three factions were planning something. But after spending these days with his new host and partner, he, who the fear never entered his heart, discovered something truly fearsome. His partner's bad personality. It's not intimidating or doing sick immorally things. No, just, the best way to describe it is as something that will drive Drake to pull his hair, scales, out of frustration. Such is the reason why Drake found himself becoming extra wary each time the annoying grin flashed on his partner's lips. Even if the target wasn't him. Then, what do you take this for? After patting the relaxed GOOOOOSE, Leo's face finally cracked as empty eyes stared at Drake through the Longinus. What did you expect? Wait longer? You were in a coma for a week. We were worried and had to try everything, especially because waiting is boring. Ask your assistant, isn't that right? Drake turned to Venom, but the latter didn't even greet him. Grr! Growls akin to a beast resounded from within Leo's robes. Venom, who is usually calm all the time, didn't even want to talk to Drake, which showed how irritated he was. After a while, you still showed no reaction. So, getting you zapped by that bull sounded like a good idea. It actually worked perfectly if you think about it, even though the talk seemed to be pointing at it, Gugalana ignored Drake's words as usual. Raising the cross part of the necklace from his chest, Leo stared at the green orb before he said, "You're lucky I can't remove this necklace, humph. You're lucky I didn't toss your body off this temple, humph." With a short confrontation, both of them turned their heads away. But Leo blinked his eyes before he looked at Drake. "That actually sounds a bit interesting, you should have done that. I wonder where my body will end though. Maybe I'll crack my skull through the roof of an apartment or on the hard asphalt street. It'll be a mess nonetheless. Why am I even trying?" Drake just remembered who he was talking to. A loose screw's bad personality guy who's barely hanging on to the last screw of sanity. Death threats sounded more of a challenge than intimidations to him. The Red Dragon Emperor shook his head while looking at his partner, thinking deeply. This guy. He isn't planning to do it, right? As the headache returned, Drake felt the feeling of wanting to pull his scales out of frustration. Nothing good comes from that damn grin. However, as if something clicked in his mind, Drake became silent as an unconscious figure flashed in his memories. An injured figure with no flesh and blood, but broken as if its fragmented body was made of glass while black smoke-like shadows rolled upon it. It took him a few moments before he said, "Hey, after what happened, are you okay?" "Oh my! What a brilliant question, my dear partner, Drake. For how long I waited for such a magnificent and wise question to say I'm fantastic. In fact, my current state is so amazing and wonderful, no less than getting abused." A bright smile bloomed on Leo's face as he proceeds to talk with high enthusiasm, making Drake take a deep breath and say, "That might have been a bit dumb to ask. No, it was so intelligent and showed me new unknown possibilities." Drake covered his face to ease the imaginary headache while Leo had enough. To be honest, he wasn't really being sarcastic. His current state is indeed amazing, amazingly bad. His aim field, the ethereal domain that supports his personal reality effect on normal reality, is barely diffusing from his body. It's faint and distorted, hardly under control. This means his Esper's ability is out of service for now, which isn't surprising considering his mental and spiritual condition. More importantly, his second strongest force, Talisma, Heaven's energy, is completely dry. Leo can barely sense a trace of this higher dimensional energy in his body. It must have been consumed in the past ritual, but this isn't the real problem. His core, which is supposed to convert vast amounts of mana into Talisma after a hard process, is showing no signs of action. This means it must have been overused beyond normal limits. Leo could only wonder how bad this ritual was to even force his core to work overtime and go on a strike now. Something else worth noting is that Annihilation Maker seemed to have taken a hit alongside his body. The damage from the ritual was so strong it pierced through his body and even reached the Longinus. Even 6 has unmaterialized because of the lack of energy and it's resting in Leo's core. No wonder he was slapped into a coma, and according to Drake, it has been a whole week. I have overstepped my limits quite a bit this time. A bit. I'm sorry, but I must say you're underestimating the situation, my lord. Shaking his head, Leo ignored the remarks from Venom and Drake as his thoughts raced about this ordeal. The aim field isn't a big problem. He only needs rest to mend his spirit and mind from the spiritual poisoning, and he'll return to LVL 5 in no time. 6, as most phantasms and shadows of the past, requires enough energy and it'll materialize again. Annihilation Maker's condition won't pose a difficulty either. Although his body seemed to have withstand damage far exceeding its limits, the effect on the Longinus was only on the surface. Just channeling enough mana for some time would allow it to return to peak form. After becoming a spiritual item alongside the boosted gear, Annihilation Maker durability was nothing to scoff at. However, Talisma is hopeless for now. There's nothing to do about it. With the absence of the Heaven and Hell phase from Tohru world, the core was the only source of Heaven's energy, even if the process was slow and painful. I wouldn't be able to use Talisma unless the core stabilizes or I go to Tohru world. I'll wait for the core. The choice was obvious and required no second thought. Even though it's a shame that his big guns like Angelification and the spell of the Book of the Law will not work without Talisma. Now, the only way to get Talisma would be to burn the core and turn into a bomb that'll explode this planet to dust. Venom, give me a report. Finishing his damage inspection, Leo turned to Venom, who was ready before he asked. Yes, my lord. Firstly, I have already updated the previously made clone to substitute your place until you recover. There shouldn't be any problem at all. You can check all the details after recovering the clone before starting the ritual. Leo left a clone in his place in case anything might rise. It has proven to be very efficient and useful to get the job done. Secondly, the upper section of the temple has taken considerable damage, especially the parts related to the ritual are beyond recovery. However, most of the inner spells and rituals are still functioning, including safety and backup protocols in case of failure such as these. I'm not saying my lord failed, but the situation must be just a setback not worth mentioning. And focus. Venom rubbing his temples, Leo stopped Venom and reminded him of the current subject. My deepest apologies. After taking the hit, the safety protocol of the temple must have activated the detachment and teleportation rituals, which should have taken the temple to the second secure location in the dimensional gap, but the target changed because of the damage. The new location is 3,621 meters above sea level. The temple boundary fields including barriers and stealth rituals took action in haste, rendering us invisible from the rest of the world. Drake listened to this report as his eyes blinked. When did all of this take place? I have been here all the time, but I didn't know this temple could do this. What about the previous ritual site? I don't know. When I woke up, I was already in the temple. Sorry, for my incompetence. Don't worry about it. Leo found himself never getting used to Venom's dedication, but the green orb on his necklace quickly shone. Nothing is left. The place you prepared and 3 or 2 mountains near it are now one big crater as if a meteor hit it. Listening to Drake, Leo realized that he might have changed the map of Africa. Should he rejoice now? Sigh. I worked a lot on that site. Well, I'm sure the governments and related figures are having fun now, especially the scientists. I bet they are having a blast brainstorming ideas. Leo felt it's a pity he couldn't see such a scene because his clairvoyance isn't functioning. What about the other side? Them? Their reaction is predictable and boring. I would rather watch human scientists come up with every sort of nonsense to explain what happened. Drake mentioned the supernatural side of the world, but Leo didn't show any interest. Well, what happened has happened. Now, let me fix this body a bit. Throwing the subject behind his back, Leo closed his eyes and focused on his chest. There laid his heart and lungs, which aren't currently working. Yes, unlike most living creatures on this planet, Leo's heart and lungs are motionless. He actually forgot to turn them on after he reduced his body activities, but it didn't matter because his body's vitality generates a massive amount of mana alongside the natural ki in the air. But if he includes the heart and lungs, boom, with the first breath, the ki in the air flared up as if gasoline was exposed to flames. The cold wind suddenly moved without warning, turning into a violent whirlwind on top of the temple. Leo's chest rose and lowered and the beating of his heart was loud as a drum. The heart and lungs were acting as a colossal furnace, turning and refining the boundless vitality into an almost infinite amount of mana. His current frail body was shining with azure color because of the excessive mana, burning and shining brighter than flames as the temperature rose sharply. The magical energy alone was unconsciously generating high degrees of heat and shaking the atmosphere, showing the might of a true dragon and the beast of apocalypse. Even among high-ranking phantasm species, he stands at the apex. However, a change took place. The azure color of mana circling around Leo darkened and was soon overtaken by an inky black hue. It was thick and sticky as if the shadows rose from the ground and replaced the mana. Such murky mana soon resembled black mud as it moved freely around. If someone was near here, they'd instinctively feel the boundless curses materializing. As if the mana was made up of curses, the ominous energy dripping with malice overshadowed the area, making one wonder if it'll swallow the temple's wall in the next second. Gugalana, who was relaxed in Leo's embrace, frowned at the change as its small nose sneezed. However, its dissatisfaction didn't last as a hand landed on his head and stroked it. As Leo opened his eyes, the ocean of malice resembling a monster devouring everything vanished like a dream bubble. The mana recovered its azure color and disappeared into his body. Leo stood up from the cold ground observing the state of his body. Not much has changed, but movement is not a problem now. After all, this is the limit of mana on him even if it's near infinite. It boils down to certain qualities that can't be solved by pure quantity, or else all those figures with infinite mana would have already conquered the multiverse. Having a large amount of ether sounds much better for these jobs, to be honest. Nonetheless, these facts and logic might change in another world, but these are the power systems Leo is currently mastering. In spite of everything, the term mana keeps changing from one place to another. Oh? Aren't you too relaxed? Looking at the small bowl of heaven in his arms, Leo wondered if it's just too lazy to care about anything. Sounds much like him. However, he didn't know that Gugalana already put him as a higher divine figure above Ishtar just for his petting and scratching skills. This is a skill grinned by years of experience by Leo and his love for small animals and pets. Let's check the damage of the other side. Out of habit, Leo's thoughts acted as he summoned the chat room interface. However, he was greeted with his worst nightmare. As if the horrors of the past materialized from deepest of his memory, it appeared as Leo's face almost became like Pikachu's surprised face. Loading 98%. The small loading bar, it's back. The war flashbacks of the failed downloads at 90% and more filled Leo's mind before he shook his head. Did I break it? Good lord, this system wasn't even good to begin with and now it's broken. Leo clicked on the loading bar, causing it to flash with each touch, but no other change besides that. What is he supposed to do now? Wait for the cursed loading bar again? He recalled it takes almost 3 to 4 days for 1% to fill in. This is just the worst. What happened on the other side? Did they succeed? Did the spell explode at their side too? Or maybe Kazuma's head blew up? And more importantly, was he the one that broke this chat room or something else? So many questions and no answers. Leo sighed as waiting is the only thing he can do. While carrying the lazy bowl of heaven, Leo looked at the temple's sorry state, wondering how long it'll take to clean up this mess before his eyes landed on certain symbols. This is... Hearing Venom's small whisper through the spiritual link, Drake remembered these weird ciphers that caught his attention for a while, so he asked, what do these symbols mean? Previously, Nordic runes were all over the temple, connecting and playing important roles in the function of massive rituals within it. However, most of those runes were grazed as weird symbols carved on top of them. Especially in the middle, the center of the temple where the ritual started, was split into giant squares, separated into smaller grids, and filled with those ciphers. Watchtowers. Looking left and right, Drake saw no watchtowers as he wondered if his partner was playing another trick on him. Enochian tables. Venom adds from the side, making Drake feel like the only clueless and ignorant dragon here. Well, just think of it as the most compatible and greatest magic system for me then, why don't you use it? Because of a very important reason. I'm lazy. Grinning at the puzzlement of Red Dragon, who always tries to sound wise, Leo ended the topic with such words before saying, by the way, Venom. Did you take care of the rest? Absolutely, my lord. I have already adjusted the temple rituals, further increasing our defenses and erasing our tracks. I also kept an eye in contact with the clone to make sure no irregularities might arise. Venom gave an immediate answer like a trained soldier, but Leo tilted his head and said, yeah, that's good, but I meant the other thing. The other thing. The other thing. Repeating his words, Leo showed a serious expression. Venom searched all of his memory as he couldn't figure his lord's meaning, so he asked, I'm deeply sorry, but I have no recollection of such thing. Venom. Pausing for a moment, Leo took a deep breath and said, I'm talking about my gacha games. Did the clone take care of them? Drake stared in silence at his partner being completely serious. Venom paused for a moment before he said and no. Ugh. Leo fell on his knees while holding his heart with one hand as if received a lot of pain. The daily login record, the event, limited banner, all gone. Maybe he should go back to the coma. Venom and Drake watched Leo fall on the ground as speechless left in the scene while only Gugalana seemed to be in a good mood. In a calm neighborhood in Kuah town, a few kids were playing in the playground and making a lot of noise. As it was the weekend, the morning streets were basically empty and lacking in movement. The kids who used their free time to play with their friends were the only thing that brought liveliness to such a lazy day. From the side of the street, a young man appeared with a plastic bag in his hands. He wore a hoodie and a pair of round glasses were on his face. Such a scene was nothing strange or interesting as the kids didn't even look over while the young man crossed the street normally. However, he suddenly stopped his steps and looked to his right. From the turn, another young man completely identical to the previous one appeared. They wore the same clothes and even glasses were copied-paste of each other. The kids in the playground finally noticed this as they looked over with curiosity. It was a rare sight to see such identical twins in every aspect. The only difference was the first had a nonchalant look and the second wore a bright smile on his face. He approached the one holding the plastic bag naturally before he raised his hand and punched him to the face. The kid's jaws dropped as the young man kept his bright smile as the fist slammed on the nonchalant young man's face before his body exploded into azure fog, disappearing shortly into thin air. The brightly smiling young man caught the plastic bag before it fell and left with crisp steps. His smile was wider and even hummed a song to show his good mood, leaving the kids in a state of shock, and unable to process what happened. Choco milk? Neat unaware he might have traumatized some kids, Leo checked the plastic bag content and hummed a song while walking to his home. His mood was exceptionally better after he punched the clone that had the same face. Drake had no comment on such self-abuse or clone abuse. Nothing much happened in this period. Not even a single person picked a fight with me at that school. How boring. After a few minutes, Leo made it to a certain house in the neighborhood and entered directly. Taking off his shoes at the doorstep, he said out of habit, "I'm home." "Welcome back." As the sound of his mother's greeting reached his ears, Leo already made it past the corridor and entered the living room. "You're back." He found his father relaxing on the chair as a basketball game was playing on the TV. Leo took one of the chocolate milk bottles in the bag and handed it to Richard. "Oh? Perfect timing, thanks. Did something good happen?" Leo didn't have any positive answer to such a question and just shrugged, but his father didn't buy it and said, "Come and tell me. You usually only buy stuff like this when good things happen." Leo recalled the constant misfortune falling on his head since the morning before he looked at the chocolate milk. That damn clone! He knew. He's been mocking me even after he disappeared. As I expected from myself, Drake had no idea what he should expect at this point. "You still didn't tell me, are you getting used to the new school? I heard it was an only girls' school. I wonder how the situation there." After saying this, Richard cast a meaningful gaze at Leo, which was only met with a tilted head and plain voice. "Does that change anything about it being just a school?" "Well, of course not, but..." "But what?" "Nothing." "So, did anything happen in the completely normal school?" As his father seemed to give up on something, Leo nodded and said proudly, "I became the enemy of every boy in the school from the first week." Staring at the proud look on his son as if he achieved something great, Richard didn't know what to say except, I expected nothing less from you, Leo. I'm glad I made you proud." Leo nodded to himself before he headed to the kitchen with crisp steps, leaving his father staring at the TV with mixed emotions on his face. He won't get another call from the school, right? Making his way toward the kitchen, Leo found his mother talking on the phone before heading straight to the fridge to put the rest of his drinks there. "Thank you very much, take care." Hanging off the phone, Minami let out a sigh before she saw Leo handing a chocolate milk bottle to her. "Thank you, sweetie, but it's too sweet for me. Leo put back the bottle with the others and saw several cuisines packaged on the table, so he wondered and said, "Did something happen?" Then heard his mother saying with a troubled tone, "Did you know, Leo? The Harada's family are moving out. We have been neighbors for years, but they didn't even tell us before they left. Oh, this is very unfortunate. We have been neighbors for so long, it's a shame they left." "The world is always changing," Leo said absent-minded while stacking his drinks in the fridge and taking one of them, but when he finished and closed the door, he met with his mother's gaze. She kept looking at him without moving or talking as they stared at each other for a while. Under the watchful eyes of his mother, Leo opened the bottle, took a small sip, and smacked his lips twice before exhaling and saying, "Are they the one with or without the dog? I can't believe this, Leo. We have been neighbors with Harada and Ueda's family for more than 10 years. How can't you remember them? I mean, remembering people isn't my strong point. But wait, are the Harada's family who owns the dog or the other one? Please, tell me it's the other one. It's a Shiba Inu. A very good boy. It's very cute and brighten my day a little." Minami stared silently at her son with a dissatisfied gaze before she sighed and said, "It's the Ueda's family." Leo did a small victory cheer, which made Minami give up. However, his expression quickly shifted, and said, "If they aren't the one with the dog, then it means, him don't sorry, Mom. But if there's something I truly feel unfortunate for in this moving out, is the fact I couldn't give a suplex city to their kid." "Leo, don't start this again." Minami rubbed her temples as she remembered the past events. "No, I'll start it again. If that brat woke up on the wrong side of the bed and choose violence, then I have woken and chosen genocide. I won't stand for this. But to think they are leaving like this." Sigh. If he were to describe the neighbor's kid with one word, Leo would say a hellspawn without any hesitation. That kid is born to be a troublemaker and he just had to involve Leo, who is also a troublemaker. To think my arch-nemesis would leave like this. Leo let out a sad sigh. Solomon will cry. Drake couldn't hold himself from screaming. Minami could only sigh at this play from her son. At these times, he always reminds her of his cheerful grandfather, as she could only sigh more. "I'm going to drink this in my room." To avoid the upcoming preaching, Leo chooses to leave quickly, but he still hears his mother say, "I heard the new neighbor is coming soon. Be sure to be polite this time and don't drink too much chocolate milk before lunch." Yeah, Leo made it to his room quickly before he threw himself at the bed. The phone that rested on the desk flew in the air without any warning and landed on his hands before he turned it on and launched a game. Just like this, silence filled the room as the only sound was Leo's clicking on the screen before the necklace on his chest shone. "What are you going to do? Play games and, dunno, what about the important things? This is important." Leo clicked on the phone screen faster as he rushed through the stages. "What about your injuries and all the problems that followed?" Drake finally let it out as the necklace almost jumped. "Ah, you mean those? Meh, there's no reason to focus on them, so nothing, I guess." As if it's something very trivial, Leo showed a very uninteresting expression. Drake never felt more frustration in all years of his life before this day. The more worrying thing is that he started to get used to it. "Humph, silence, you dragon. My lord's wisdom far exceeds your puny mind. He must have his reasons. But my lord, I think you should reconsider for your health." Venom spared no chance to annoy Drake before he turned to Leo with a few suggestions. "Sai, listen, you two. Such things shouldn't be forced. They are very delicate and require more thought. But how about I teach you a special technique? It's the technique of my people, which was refined and mastered since thousands of years." Pausing the game, Leo said with utmost seriousness, "Procrastination. This is the proud technique of my people. We perform it with utmost respect." Leo started preaching about nonsense as Drake had enough and went to sleep inside the Longinus, but suddenly a loud sound broke the relaxed atmosphere. As the sound continued to get louder, a sharp siren resounded before several moving vans appeared from the end of the street. They moved quickly before they simultaneously stopped at the house beside Leo's one. The lazy atmosphere vanished as the whole neighborhood was awakened by such a scene. The workers proceeded to transport several pieces of furniture and install them in the house. They varied in shape, but they all looked very expensive. However, it didn't end here, as one or two architects took measurements and details about the house. Amid all this chaos, the balcony door of the house opened before it revealed a stunning flamboyant figure as red rose petals flew everywhere. The bright green eyes glanced at the scene, searching for something before lifting her hand to her chest and stating confidently, "Feel free to be overjoyed and express your amazement and admiration, because I, Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, have arrived." The bold voice of Nero echoed in the surroundings as her grand entrance shocked everyone once more. Even Leo's parents had their jaws open at such a ridiculous scene of rose petals flying everywhere. However, on the upper floor of Arisaltek's home, the rose petals that made it to this room's window withered instantly and turned into flying dust. Staring at the air blankly, Leo put down the phone slowly and rose from the bed. The space began to twist and ripple around his figure before the outline of something manifested in thin air. A jet-black musket shining with dangerous light suddenly appeared from space and landed straight into Leo's hand. With a quick spin around the trigger, the long musket quickly reduced in size as its structures witnessed massive changes. Before it completed the first spin, it had already changed into a handgun resembling Glock 19 and rested comfortably in Leo's hand. As the petals continued to wither like the blank look on his face, he stood next to the window and aimed the gun at Nero. Staying in such a position for a while, Leo took back the gun and rested the gun barrel on his forehead while closing his eyes. It didn't take him long to raise the gun again, but this time, he aimed the muzzle at his temples. Same with the last time. He stood in his place motionlessly before he opened his eyes, removed the gun, and released a breath. No. Not today, not today. Sending black barrel back to his pocket space, Leo threw himself at the bed and picked the phone again, completely ignoring the commotion outside. Geez, I almost let that third-rate wannabe idol get me. To think I would fall to such low. The sacred technique of my people shall not be tarnished by the kind of her spouting some nonsense again. Leo resumed his games as Drake confirmed his desire of not wanting to involve himself with any of this and go to sleep. No, however, the situation outside changed quickly and made him and Leo widen their eyes. Now, as welcome to my arrival, be grateful. Open your ears clearly and witness the highest form of art and greetings from the artist who rivals Apollo. With such a statement, Nero cleared her throat before she started, singing. C and, asterisk a, C and $U. Incomprehensible words escaped Leo's lips before he flew from the bed, grabbed Black Barrel, and aimed at Nero again. Oi! Shooting her won't solve anything. Throwing the entire gun instead isn't a solution either. My lord, please refrain from cursing in angelic. But please forgive me, I know my lord put a lot of importance on the figures you call father and mother. So, I have to stop you from such actions that might raise unwanted problems. Forgive me. The Red Dragon Emperor's screams and Venom's calm and determined voice resounded from the necklace and clothes. This already bad morning is showing contestant signs of deteriorating, making Drake feel how bleak the future is. Chapter 164, Strangers. Rose petals filled the air with fragrance, drifting in the wind as if dancing to the tunes flying in the sky. Because it rained a little yesterday, the neighborhood was a bit damp, which made several petals stick on the rooftops or fall into small puddles. It's a mess. Although the sight of petals flying and the fragrance of rose is pleasant, it isn't worth the clutter and the trouble to clean it. After a while, the petals will also wither and release foul odor mixed with the rainwater. Above a certain house, a voice resounded in the form of a song. It wasn't particularly amazing or awful. Average would be the correct word to describe such singing ability. However, in such commotion, no other voice was heard besides it or someone to listen to it. After all, with each petal falling and a tune dropping, a body hit the floor. As unnatural silence filled the street, the workers who moved the furniture, the cleaners who were supposed to clean the petals, and even the shocked neighbors, whom some of them were about to fill some noise complaints, are now laying flat on the ground. Their closed eyes twitched and their lips moved like they were experiencing a nightmare. It's like they experienced something terrifying. But the figure behind this scene didn't even flinch. Nero nodded proudly at their reaction, as if she's saying, as I expected. It seems for this emperor, such a result emerges from their astonishment and shock as they admired her singing. It reminded her of Rome and her subjects as they listened to her songs and showed almost identical responses. It seems she didn't regress after those years, which she took for granted as Nero nodded again. However, as Nero in her broken common sense admired the gift she bestowed on the people here, a golden flash crossed the street at an imaginable speed. The speeding golden light faced no obstacle. It phased through objects and walls as it passed from one house to another. Slap, slap, muda. Invisible to the naked eye, gold experience flew across the whole street, slapping each person. While screaming its battle cry, its palms shone with a golden aura as the full of vitality mana smacked the people on the face. The scene was like someone grabbing a healing spell and beating people with it. Gold experience didn't spare anyone, old or young, all of them got slapped awake. People woke up in confusion as they felt their cheeks warm, but there was no pain. They didn't remember anything, and because of gold experience's speed, they woke up almost instantly after blacking out. Unable to figure out what happened in these few moments, they could only shrug off this weird feeling and return to what they were doing. Of course, if they saw the red handprint on their faces, they would think something else. Gold experience nodded before it flashed and disappeared into the only house that wasn't affected by the demonic singing. A small wind spirit in the form of a tiny kitten was cleaning itself on top of the roof as the air trembled around it. From its small body, an invisible barrier of wind stood as a curtain, blocking most of the incoming sounds from Nero's house. Coming out of his room, Leo descended the stairs as his expression was clouded and dark. It was the type of face that would make kids cry. Not even Venom wanted to talk after witnessing it. This day is just unfortunate. No, unfortunate would be an underestimation. Not only did he have to cover and fix someone else's supernatural phenomena, which he absolutely hates to do, Leo got kicked to the balls by his gacha games. Across 5 games, he only got 1 SSR. The situation was so absurd that Leo had to come out to cool down. Yes, he was madder about his games than the idiot Emperor shenanigans. The thought of using his massive wealth to sweep these games crossed his mind, but no, that would mean he lost to the gacha like those whales. For the love of, why this day is so unfortunate. Shaking his head, Leo quickly saw his father and mother, who were still flabbergasted by the commotion outside. Leo, did you see that? As taken by surprise, Richard quickly said, but his surprise wasn't shared with his son. Instead, he felt strange seeing his son a bit pissed off. Yeah, about that. Can we call the cops? Leo opened the subject with shocking words as his father's expression changed and said, what? No, why do you want to call the cops? Noise complaints and littering. Leo pointed at the rose petals stuck on the windows. Leo, don't joke about such things. It isn't good and disrespectful. Minami scolded Leo's behavior like always before she returned her attention to the outside. I'm not joking. Leo said helplessly, but he stopped because he knew the cops weren't enough. Maybe he should call the army. And how are you going to do that? The green orb on the necklace shone. I have my ways. The conversation between a dragon and an angel ended quickly. Don't be silly. We're just a bit shocked by such performance. Richard spoke as surprise still lingered in his tone. Not even in his dreams, he thought the new neighbor would appear in such a fashion, especially if this is Japan. Such things are unlikely to happen here. But they witnessed the petals falling and the singing, even if it felt too muffled for some reason. Maybe because of the distance. Leo gave a thumb up to a small kitten floating next to the window. The wind spirit's green eyes blinked before it tried to imitate Leo's gesture, but when the cat raised its paw, it discovered the lack of the thumb. However, it tried anyway and ended up spinning in midair after hitting itself. Holding his chest, Leo resisted the attack of cuteness and coughed. But now that I think about it, her name is she role-playing? Or maybe it's just a show name. Richard didn't think the full name of Rome's 5th emperor was that girl's legit name. Also, who uses such long names in this day and age? If she is, then she's doing a pretty bad job. So, about the cops, the popo, the Barney, the army, what? Leo clicked his tongue before he noticed Richard's weird stares. Do you perhaps and by any chance know her? No, she's a stranger. But as a new neighbor, such unreserved actions are rather very impolite. Look who's talking. Instant answer. This made Richard's eyes narrow. The son and father duo stared at each other silently. Both of them didn't budge as they didn't want to admit defeat. Kmen, why don't you share this with your old man? Share what? I think you're imagining things. Maybe it's the stress of work. Are you telling me your reaction is all a figment of my imagination? My reaction is normal, but you should rest. As your son, I can't bear to see your health getting worse and unable to do anything. Can't you consider my feelings? Is that so? I'm overjoyed that my son thinks deeply about me, but I just got an idea. How about we invite the new neighbor for dinner today? She seemed to have moved here alone. We should show her a warm welcome as she did now, don't you think so? Indeed, I think it's a great idea. You should do it now. As if sparks would come flying between them, Leo and Richard had a calm smiling face. It's a battle between a father who wanted to dig into his son's dark history and someone who didn't want more headaches. Cut it off, you two. However, about the dinner, I don't know what to do. Minami felt this whole subject became a bit of a hassle. After all, this new neighbor is unique, to say the least, and she didn't know what she should do. Ignore it? Probably the best solution, but what if this continues? Ding dong. Abruptly, when the father and son duo were still daring each other, the doorbell resounded. Considering the situation, it was so sudden and made the family of three stare at each other. I'll answer it. Without giving them a chance, Leo slipped out from the living room and headed towards the house entrance. Pfffff. At the entrance, Leo ignored the laugh behind him as he exhaled. His eyes became sharp and glanced habitually at the surroundings. There wasn't much to see. A small carpet, a hanging flower basket, and a shoe cabinet, which had some souvenirs on top of it. Leo didn't think much as his eyes landed on top of one of the souvenirs. It's an old small statue of a golden red cat raising its paw. This is a maniki-neko, which is often believed to bring good luck and wealth. Usually put in front of shops and similar places. Maniki-neko, it has a short tail. Age above 10. Colors consist of red. Distortion could be applied and turned into Baked-neko. In an instant, the origin of the statue was deduced and its symbolism distorted. Leo didn't stop here and continued calculation. Because of the rain, the outside is cold and wet following the water, therefore the inside is hot and dry following the fire. The rose petals and the wind spirit brought distortion of red and yellow on the water element in the exterior. This makes the interior peaceful and the outdoor chaotic. A door stands between these two domains and a Baked-neko with a cut-off tail acts as a guardian. Before the figure outside the door and even the Red Dragon Emperor felt a trace of mana, Leo already formed the spell and set its domain. An Onmyudu spell twisted by the Western elemental worldview. Putting his middle finger and thumb together, Leo snapped his fingers as a tiny amount of mana flickered. No need to use a lot, just a trace is enough to act as a trigger. If any experienced magician faced this, they would back away and take defense knowing the opponent had taken over the domain. However, snap, 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 Leo snapped his fingers several times, but nothing happened. The entrance is normal and the motionless cat statue seemed to be mocking the young man. At this moment, he realized something. The ethereal domain that subconsciously emits from his body. The field that currently looks worse than an ill patient on their dying bed. Yet, the aim field is not responding. Lowering his hand slowly, Leo looked down. This is embarrassing. Pffffffff. Ha 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 ha. As the thunderous laughter of Drake filled his mind, Leo didn't even have the mood to argue with this dragon. He just didn't want to strain his currently frail body, so he used an environment-based spell. A harmless and simple illusion spell based on the shape-shifting cat, Bake Nico, to confuse the Emperor outside and let her leave. A very simple spell. So simple that most magicians will give him a middle finger for claiming that mixing two magic systems instantly is simple. However, because of habit, he forgot that his aim field is currently disabled, so he can't use it as a base and medium for magic. Without it, the other world's magic system is useless. Using the aim field as a base for magic, an idle theory nonetheless. Maybe if Aleister Crowley heard this, he'll finally choke on the liquid inside his upside-down tube. Forcing down the embarrassment that rivals biting down your tongue while chanting, Leo comforted himself with the fact that no one saw it and opened the door. He's still ignoring the rolling red dragon inside the Longinus. Leo opened the door with a blank face, and what greeted him was a flamboyant figure with one of the biggest smiles ever. Oh! Greetings, my praetor. After a farewell, I, Nero, have finally arrived. Slam. Without waiting for Nero to finish, Leo slammed the door closed, leaving the Emperor of Rome blinking her green eyes. Suddenly, the door opened again and revealed Leo. He looked at Nero up and down for a moment before he slammed the door shut again. Nero didn't even know how to react at his point. Job well done. Feeling a little better, Leo dusted off his hands and made his way inside. Now, he'll just say it's a random salesman and ignore the problem. After all, as a procrastinator, he shall deal with this trouble tomorrow. But then, he quickly froze. Need help with that door answering, my good and honest son? From the corner of the hallway, Leo saw his father wearing an easygoing smile. Nah, I'm good. It's just a salesman, is that so? Yeah, I'm quite interested in what they are offering, so I grabbed some cash. I'll be back in a minute. In a completely natural fashion, Leo did a 180-degree turn and left the house from the entrance. After Leo was gone, Richard couldn't hold it anymore and started laughing while his wife gave him a stare. Ha ha ha, how long has it been since you saw your son this frustrated? Aren't you being too childish? Stop trying to sound considerate. Admit it, you're as curious about this as I am, no, even more. Minami rolled her eyes at her husband, but she didn't deny it. She was very curious about this turn of events. For a stranger, an annoying one on top of that, it is already a big surprise to not be treated like heir by her son. Him not recalling his neighbors for more than 10 years is enough evidence. Ah, as I expected. This was an Oriental tradition. As I thought from my praetor. Seeing Leo coming out of the house, the perplexed Nero finally brightened up. However, without saying a word, Leo dragged her back to her house while looking for something on his phone. The neighbors spotted this scene as they whispered, but the two didn't give them a mind until they entered the house and went upstairs. The workers continued their job normally, even if they felt this scene was strange. But their employer seemed to be completely fine, and neighbors apparently knew the previous young man. Now, what is the meaning of this? At the empty upper floor, Leo turned to the smiling Nero and asked after a long breath. Tomu. Are you amazed? Naturally. Now, you must be wondering how I did it. Nero's smile grew wider and prouder, but then, it crumbled from a simple sentence. Golden Rule A. Leo didn't raise his head from the phone while Nero froze. Nero, hey? The only relative of a deceased Italian billionaire. He left his entire fortune in addition to his jewelry business to his last family member, Nero Claudius. I guess with such wealth, giving the previous neighbor a great deal and making them leave is simple as breathing for you, Uemu. Do you think I need clairvoyance to know stuff? Fools. I have unlimited access to the internet, but what is this? Leo continues to dig into Nero's identity as his expression keeps darkening. What is this shit? A whole new identity. This is discrimination. Putting the subject of wealth aside, Nero has a new identity. A very solid identity, like she lived her entire life in this world. Leo knows by fact that Nero has no history-changing power or whatsoever, so this leaves one option. This world. A whole new identity, a wealthy one too. This is a treatment that even the chat members didn't receive. They didn't even get a normal identity, while the completely unrelated Nero, who is like a tourist to the world, obtained a brand new one. This is pure discrimination. After a few breaths, Leo calmed down and put his phone away. He glanced over at Nero, who was feeling a bit down. She probably had a ploy to impress him, but it ended before it started. You should have read the atmosphere and played along. The Red Dragon Emperor gave the basic answer, which any normal person would have done. Then what? Going for 3 rounds of cliché development? I'd rather die. Leo retorted instantly before he said to Nero again, what is the meaning of this? Meaning of what? The whole singing farce. Oh. Did I fascinate you with my flawless performance? Absolutely. Although my performance is naturally out of this world, I made sure to train and prepare. After all, this is my reunion gift to my praetor. Nero declared with great enthusiasm and no hint of shame or hesitation. I can see that you can. Drake was shocked. The mental pollution increased. Unaware of the speechless red dragon and headache pure angel duo, Nero continued. I wanted to arrive faster, but I lost connection with my praetor, and a mere doll with no life, the clone, is not worthy of my brilliance. I know my praetor waited for my performance, so I delayed until you came back. Ah, you mean that accident? Oh well, you seem rather calm about it and, complete. Leo wondered how Nero is still materialized if she stopped receiving his mana during that period. Of course. I have full faith and trust in my praetor to succeed in his ordeal. I believe, even if I wasn't here and no matter what happens, that my praetor would always emerge victorious. Leo stared at Nero speechlessly. Blind trust? Maybe just overconfidence from her massive ego. He didn't know where they came from, but for someone like him, who never succeeded in anything, to receive such words and feelings. It's annoying. So irritating. These expectations. Leo shook his head and threw these thoughts behind him. At least, this saved him from dealing with the worried looks and words. This life or the past one, he hated those the most. He just can't deal with them. Anyway, stop it. Get some help. No, wrong, just stop it. Nero tilted her head in confusion before Leo said the whole demonic singing. Stop it. I know my praetor liked my performance and wanted to enjoy it alone, but as an artist, my glory needs to be shared with the world. This was also my gift for the people in this place. They must be overjoyed. No, stop, don't say more. Also, no. No one is overjoyed and they didn't enjoy the mental pollute. I mean, you're singing. I don't understand what my praetor is saying. For my art to be something that baffles even the gods, there's no way they weren't mesmerized in nightmares. Sigh, why do I even bother? Leo sighed and stopped. For someone with anger issues, you're surprisingly tolerant about her. I guess she holds a special position for you. The green orb shone as Drake's voice resounded in Leo's mind. Despite not knowing why this old dragon became so talkative these days, Leo still retorted, special what? It's not that I'm tolerating her, it's just I can't deal with her and it'll be a pain to even try. Drake, do you know the skill Imperial Privilege? It's the one that you kept cursing in the back of your mind. Imperial Privilege is an ability that allows its owner to obtain skills that are essentially impossible for them to acquire for a short period of time. This is the ability that Nero used to get the skill Golden Rule A and be blessed with wealth. I'll tell you that everyone with this skill is self-centered blockhead whose insistence is too strong and began to distort reality. As for Nero, she's too compatible with it and has it at rank X. Do you know what this means? Leo felt his current headache is increasing. Her skull is thicker than a boulder and her ego has more mass than a black hole, especially if it's about arts such as singing. No matter what I say, it'll basically not reach her. The Roman emperors were no different from the gods to their people. It could be said to be the ultimate unfair advantage. An ability that may well only be described as an unreasonable cheat code. This damn world isn't letting me use a simple spell, but it lets the walking cheat code do whatever it wants? This is true discrimination. Screw you, world! Leo cursed the entire world and rubbed his temples to ease the headache. Venom tried to cast a soothing magic from DXD, but it had little to no effect. Leo's condition is just bad and this headache is uncalled for. What are you going to do? I'll do nothing. Even if I somehow managed to pass her thick skull, I'll be lucky if she didn't fight me to death for her artistic integrity because of my criticisms. Maybe my head will fly too. Suddenly, Leo's thoughts came to a halt as a bad feeling filled Drake. He raised his head and was sure it was there. The damn grin. The one could even mistake it for a slight smile, but Drake has seen enough. The Red Dragon Emperor jumped deep inside the Longinus to sleep. He doesn't want any of this. Well, maybe this isn't too hopeless. Leo nodded for himself a few times as Nero was watching. Nero felt Leo is a bit different today, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Although the moment he seemed normal, then in pain, were weird, they weren't what she's feeling. However, her praetor didn't give her time to think. Walking to Nero, Leo stood closely in front of Nero. The Roman emperor had to raise her head a bit to meet Leo's eyes because of the height difference, but this didn't change her expression at all. Her aura of proudness and confidence didn't even flicker at something trivial as height. Nero. With his eyes locked on Nero, Leo said, "What I'm to you? Someone very beautiful. So beautiful that your gorgeousness shines magnifies," Nero answered instantly. Stop. Leo almost took out Black Barrel again, but he held it in and said, "What do you usually call me?" "My praetor, of course." Omu. Figuring the question, Nero said the title and position she bestowed on Leo energetically. "Good, then by this title and position, you should hear and understand my opinion. After all, the emperor needs to understand the situation to make a wise decision. Of course, your decision is always correct as an emperor, but you should listen to your people for a bit thinking about it." Nero nodded her head slowly. There was nothing wrong with it. The emperor's decision is absolute, but like her praetor said, it's also nice to listen to the thoughts of her citizens. I'm glad we could reach an agreement. Now, Nero. My thoughts about your previous singing. From a human point of view, it's bad. Too bad. In fact, the people outside didn't pass out from amazement. They black out because of how horrible it was. Leo stated the truth bluntly as if it's a casual thing to do. Silence. The atmosphere seemed to be freezing at this point as the two figures stared at each other. Well, it worked. Leo's eyes met Nero's as he saw several emotions flash in them. Confusion, disbelief, and anger. Too much wrath that it made Leo quite surprised she didn't attack him on the spot. I guess I hit a big nerve. For someone who considers herself as an artist before an emperor, Leo's words hit the final nerve. Nero without doubt loves her art with burning passion. She will even go to great lengths to protect her artistic integrity. There was once her friend, Tacitus, who she almost murdered on the spot just because he said he doesn't understand 80% of her art. Meanwhile, Leo's words were more like, "LOL, you suck, get good." The fact that he's still safely standing still amazes him. Are you aware of your words? After a long time, Nero spoke with a heavy voice. Yes, completely aware. Leo felt the anger in Nero's eyes will turn into flames at this point, but he still stared without backing away and said, "Nero, what I'm to you?" No answer. Nero continued looking at Leo as the latter did the same. Not until another period of time she spoke. "My praetor." This time it was much heavier. "I see. Then by this title, I should do my job, which is to advise you. Think about it, do you say it's okay for your audience to pass out each time you play? Don't answer me yet. I know it's your art and you'll not change it. Of course, why change it for some nobodies? But, think about it. You watched those idol concerts, right? Leo's words seemed to work as the wrath in Nero's eyes decreased. Don't you want your audience to cheer for you? Don't you desire to hear them screaming your name? Don't you wish for them to share with you the joy of art, instead of unconscious admiration? As if he hit a different type of nerve, Nero started to calm down and nodded slowly. Even so, the light in her eyes still burns brightly. It was so bright as Leo saw the burning passion within them. She really loves art, hey. One of the main reasons why Nero's imperial privilege is so high is because of her strong passion. It fueled this cheat-like ability into something even more extraordinary. However, for the person in front of her, this only gave Leo a weird feeling. He and she were the complete opposite. After all, his passion has long since it died, although there was a time when he was passionate about everything, especially. This thought only left bitterness and a rather annoying feeling on top of it. Nero frowned. Although it's for an instant, the look in Leo's eyes didn't escape her. My praetor. Even if you said so, Nero Claudius, will end no, you don't understand. If you continue, who will look at your art again and share its joy with you? Think, Nero, think. What will you have left if you proceed like this? Leo put his fingers on both of his temples and asked Nero. You, my praetor. I'll still have you without a second thought, Nero said as Leo lowered his hands. Staring at her for a few seconds, Leo said, don't think this will work on me. Anyway, I said what I have. Be free to ignore it. With those words, Leo walked away. There's nothing more for him to say. But then, a voice resounded from behind him. After insulting my art that rivals Apollo, you want to leave simply. If my praetor said all of that, what would you suggest? Closing her eyes for a moment, Nero's gaze landed on the leaving Leo. Leo subconsciously wanted to say yeah, I'm leaving after insulting you, but he flinched when he heard the second part. Impossible. Did I actually reach through her massive ego? Although Leo knows Nero is only asking verbally and she'll do whatever she wants, the fact she asked is a big progress. This crazy feat made Leo even think of finding a way to Naruto world to challenge the master of talk no jutsu himself. Well, start by making your song a bit digestible to the human mind. I know a way, several ways to do it, but think of it yourself. I believe that you'll succeed. After all, the person needs to figure his path in life on his own, blah blah blah, shonen this, shoujo that. Then what are my praetor's thoughts about it? Nero said to the disappearing figure. You need more practice. By the way, try to mentally pollute my parents again and I'll gladly offer you a one-way ticket to the heroic throne. By hearing the voice getting further and further, Nero's wrinkled eyebrows loosened a bit, but the look in her eyes still showed her anger. However, she did nothing except look out of the window as if she's thinking about something. The feeling Leo gave her today was a bit strange. If she would put it into words it'll be embers smothered by the wind. Shaking her head, she glanced at this house. Very lacking. Too lacking for her presence. A smile of challenge crossed her lips. She's now prepared to remodel this house from upside down. Meanwhile, Leo left his previous neighbor and the current Nero's house and headed back home. Well, with this, she'll be too occupied to spread mental pollution here. I guess she'll succeed by that time. Geez, I feel like I opened a Pandora box just now. Leo shrugged. It's rather one of his hobbies these days to open Pandora boxes. This Pandora and her scattered boxes everywhere. She has no shame. Leo shook his head at such audacity before he heard a voice in his head. You seems to be believing she'll definitely succeed, my lord. Of course, unlike me, she's an almighty genius, Leo replied to Venom before he opened the door and entered his home. However, Leo didn't even make it past the hallway before he faced the prying eyes of his father. What? Nothing. But it seems you took quite the time with this salesman and bought nothing. Leo sighed secretly. Then, as if he raised the white flag, he said, "Do you really want to know everything?" Richard's eyes flashed and said, "Of course, I'm all ears." Fine. Holding his forehead, Leo took a deep breath and said, "After dying in my past life, I have reincarnated into this life here. Several years passed until my past memories finally awakened and I awaited for something called chat room activated." Despite Richard's weird expression, Leo continued without stopping. "After some twists and turns, I finished a mission in it, but the situation quickly turned bad because a power brought from the chat clashed with the laws of this world, in the worst possible place ever. After more explosions and almost destroying the planet, because of my innate gifts, I have finished the transformation and became an angel." Then, as if he reached a difficult part he didn't know how to say, Leo glanced at his father, who wore an expression that said, "What the hell I'm listening to?" before he made up his mind. As the pure point of the light of wisdom reflects on the quarry, increase and multiply in an infinite variety of ways. The ignorance of those who don't recognize the left and right outside their scope of knowledge. My nature is the ambidextrousness of the universe, and goes be. Okay, stop. Leo, I know it's between us and there's nothing wrong with it, but don't you think you're too big for Chunny syndrome? I mean, didn't you already leave this behind? What? Look, I get it. I'm also still collecting my favorite show figures and I know your passion. How about I show it to you later? No, you're wrong, I'm just... No, I really get it, Leo. I know you're embarrassed now, but I hope you can be more honest with us. We are your parents after all. If you're not honest with us, who will you be honest with? Just know we are always here to listen to you." Leo glanced at Richard, who was tapping him gently on the shoulder, with a look that would make Kazuma and Kagai run out of the room instantly. "So, whenever you feel like it. Come and we can have a talk." With one last tap, Richard left the living room. He figured he might be prying too much on his son. He trusts his son's decision and he knows for fact when the time comes, he'll be honest with them. Looking at his father's face, Leo was able to guess what he's thinking, which made his body lean before it collapsed face straight on the couch. God, why this day is so unlucky. Did the karma finally decide it's my turn to get a beating? He didn't even have an ounce of strength left. Leo felt both his body and mind so heavy after today's events. Even the headache felt so numb. Leo had no idea why his luck, especially today, is so bad. No, it was from the moment he left Asgard his luck showed this quick decrease. Did he spend all of his luck on that ceremony? Probably. The events of that day were a miracle that won't repeat. The fact he pulled it off is literally slapping the word impossible. Hold on. Am I, by any chance, experiencing a part of Kamiya Toma's luck? Although the process is different, and unlike the crude and straightforward way of Imagine Breaker, there's no denying that Leo also kinda rejects the blessings of the world. Opening his eyes wide, horror quickly filled Leo's face at the terrifying thought that crossed his mind. He quickly moved his hand as a window appeared in front of him. Unlike the chat screen, it was so simple and with only a little information. This is the heroic spirit state screen that comes with the Saint graph. Although most of the data on Leo's is fake, tampered with, and fabricated by him because of the class and stuff, there are still legit things like safe. My D-rank luck is still here. Breathing a sigh of relief, Leo looked at his D-rank with joy. He was so scared to see the infamous E-luck there. No. I must not relax. I need to protect my D-luck. His D-luck was not big or small, it was rather lower than average, but it's his luck and he's planning to keep it that way. Is there any new order, my lord? No, there's nothing to do. You need to relax for a bit, Venom. But if you're looking forward to something, then I guess in about 2 weeks or 3, we'll see an interesting event. Even then, why bother? We can always try tomorrow. For now, we'll protect my D-Luck by all means necessary. Although he didn't quite understand, Venom followed his lord's orders without question. Just like they, an angel and his assistant processed their new plan while Drake was in deep sleep inside the Longinus, as this marked the ending of one of the unluckiest mornings in their lives. Chapter 165, To Love. Time, 8:19 a.m. Location, near the entrance of GOOOOSE Academy. Today's weather is pleasant and warm with no clouds in sight. The signs of yesterday's light rainfall vanished without a trace under the warm sunlight. Although rain was frequent here, the climate of May is still sunny and vibrant. On the slightly crowded streets, students of different ages could be seen walking. Most, if not all, wore distinct uniforms while making their way to the big academy in front. Right in front of the academy entrance, students were marching inside normally under the supervision of the student council, which is quite ridiculous considering this isn't their job at all. It's almost as if they are overworking for nothing. These were the thoughts of a certain angel on certain devils as he walked and chatted with another newly transformed devil. However, as the two young men moved, one of them sighed helplessly at the scene around him. Most of the students at the entrance, especially males, were glaring at the person beside him. Even the female students were talking among themselves. But the person in mention didn't even spare them a glance. As if he lives in his own world, the smile didn't fade from his face and said, "What with the grumpy face? I didn't see in a while and you still didn't even greet me. Does it even matter? Anyway, morning. But what do you mean, dude? We just met the day before yesterday." Saji raised his eyebrow in puzzlement. From going to school, meeting in the cafeteria, and even bumping into each other in the street, Saji had met Leo on several occasions. However, the weekend has just ended, so he didn't see him the past 2 days. Ah, right. That was actually my clone. I had an accident in some nonsense magic ceremony and was in a coma for a week or so. Pumping his right fist on his left palm, Leo nodded and explained naturally despite how absurd it sounded. Shut up, man. Why are you tossing nonsense at me in the morning? Saji showed an uninterested expression. Are you returning to your chunny phase? Weren't you the one who swore to bury it? He already got used to expecting the unexpected with this guy, so a bunch of out-of-nowhere random stuff is nothing new. He just wondered what got into this guy's head this morning. Nonsense, hey? I don't know if I should feel hurt for you not realizing the truth or being satisfied with my ability. Well, I'll just pin it on you for being an idiot. Leo's eyebrow twitched at the word chunny before he shook his head and said helplessly. Screw off. Are you looking for a fight? Saji wondered what had gotten into this guy. Did he wake up on the wrong side of the bed? By the way, don't you have anything better to do in the morning? Maybe like opening your eyes, looking around, and having a bit of awareness about your surroundings. Awareness. Tilting his head, Leo took a glance at the other students. He basically ignored their entire existence at this point, but with them being at the academy entrance, the students were everywhere. Although not all joined the glaring gang, some of them did, as it made Saji feel helpless. It started again. The same thing happened in their previous junior high school. Well, I could say the same thing about them, no? Don't they have better things to do in the morning? They aren't even good at it. I mean, look at these three. Leo didn't bother to whisper as everyone heard him. When he glanced at a trio of girls, they were obviously startled, but he still said, if you are trying to gossip, at least do it properly. I saw kids do it better than you. You really bad at this, shame on you. The trio was actually a bit sorry and panicked because they were exposed by the same person they were talking about, but their feelings vanished as they glared at Leo and moved away. It was as if they were avoiding a menace. But the person mentioned didn't even glance at them again. Wow, you must be the only person who is content with people avoiding you like a plague. I'm a bit jealous of your carefreeness. Saji shook his head as he and Leo passed by the student council's members. He waved and greeted them. They naturally returned the greeting with a smile. After all, Saji is one of them now, which got a weird stare from Leo. However, they returned the favor with the stern and frowning faces. It seems they are still angry from the last time. But before they continued walking, Leo said to Saji, I don't particularly care. After all, most people here are only trying to use me to create a scene and distract this bunch, student council, so they can sneak stuff in. Well, they succeeded because these guys are staring like I'm the enemy. What a funny result to their unnecessary overwork. Leo shrugged, but his words made everyone halt. Some students who passed turned pale and the student council's members widened their eyes. Tsubaki, the vice president of the student council, blinked her eyes. Leo's words hit the bullseye so hard, rendering her speechless. She couldn't help but look at some students and noticed they were trying to hide from her gaze. Saji stared at the few unlucky students getting caught and he couldn't help but feel pity. Why do you have to provoke the devil? Wait a moment, I'm a devil. As if he got struck by lightning, Saji flinched. He's supposed to be a devil, but why is this fella more demonic and devilish than the entire student council combined? No, they aren't even a bit close. Is this the true devil's mentality? Should he start taking notes? Thoughts crossed Saji's mind before the image changed to him acting like Leo. No, it wouldn't work. It felt so out of place he wanted to curse. This is so cursed. His pure mind. His poor and innocent imagination. However, he didn't notice Leo staring at him weirdly. Leo could read several things from Saji's expression, but why is it changing so quickly? Is this fella possessed? A small exorcism wouldn't kill a devil, right? Leo, can I punch your face once? Saji scratched his head in distress before he said it suddenly. Huh? Hell no, Leo answered instantly. C'mon, just this one. My poor imagination was corrupted by you, at least let me have this. Are you possessed or looking for a fight? Fine, I'll take care of both. Leo was prepared to use the punching style exorcism. A very cheap and affordable exorcism style. It only cost a few teeth. You started it. Just think of it as repaying the favor you owe me and clench your teeth. You dare waste my rare favor on something like this? Punching your damn face is more than worth it. That's true. I'd also choose to punch my face. Shut up. Suddenly, they began quarreling while walking as the student watched in confusion. What happened? Everything was so peaceful, then these two flared up. But when they saw who they were, they shook their heads. They thought Saji was different, but apparently, that isn't the case at all. No wonder they are friends. These two seem to be made of the same mold. In the same fashion, they made their way through the school. They didn't stop quarreling all the way from the student cabinets to the school corridors. Even when they had to separate because they belonged to different classes, they glared at each other until they passed through the corner. The students who were watching the show wondered if these two were kids. Even those who hated Leo were baffled and didn't know what to do. We are the ones who should be angry at someone, not you. Passing the corridor quickly, Leo reached the class and sat down at his desk. This was one of the very few things he recalled about this place. As for what they are studying, who is sitting next to him, or who is the teacher, he doesn't recall seeing them. It didn't take him long before his head landed on the desk and closed his eyes. He didn't need his eyes to know what was going on around him. The movements when the teacher entered and started the class were obvious for him. The life force of every living being around shone like torches in the night, telling him each of their movements using a simple key/mana detection method. Despite that, he didn't bother much about it, nor did anyone else bother him. His presence witnessed a massive decline since he stepped into the class. He deliberately reduced it to avoid any annoyance. Of course, he could always release it and start something along the lines of, the teacher caught you asleep then tells you to solve a problem, or something else, but why do it? Leo doesn't mind wasting a bit of effort to erase his presence, so the teacher can continue his class in peace without bothering him. Although he's a troublemaker, he isn't that bored. As long as no bothers him, why create such uninteresting and lame problems? They aren't even worth it and entertaining. Who is so bored to do all of that? Leo just thought about it and the world's evil instantly showed him thousands and thousands of such people. Leo had nothing more to say. He slightly opened his eyes and looked out of the window. Despite being in the morning, he counted the stars in boredom for a while. However, on another thought, Leo glanced at everyone in the class before he closed his eyes again. Nothing new is happening. I'll check the other places later. So, what is he doing here again? Nothing much in particular. What is the use of being in here when he's a few decades ahead in knowledge? Nothing is interesting in this school, nor important. Anyhow, not for him at least. But some things interest a certain entity. An entity that's determined to stop all of Leo's shenanigans. The mischiefs are one of the few bright things left in Leo's life, which make this completely unacceptable. This being is the infamous world's will of DXD, also known as Boob's power. So, Leo came here for three purposes. Boredom, checking if the world's will has done something interesting, and boredom. He just had nothing better to do. As for his injuries, he already tossed them behind his back. Leo recalled that this world's will threatened them several times with fixing its world and plot. Fortunately, his teacher, senior, and manager, Tuaru World's will, enlightened him. His words were filled with wisdom and knowledge as he showed Leo the correct path. A path filled with explosions, mayhem, and madness. Reject self-preservation, embrace self-detonation. Tuaru World's will suicidal maniac mindset impressed Leo deeply. It was so profound. As a fool, he felt he found his lost kin. He realized that he still has a long way to go. Anyhow, Leo dragged himself here to check what DXD had in store for him. Because his clairvoyance isn't functioning, he needs to check them manually and at a close distance. But in this small morning stroll, he saw nothing interesting. Maybe he'll find something later. For now, he looked outside the window in silence as the lecture continued. His thoughts circled about the situation of this world. He always felt something wasn't right. The world's will wanted to fix the world and plot, but why? What is exactly broken? Why does it sound urgent, but not that alarming? Akame ga kill, type moon, there have been other worlds whose plot got wrecked, but you don't see their wills so focused to fix it. What is there to fix anyway? Glancing at the blue horizon in the sky, Leo rested his head on his palm as his thoughts drifted. Drake, as one of the beings with the potential power to destroy the world, what do you think about the chances for a being like you or higher to annihilate everything someday? Inside the Longinus, a pair of emerald dragon eyes blinked. Drake has already woken up from his sleep a while ago and just dozed off when he found the coast was clear. However, he couldn't help but be speechless at the sudden question. What is this dumb question? Does he really expect him to know the answer? Wait, he indeed knows. Drake wondered if he started to get affected by the thinking pattern of this fool partner of his. Drake felt even more speechless before he said not that high. Although there are beings that can destroy the world, there are also others who will stop them. It's a part of the general balance of the world, or else, everything would have met its demise already. Yet, there's still a chance for it to happen. Leo tapped his finger on the desk like it's some sort of habit. Indeed, Drake agreed without a fuss. As long as the beings who can destroy the world still exist, the chances for the world's demise will always be there. It's common sense. However, in the complex and ambiguous world of probabilities and destiny, such common sense means a lot. A probability for something exceptional to happen is always present. Even without external help, the chance to break the plot is already contained in the world. Things are just not adding up with this world's will. Well, maybe it's also my ignorance and lack of knowledge. Tapping his finger on the desk several times, Leo glanced at the corner of his eyes. Loading 98% now, I wonder if we could still contact the world's will without the chat room. Feeling that things are becoming a bit complicated, Leo closed his eyes and decided the best course of action. Stop thinking and forget about it. Such a good plan, indeed. Time passes quickly when no one pays attention to it. The morning lectures ended in no time as Leo found himself walking in the corridor aimlessly. Students passed by him quickly, heading towards the cafeteria or to eat somewhere else. However, Leo's attention to the outside world is currently much less than before. Although he decided to stop worrying about it, the situation still felt strange for him. Especially with nothing new, spectacular, or any change of any sort happening yet. It couldn't be that the worlds will just decide to quit, right? No, it's impossible. It has the personality of a small kid. I wouldn't find it strange to get nuked if the will could do it, because I would do the same. Leo rubbed his chin and came to a logical conclusion that would probably give him a severe insult from the world's will. The world's wills in general are severely limited entities. They seem to be bound by several things and conditions that God knows what. However, even if their influence is faint, it's too mystic and touches the core and fundamental aspect of the world. Even if he was at his far peak, Leo could never sense an ounce from the world's will's actions. He could barely guess based on logic or if the wills told him themselves. Glancing through the thin air, what appeared to be a normal wall for a regular person was largely different for Leo. Different life energies appeared in his eyes, shining like wisps in the darkness, and each one told a different story no matter how similar they are. They shone deeply inside their hosts, near their souls, and showed how strong their vitality was. Some unique ones, especially the dark eerie ones, had more to tell. Their numbers were much less than the regular white wisps, but they burned with much vigor. Even two of them flared much higher. This is demonic energy. The energy that belongs to devils in this world. Like the ki in nature or the mana that is refined by magicians, it's also a form of vitality and life energy. It has some special properties and could only be produced by devils. However, it didn't matter much to Leo as his expression didn't change, and muttered no change. He quickly scanned the devils scattered around the school. After all, they should be plot important figures, but he didn't receive any good news. Do I really have to perform shonen plot female MC, make DXD great again, greatest plan ever to make this world's will move? Ignoring Drake, who rolled his eyes at such a long name, Leo found his approach might work. Last time, DXD screamed in terror at such a proposal. But when he was considering his devilish plan, a person ran by him as Leo's steps came to a halt. He blinked his eyes a bit before glancing behind him. The brown-haired young man was speeding through the corridor, probably worried about arriving late to lunch. However, when passed near Leo, his pure white life force was stained by a hint of crimson before returning to normal. The pure angel and red dragon though at the same time. Their expression was a mix of confusion and surprise into a weird form of "are you kidding me" face. Drake, do you perhaps have a brother or a sister? Keeping his eyes on the figure, Leo asked the surprised red dragon. Yes, maybe. Wait, no. Stop influencing my thinking. That thing isn't a dragon or any subspecies of ours. But its aura. Isn't that my previous host? Drake suddenly recalled something important. Gasp. Boob's key. Drake didn't know what to say with such a nickname. But why do you look terrified? Is that key really scary? Shaking his head, Drake said, but why can't I sense any life from it? Well, even if it's called life energy, it isn't really alive. That aura seems to be mixed deep into his vitality. Rubbing his chin, Leo raises his hand as mana flickered on it. A translucent azure glow flashed on his finger. With a light push, a very thin thread of mana shot at high speed ahead. No one could see or notice it, even a certain Prince Charming devil didn't react when it passed near his face. The thread caught up to the brown-haired young man before he passed the corner. Coming in contact, the small amount of mana sank deeply inside his body for a moment as his inner shone with a faint azure glow. This condition lasted for a moment before the thread flew back again towards Leo, who caught it. Leo closed his eyes as his brain processes the information from the monoskin before he thought, oh, you could see use that in this manner? Interesting, did you figure it out? Drake questioned quickly. Although he didn't mind, it still surprised him to see that much of his dragonish aura on something else, especially if he couldn't see through it. It's a cheap trick, alas, a bit cruel too, Leo answered casually as if his initial surprise completely diminished. What is it? It still hasn't ripened, so I'll tell you shortly later. But for now, Leo's expression changed before he glared at his front and said, You. Saji returned the same greeting and glare. Do you still want to go? Don't steal my lines. But why are you standing here? Are you looking for someone? Saji retorted before he found this scene strange. Would you believe me if I said I'm scanning this area magically? Leo took off his glasses and cleaned them a bit. What? Do you think I'm 5 years old? Saji's eyebrows twitched as he forced a smile. Sighing, Leo put on his glasses and said, Fine, then I'm looking for a good place to punch your dumb face. You dare to steal my lines again? A vein popped on Saji's forehead from anger as he rushed forward, but the only thing he did was to put his arm around Leo's shoulders. His expression of anger vanished completely, like everything was just a joke, before he said with a deep voice and serious face, By the way, I forgot to ask because I was focused on beating your damn face, but hey. Do you still have the stuff? What kind of stuff do you speak of? Leo glanced at the arm around his shoulders and Saji's serious face, but he still used the same suspicious deep voice. You know. The bizarre stuff. Name your price. Saji looked right and left before rubbing his right index finger and thumb together. Oh. Of course, I always have the bizarre stuff and it's free, but it depends. Realizing what Saji was talking about, Leo wore the same serious expression. Super suspicious. Their current actions and words were very shady and easy to cause misunderstanding, as if they are talking about something very illegal. Although the corridors are mostly empty by now, there's still 1 or 2 students walking. A student happened to be close to these two and heard what they were saying slightly as his whole body stiffened. What did he just hear? The stuff? The bizarre stuff? This sounds too fishy. The student panicked slightly and didn't know what to do. Should he go and tell someone? Depends on what. Saji frowned. Could you handle it? The rest of Part 4 is strong for you to take. Leo raised 4 fingers. Humph. You're looking down on me. The last 3 parts and some of Part 4 were great, but you know, with these things, you always need more simulation. Oh? You sound confident. The usual grin flashed on Leo's lips. At this point, the student is already pale. This is too serious. He was just going for lunch. Why did he suddenly pump into these shady drug deals? They are even happening in the school. No. He needs to go and tell somebody. But when he wanted to go and look for a teacher, he felt 2 piercing gazes. He turned to see Leo and Saji staring at him without blinking as the situation fell into silence. Hey, were you eavesdropping? Leo said with a cold tone that made the student tremble. However, before he could come up with an excuse, Saji added, maybe he also wants to check the bizarre stuff. Really? Then he's welcome. Hey you, come here. Leo and Saji advanced as the poor student retreated in fear. Don't worry, it's completely free. You'll definitely like it. How about you give it a read? Once you start, you'll not able to stop. At this point, both of them turned into demons in the eyes of the pitiful student. His feet turned cold, but he still mustered his courage. I'm sorry. Please, forgive me. With those words, he ran as fast his feet could take him, dashing through the corridor and disappearing behind the corner. Yet, Saji and Leo saw him still running in the other passage from the window. PFFF. Leo turned his head away while suppressing his laughter. PFFF. Ah ha ha ah ha ha ha. Saji laughed directly as he held his stomach, tears almost fell from his eyes. Looking at their state, the students, who were having lunch inside classes and came to see what happened, knew they somehow tricked a fellow student until he escaped. However, they felt the student was too pitiful. They couldn't help but glance at Leo and Saji with dissatisfaction and displeasure. These two are real troublemakers. Wow, you still have this bad habit? You're really evil. Saji wiped the faint tears from his eyes and said with a displeased face at Leo. It was as if he's accusing him. Look who's talking. As if it wasn't you who started it. You even scared him. Leo rolled his eyes. Humph. That's because you're a bad influence. And what do you mean I scared him? It was your damn grin. How dare you? This is a smile that I practiced for years after someone. It comes from the goodness of my heart, Leo stated as if he's very offended. Bullshit. Bullshit. Saji said, and Drake spoke inside Leo's mind at the same time as if they reached an understanding. Forget it. We should hurry before the lunch period is over. I'll grab the food and you go grab the manga. What do you want me to get? Looking at the almost empty corridor, Saji quickly said. An iced tea and... Nothing, just tea, Leo repeated, which earned him a weird gaze from Saji, who said, Aren't you hungry? I haven't been hungry in months. Leo shook his head. His body basically works on energy like mana or ki. It doesn't need external nutrients to function properly. But for Saji, he took this as another nonsense and said, I'll just grab something random then. Wait, where are we supposed to meet? Leo rubbed his chin before an idea flashed in his head. How about the back of the school? What? Why would we go there? Don't tell you don't know that place is used for, confessions. Saji, who wanted to dash, stopped because of ridiculous suggestions. Why should they go to that place to eat? What if someone tried to confess there? Exactly. If someone went there, we'll have a 4K view of the show, Leo said with a smile that sent chills into Saji. His mind couldn't help but imagine two other students trying to confess, but they are eating on the sidelines. Then, Leo would definitely say something like boo at the two students and clap when they get rejected. A nice place, an enjoyable show, and good food. It's like when the sun hits that ridge just right. Leo's hand formed a circle as he had a weird expression on his face. This is evil. This is pure evil. Saji couldn't help but freeze in his place. I'm supposed to be a devil. Why do I feel so inferior? No, I'm inferior and scared too. Don't you recall what happened in junior high school because of this? Saji rubbed his head in pain. Good memories. Let's do it again. Leo's expression brightened and suggested. Shut up, dude. Let's meet in the rooftop is usually empty, right? I'm going. Saji didn't waste another moment and sprinted past Leo. Looking at Saji vanishing in his normal vision, Leo shook his head and walked in the other direction. People just can't understand his refined taste. What a shame. Saji was rather quick as Leo didn't have to wait for long before he appeared on the rooftop and sat down on the bench. However, Leo realized that his lunch buddy wasn't there. Those devils happened to be very busy these days, so it wasn't strange. Unaware that he was the cause of all the recent chaos, Leo took his iced tea and drank it slowly. To Saji's surprise, he really didn't eat much, probably a bite or two before he focused on his tea. Hey, I'm wondering. But isn't it too strange that no one picked a fight with me? Don't they want to avenge their school flower or something? Shaking the kin in boredom, Leo asked Saji. Strangely, no one stepped to provoke him, especially after they kept glaring at him. According to the clone, this scene has continued for a week, but it didn't care about it. However, a week has passed and momentum is still high. Leo couldn't help but be a bit curious about it. You don't know? Seriously? Man, are we studying in the same school? Fine, I'll say it again. Saji shook his head as he proceeded to tell the story. Apparently, after the legendary achievement of Leo, the waves of male students who wanted to beat him were caught by the teachers. The teachers quickly understood the story and wanted to call the main participants in this scene to hear it from them, but one of them was already present there. It was Hajime Akeno. But when the teachers asked her, she denied everything that happened. No matter how much they questioned, she only said the following: students must have misheard things and it isn't good for them to go around trying to hurt people. All of that was told with a bright smile. Both teachers and students were confused at that point, but under the confirmation of Hajime Akeno, they settled the scene swiftly by giving punishment to all the students who participated in the tide. They were especially stern on those who said they'll beat a fellow student. They even stated they'll contact all of their parents if something like this happened again. Listening to the story, Leo had a strange expression before he said, "What does that harlot I mean, the fellow student wants? Hey? Why are you assuming that she wants something? Maybe Hajime-senpai is just kind-hearted and simply didn't want to increase the problems. Not everyone seeks problems like a moth rushing to a dumpster fire in the same way as you do. Nat, it's just you're too optimistic. She clearly has ulterior motives and she's not kind-hearted, but in the slim chance she is, I need to thank her. I guess she loved getting yelled at. I'll just do that again." Leo shrugged and drank his tea as Saji's eyebrow twitched. However, he calmed himself and said, "Anyhow, give the fourth part." "Oh, here you go, but didn't you join the enemy lines? Isn't manga forbidden here? Aren't you supposed to keep rules or something with those fellas? Those ones in the school entrance." Leo handed JoJo's Part 4 to Saji before he asked. With his eyes, he long saw that Saji transformed into a devil, but he didn't care. "What? No, maybe, I don't know, okay? Anyway, I joined shortly and still didn't integrate into the student council activities. The president has been too busy these days with something," Saji swiftly denied before he frowned and said with displeasure, "And who told you I'm on your side? Let me hit you first." "Rejected. But it's good. If you are on my side, then as the self-proclaimed hidden behind-the-scenes final boss, I would have no other choice but to backstab you." Leo nodded seriously as his words made another vein pop on Saji's forehead. He took a deep breath and decided to ignore this guy, who suddenly became chunny today. But as he swept the pages, he couldn't help but recall his situation in the past 2 weeks. Although Saji joined the student council last week, he still didn't participate in these activities simply because stuff kept happening. He doesn't know exactly what happened, but in general, he understood that the whole world is shaking. Only after he officially joined Sana's peerage, he finally learned some ins and outs of the situation. Saji heard something happened to some gods a month ago. His president, Sauna Shidori, or rather say, Sana Satrai, said it's so big it involved the entire world. Even she and the rest of the student council had to go to hell until they understood the situation clearly. When they got back, Sana was so tired and almost collapsed. Saji learned from one of the student council members that Sana's big sister didn't want her to come back to the human realm. It was a very difficult challenge to shake her off and leave. But when they thought everything had calmed down, another disaster struck in the past week. The entire world's mana, vitality, or some sort of energy went haywire. Although it only lasted briefly, the scene of the entire world trembling was so vivid. Then it appeared. With sounds of glass shattering as if it couldn't contain something, a massive magic circle decorated the entire sky, engulfing the sky and switching the day into the night before it exploded. Everything calmed down after that. Even after a further inspection, the related figures only found a huge crater as if a meteor hit the ground. This is all that the student council told Saji and the main reason for Sana's headache these days. Of course, this is not all that they knew, especially Sana, but this matter is out of Saji's reach currently. After all, he has just transformed into a devil. But on the other hand, he also accepted everything as facts and didn't question if they were hiding something. In this case, he's indeed stupid. I never knew the world is this dangerous. Saji could only sigh secretly at the hidden side of the world. It looked so calm and peaceful, but all earth-shattering events were happening in the background. Looking at the blue sky and students walking on the ground, he felt everything was unreal. If he rejected Sana's offer that day, he would like them living peacefully unaware of all that is happening. After all, if you went to most people and asked them if they believe in ghosts, they would probably laugh, joke, or mock you. This is also Saji's previous reaction, but no, everything is real. It's such a weird feeling. He asked himself if he doesn't regret accepting that offer. To be honest, he doesn't really know, and it has just been a week, but knowing is a bit better than living in ignorance, right? Did this guy get possessed again? Leo raised his eyebrow and prepared to give Saji a punching treatment. However, Saji glanced at Leo with a complicated gaze before he sighed and became serious. Bro, if you ever faced a problem, especially something you don't understand, remember that I'm always here to help. Saji said those words while patting his chest. There was no hesitation in them as they came from the heart. Witnessing this declaration, Leo halted a bit before his expression became strange and said, "At first, I was moved a little, but looking at your face now, those feelings quickly turned into an urge to punch you. Can't you at least be a bit rational?" Saji felt this was the day. This is the day he'll fight to the death with this guy. Well, your offer sounds tempting. How about you help me with the math homework? Leo thought about it and said with a smile. The anger in Saji deflated like a balloon. He could only cough and say anything except that. Tisk. Leo clicked his tongue, which inflamed the anger inside Saji again. They continued quarreling for a bit before Leo said, "So, don't you have to go back to class?" Yet, let me finish this chapter. Is this Kira guy important?" Saji continued flipping pages as they focused on Kira Yoshikage. He's a good person." Leo stared at Saji weirdly before giving a half-hearted answer and drinking his tea in peace. But seriously, where did you get this manga? I kept searching for it everywhere and did not find a single trace of it." Saji asked casually. The author doesn't have the means to spread his work at the moment, so he sends samples first. Do you think I'm dumb? Don't answer that. Nevertheless, for a manga of this size and all these events to not be published, is simply impossible. Who is the author anyway? A donut-loving, unaging man. Leo thought for a moment before saying seriously. The what? Saji's lips twitched at this introduction, but his attention was quickly attracted by the chapter. In it, the small bald guy, Shigeki, argued with Kira and ended up ripping the bag open, exposing the severed hand inside. From that point, Kira started his long monologue before his stand, Killer Queen, appeared. However, Saji felt more weird than excited. This feeling bothered him greatly and he couldn't put his finger on it. He continues turning the manga pages, trying to recall something. Wait, I have seen this somewhere else before. Ah, right. At the president's desk. Saji quickly recalled what happened in the past week. Even if Sana was tried, she still performed her duties and worked in the student council office. Saji happened to be present on that day and saw several pictures on her desk. The images were about a humanoid pink cat creature. There were various pictures, even some of them had a certain phrase written under them, which was "Killer Queen has already touched everything." He asked Sana about it and she briefly explained that it's a creature that caused massive pain to the Valkyries in Asgard. From their information, they speculate it owns the ability to turn anything it touched into a bomb. Sana told Saji that she informed him about these things so he takes care of himself. If anything happens, he also needs to inform her. He was now a part of her peerage, so his safety is also her responsibility. This is also a sign that she trusts him on these matters. She stated that he needs to run immediately without turning back if he faced this Killer Queen, and it's very dangerous several times. Sana couldn't allow him to waste his life just because he didn't know what he's dealing with. Saji couldn't help but stay silent before assuring her. Only then, Sana nod and continue her work. Little did he know, Sana was actually doing this to increase his trust and integrate into her peerage better. Trust is usually a mutual thing. Show trust and you'll receive it back. By informing her peerage about things that sounded secret and very important, she showed them they are important for her, further increasing their belonging and incorporation into the peerage. Even the trust between members will increase. A good leader doesn't just know how to fight, but also to keep his team together. As for Killer Queen and the terrifying figure behind it, how could a figure like that come into GOOOOSE? After all, what does it need from a newly reincarnated devil? Sana felt everything was under control. But not in her wildest dreams, the situation that she denied, would happen to her newly reincarnated devil. Saji kept flapping the manga pictures before he stopped at the scene where Shigeka dragged his injured body towards the door, then Kira said Killer Queen has touched that doorknob. At this point, Saji didn't know when the manga dropped from his hands. He felt his throat a bit dry. What's wrong? Hearing the voice next to him, Saji subconsciously jumped from the bench as if an electric current hit him. His face was already pale before he looked quickly. He didn't know when Leo put down his tea and stared at him without blinking. You don't look too good. Do you need to go to the infirmary? Leo said calmly, but his words didn't make Saji relax. He could only force a smile before saying no, I'm fine. Just my stomach is a bit unwell. Your stomach is unwell, but you don't want to go to the infirmary, hey? Looking at Leo's unchanging gaze, Saji almost fell down. He messed up greatly. You're sweating and your heartbeats are accelerating. Without a change in his tone, Leo spoke slowly. Are you feeling uncomfortable? No, perhaps, anxious, right? Your fist is tightly gripped, but you didn't notice. You want to leave, but your legs feel weak. Maybe you also don't know how to react. Although Leo didn't show any change or something extraordinary, his calm words were striking Saji bit by bit. Everything hit the bullseye without stopping. As usual, he'd shrug these words with a joke, but now they felt menacing. Leo's eyes gave Saji the feeling that he's being stared at by something very dangerous. However, Leo only picked up the manga from the ground before he said so, you should go to the infirmary now. I'll not be responsible for carrying you. Forget about it completely. Maybe I'll drag you on the stairs instead. The menacing atmosphere was broken instantly as Saji looked at the familiar and irritating expression on Leo's face. No, it was all the same, but in the past moment, it felt completely different. Touching his forehead, he wiped the fine sweat, took a few deep breaths, and sat on the bench again. Was he overthinking? Maybe he really needs to go to the infirmary. Wait, no. Saji suddenly woke up from the previous feeling and looked at the manga in Leo's hand. Leo? Yes. Where did you exactly bring that manga from? Saji swallowed and said slowly. In my locker. Leo looked at Saji weirdly before he said, what's wrong with you today? Did you eat something wrong? Wait, don't tell me a few manga panels scare you? PFFF. No. Wait, it's not like that. Don't make stuff up, you bastard. Looking at Leo suppressing his laughter, Saji felt so embarrassed. Everything that happened could mean that he was scared of a manga. This is humiliating. Was I just overreacting? Maybe turning into a devil has some side effects I didn't know. Saji held his forehead and calmed himself. Seriously, what's wrong with you? Did Sana Satrai do anything to you? I knew you're desperate for a girlfriend and joined the student council because it's completely made of girls, but man. This is too much. Leo shook his head like he's disappointed. Shut up. Out of all people, I don't want to hear the word girlfriend from someone like you. As if Leo hit a nerve, Saji felt his anger erupting like a volcano. How dare this unmoving mountain that didn't even glance at hints from several girls to say that to him? He's both jealous and mad. Wait. Suddenly, Saji froze. His mind that didn't usually work fast, was exceptionally sharp in this situation. His gaze moved slowly before it landed on Leo and said SS Sana. SSS Satrai. Stuttering all the way to spit those two words, Saji's whole body was shocked. Sana Satrai is the true name of the student council president, but in the human world, she took an alias named Sauna Shidari. Everyone in the school, no, in the entire town, knows her by that name. So, how did, thud the sound made Saji jump from the bench again as he saw Leo close the manga and sighed. Oh my, you have seen it. Leo stood up from the bench slowly before his eyes landed on Saji. The same dangerous and menacing feeling appeared again. Saji's face became pale as paper and couldn't speak. They stood like that for a few moments as the awkward atmosphere intensified before Leo spoke unhurriedly. My name is Leo Arisaltek. I'm 17 years old in this life. My house is in the southeast section of Kuaha, where all the houses are, and I'm single. I'm a freshman at Kuaha Academy, and I get home every day by 4 p.m. at the latest. I don't smoke, nor do I drink. I have quit sleeping these days, but I still lay in bed by 12 p.m., even if my body didn't need it. After having a glass of water and checking on my beasts before going to bed, I usually repeat equations and magical knowledge until morning. Just like always, I stand up and start my morning. I was told that my body and mind are a mess in my last checkup. I'm trying to explain that I'm a person who doesn't wish to live a quiet life. I take care not to trouble myself with any enemies, like winning or losing, I just nuke everything in my way. That is how I deal with society, and I know that is what maybe brings a bit of joy in my life. Although, if I were to fight, I wouldn't lose to anyone. Finishing the long speech with the same tone, Leo's eyes were still locked on Saji, who was already sweating. What do you mean? Unable to comprehend the situation and frozen by fear, Saji stuttered and retreated, but his body seemed to have hit something solid. What I mean is, Killer Queen has already touched. Before Leo finished his words, Saji turned his head to meet the upside-down face of Killer Queen head-on. He felt the blood leaving his body as it turned ice-cold under Killer Queen's stare. Your dumb face. With Leo's words, Killer Queen raised his hand and thumb, like holding a detonator, and showed it to Saji before it clicked. At this point, Saji's eyes rolled before he fell down. He fainted on the spot without any resistance. Leo and Killer Queen stared at each other for a moment before they looked at Saji on the ground. Oh my, did we overdo it? Leo rubbed his chin as Killer Queen raised its arms and shrugged. Both the stand user and the stand were clueless about what they should do now. However, Killer Queen thought about it and raised their fist and pointed at Saji. Good idea. Leo's eyes brightened and nodded as Killer Queen tightened its fist and looked down. At this moment, under the stare of Killer Queen, it marked the start of a new unlucky morning. But at least, Leo has a new person to share it with. How touching! Chapter 166, The Rusted Chains. Genshiro Saji felt he had been in a long dream. Everything felt foggy and confusing as he couldn't make a sense of it. If not because of the lack of terrifying scenes, he would assume this is a nightmare. Uncomfortable coldness struck his body continuously as if he's lying on solid ground. Out of habit, he tried to reach for the blanket, but his body didn't move at all. Suddenly, his body shook and his eyes opened slowly. It felt like someone was waking him up. As his vision became blurry, he subconsciously thought it's his little sister. He couldn't help but turn over to sleep and mutter 5 more minutes. 5 minutes, my ass. But what welcomed him was an icy voice that came out of nowhere. His vision shifted as Leo suddenly appeared in his dream and punched him. Feeling his right cheek burning, the dream vanished into nothing as Genshiro woke up abruptly, only to get punched again by a fist wearing a black glove with a cat skull mark. Looking at Genshiro twisting like a worm from pain, Killer Queen vanished in thin air shortly after, leaving all sights. Rolling on the ground and holding his cheek, the pain made Genshiro fully awake as he glared at the front and said, "You mother, hey!" However, what awaited him was something entirely different. A black shadow appeared as bone-chilling coldness spread. As if the clouds covered the sky, the pleasant sunlight reduced to a cool shade. The shadow was a large black robe covering someone from head to toes. The figure held a big scythe in one hand while the other rose, pointing at Genshiro. Looking at the bony hand without any skin or flesh, he realized that the figure is a skeleton. Genshiro saw G. Its time as the hazy blue fire burned in its eye sockets, the skeleton stated coldly with an emotionless tone while mist drifted from its mouth. The horrifying picture was so real, it made Genshiro freeze in place, unable to utter a word. Genshiro felt someone throwing ice inside his body as the blood drained from his face. Glancing at the Grim Reaper, he stuttered with difficulty and horror, "Am I dead? Mommy? Is this hell? Should this be the Grim Reaper? Wait, aren't I a devil? Shouldn't I belong to hell from the start?" Genshiro felt his mind going blank. "No, dumbass. It's time to get up and stop wasting my time." The Grim Reaper's voice instantly shifted into an awfully familiar and annoying voice. The fuck? Genshiro blinked his eyes. He didn't need a mirror to know how ridiculous his current expression is. What made him more baffled is the Grim Reaper losing all realism and becoming slightly cartoonish. Genshiro rubbed his eyes and looked again, but no, the skeleton literally had a blue in its eyes instead of the flames. The previous cold and eerie atmosphere was grinned to dust by the skeleton current form before clapping with its skeletal hands. As if an illusionary bubble popped, everything returned to normal and Leo appeared in the same position as the Grim Reaper. With his trembling hand, Genshiro pointed at Leo, who wore a harmless smile, unable to say anything. He recalled everything. From the previous talk to suddenly losing consciousness. His jaw dropped as his mind went blank again. Everything was real. Genshiro wanted to pinch himself, but the pain on his cheek did a better job. This made him widen his eyes in disbelief. "This bastard hit me. Rise and shine, Genshiro. How was the 2-minute nap on the solid rooftop?" After not getting a response, Leo said with a slight smile. It was like everything was an illusion that has nothing to do with him. It felt like he was about to ask Genshiro if he's okay or needed to go to the infirmary. Recalling what DXD Worlds will said before, Leo nodded sagely to himself. He's a very kind person, indeed. Fortunately, his train of thought is unknown to Genshiro, or else, he'd most likely faint again. However, recollecting all the past events, the fire burned in Genshiro's chest and erupted like a volcano, making his face red from anger. You fucker! You hit me! You actually hit me! Twice!" Pointing at the puzzled Leo, Genshiro felt his burning cheek and was ready to fold his sleeves and get into a fight. This asshole actually got a cheap shot on him. He knew it. This is the day he'll fight this guy to death. But suddenly, he remembered a certain pink humanoid stand. I didn't hit you. Ask Killer Queen if you don't believe it." Leo pointed behind him as Killer Queen became visible for Genshiro again. Sensing someone looking at it, Killer Queen stopped tidying its glove and shifted its vision to meet Genshiro's eyes. The emotionless dead eyes made him swallow back everything he was going to say before Killer Queen vanished again. However, he still glared at Leo as if flames were going to shoot from his eyes. Of course, he didn't believe it. He still remembers that dream vividly. "Well, you're welcome to try in dreams if you can." Leo nodded as if everything was for granted, which made Genshiro's eyebrow twitch. What is this bullshit logic? Do you think I'm mentally challenged? I dare you to answer that. Then what about the whole Grim Reaper thing, hey? Do you want to kill me in my sleep? Nah, of course, not. Let me be honest with you, that sounded way funnier in my head. I don't know what happened. Leo shrugged, feeling nothing as no one appreciated his sophisticated sense of humor. But fret not, even if you die, no Grim Reaper will appear nor hell will accept you. Go look for another shithole. For example, how about heaven? LOL. Leo casually waved his hand, completely ignoring the bulging veins on Genshiro's forehead. Taking several deep breaths to calm his anger and also his trembling heart, Genshiro's body slowly stopped shaking. However, deep in his eyes, a slight fear still flickered each time he glanced at Leo, but at least he calmed a bit. To be honest, he isn't calm at all. His mind is on a roller coaster, unable to make sense of what is happening. Various thoughts and emotions bombarded his head, not allowing him to think straight. Everything just happened too fast for him to comprehend. He came to school, met with the arch-asshole that he knew for years, but after some shit and giggles, surprise. The asshole status has evolved from a screw-loose childhood friend into a potential calamity that not even his president dared to comfort. Being new to the supernatural world, Genshiro still had a lot to learn about the hierarchy of power. So, for this new devil, Sana being a high-rank, pure-blooded devil, and the one who turned him into a devil, was a very big shot. Probably even at the peak of power for his current knowledge. But in his limited understanding, this big shot doesn't even dare to mention the figure before him. She could only label him as extremely dangerous and a dead end for them if they fought. Genshiro's mind recalled how many times Sana solemnly warned him to run away if he faced something like this, especially on the level of Killer Queen. So, I should be running away now, right? Laughing wryly at himself, Genshiro didn't know what he should do. Yeah, you should run, Leo suddenly said as Genshiro retorted, shut up, I'm having a problem right now. Let me panic in peace. The audacity of this guy. Genshiro ignored Leo and shook his head like he couldn't stand these actions. This rendered Leo speechless. You taught him well. Feeling speechless, Drake didn't know what else to say. Despite not knowing how Leo knew what he was thinking about, Genshiro strangely calmed deep down. Even in the presence of a being that could give him a once-in-a-lifetime self-boom event, Genshiro wasn't shaken that much after the initial surprise. He can't help it. This bastard is still playing tricks on him like there's no tomorrow. The damn grin on Leo's face seemed to be hitting some nerves he didn't know they even existed. Can't he let him catch a break, god damn it. However, this familiar treatment and thought process is one that made him relax. Nothing much has changed about the asshole he knew for years. At most, he has superpowers now. Wait. This asshole has superpowers. This asshole has superpowers. This asshole has superpowers. As those words echoed in his head, Genshiro's pupils became pinpoint and his face paled again, even worse than before. The weight of this information is more devastating than the sky crumbling. The horror. The menace has superpowers. Genshiro felt he'll faint again. No, he is already fainting. Who is it? Who is the maniac that allowed such a thing? Do you want to doom us all? Meanwhile, DXD World's Will, who has been watching the show, felt speechless. Leo rubbed his chin while watching Genshiro's expression change. His face became red from anger, then pale from fear, next is a normal expression, and so on. It looked like some sort of a traffic light. The situation was interesting to watch, to say the least. Did you cause him brain damage? Didn't you hit him lightly? Leo turned to Killer Queen, who pointed at him. Me? Nah, getting hit in dreams won't cause anything. Probably. Leo's words gradually lost confidence as he looked at Genshiro's expressions. Although he said it as a joke before, maybe this guy is really possessed. As a good friend, he needs to liberate his buddy. Leo sighed secretly while clenching his fist. Perhaps he sensed the upcoming hazard. Genshiro trembled a little before he took a deep breath and calmed down. He stood up slowly and without looking at Leo, he went and grabbed the bottle of water he brought earlier and drank it all in one go. Under Leo's stare, Genshiro finished the bottle of water quickly before rubbing his throat. Blinking his eyes, Leo handed his tea-can to Genshiro as the latter snatched it swiftly without any hesitation and drank it. Better. Yeah, wait, No, fuck you. You damn chunny fucker who wants to give me a heart attack. %and e at, equals and e and. Genshiro snapped and started to bombard Leo with insults without any warning. This continued for more than 5 minutes as Leo watched blankly. Where did this guy learn these words? The audacity! Shrugging his shoulders, Leo sat down on the bench and waited for this to finish. Only after feeling his throat hurt and dry again did Genshiro stop. Yet, it seemed he still had more insults to say looking at his unsatisfied appearance. However, Genshiro only sighed before he sat on the bench again. Better. Shut up, Leo repeated the previous question only to receive a glare from Genshiro. So, shut up they did. No one said a word until Genshiro looked at the sky and sighed. His condition became far better as he sighed again and spoke slowly. What would a devil do in heaven? Go to burn alive. There's a lot to do, to be honest. Let's say, these angels here aren't truly angel-like in their thought process and work, after all, they have feelings and free will. More importantly, they have politics, that is enough said. Imagine angels having politics. Leo shook his head without saying more. As everyone knows, there's no honest politics. Even if there's, they would soon be tainted because of a little thing called compromise. In a situation where fractions of equal or higher power exist, one must learn how to be flexible enough to secure and boost their advantages, which usually isn't a very upright matter. All in all, politics are dipping your hands in the mud called schemes and tricks aiming for benefits. Of course, Genshiro didn't think this ahead, neither had the luxury to contemplate about it at the very moment. He could only stare blankly at the sky and say, "Shut up, don't talk to me." Just how did he get here? This was supposed to be a nice and peaceful day. Rubbing his temples to ease the headache, Genshiro felt everything was unreal, but the facts were right before him. Clenching his teeth, he decided to bite the bullet and say, "When did you know?" However, he didn't receive an answer for a while. Genshiro raised his head to see Leo got a coffee can from who knows where and was sipping it slowly. Noticing Genshiro's stare, Leo glanced at him and said, "Shut up, don't talk to me." Hearing those same words, Genshiro felt the blood rushing to his head. As if a nerve exploded, he threw the tea can in his hand towards Leo's face, but the latter just tilted his head to avoid the attack. "Why? Why are you tormenting me? Do you think you're funny?" "Nat, I'm not really trying. You're just being too easy." Glaring at Leo's somehow regretful expression, Genshiro sighed one last time before he deflated like a balloon and leaned on the bench. "Better." Yeah, Genshiro rolled his eyes when he heard the same question. He's basically calm right now. No, he just doesn't have any more energy to panic. "Seriously, when did you know?" Genshiro scratched his head in pain. "About you being a hellspawn?" "From day one." Genshiro's eyebrow twitched at that name, which isn't really wrong, but he shook his head. "No, I mean all of this. This supernatural world, when did you know about it?" "Ah, that. Well, my situation is a bit complicated, so you can never be sure." "1 year? 2 years? Maybe 10 years? Who knows exactly?" Leo shrugged and refused to think too much, but his attitude made Genshiro dissatisfied. This hidden world, full of things that only appear in fantasy, was right in front of everyone's eyes, but not everybody knows about it. Genshiro felt this feeling of ignorance very clearly when he learned about Sana's identity. However, he experienced it much more evidently now. Someone he knew clearly for years is also a part of this hidden world. How is he supposed to feel? All the thoughts circled in Genshiro's head before turning into a bitter sigh. It just can't be helped anyway. As for feeling resentment for being kept in the dark, didn't he just do the same a while ago? Even Genshiro understands that there are things that shouldn't be said casually. After all, for him, you can't just drag normal people into this hidden world without any reason. Does uncle and aunt know about it? Or, they are a part of it? Genshiro mentioned Leo's parents as a dark look appeared on Leo's face. No, but they know much more than you for sure. Yet. Leo's facial expression turned for the worst as Genshiro swallowed. This is scary. Genshiro didn't know how to put it, but it was like facing a wild beast. The intimidating feeling pressed on his mind strongly as if a monster suddenly appeared. However, Leo covered his face and said like he's giving up. I told them several times, but they all ignored me and became somehow worried that I would return to my dark chunny days. He, do you know what's worse? The creepy faint laughter made Genshiro's hair rise up, but Leo continued. My father took me to see his old collection about energy guardians, which is totally a boycott of Power Rangers, in the name of learning how to separate hobbies from daily life. Do you know the feeling of sitting and listening to the episodes of a very, very, old show? I couldn't even reject him because he sounded very happy about it. Okay. As for my mother, she snapped immediately. Although she said she respect my hobbies calmly, she swore about taking me to socialize more. Her eyes were very scary. Socialize? Me? Socializing? I prefer to stare at abominations in the world's evil. My introvert soul is dying. Genshiro looked blankly at Leo having a breakdown. He raised his hand for a moment before lowering it. To be honest, he didn't expect this at all. Yet, he felt this was how it should be. So. Genshiro clapped his hands and was pleased with Leo's suffering. This is karma. Ah, sweet karma. But now that I think about it, all that stuff this guy said was, the more he thought about it, the more Genshiro found that all Leo's previous bullshit should actually be real. All this time, this guy was telling him about it openly and clearly, but Genshiro buried his face in his hands. He felt like a massive idiot now. Wait, maybe this is his real plan. Just to make me feel like a moron. This damn devil. Pause, no. I'm a devil. Leo snapped from his breakdown to see Genshiro having an internal conflict, which rendered him speechless. He barely did something and this guy is already giving up on life. The entire situation was comical and weird. If there was a third party present, they'll be astonished by witnessing these two taking turns in having breakdowns. Is it even possible to time this? However, Leo paid more attention to something else, which is Genshiro's acceptance. Kudos to him for accepting the absurd situation quickly despite being new to all of this. Maybe coupled with his familiarity and initial trust with Leo, Genshiro sensed no real danger and threat to his life. Those aren't half bad senses. Leo took off and cleaned his glasses as his eyes landed on Saji's arm. Vritra, hey? An Indian's nick with the mind of a beaver. Shaking his head, Leo didn't care much about an idiot lizard. He instead delivered a kind reminder to Genshiro. Shouldn't you think of more important things? Like, what now? Oh, right. Dude, what the hell did you do? Why did the president warn me so much about you? Why did she seem to be scared of you? Why did I find your stand pics in the president's office? Also, stands are real. Hold on, does that mean you're the one who wrote that manga? Does this mean you returned to drawing and painting? Genshiro began to bombard Leo with the questions, which made the latter feel a headache. Leo picked the manga on the side and threw it in the air, startling Genshiro. However, contrary to his expectations, Genshiro widened his eyes when he saw the manga sink in space and spread ripples as if it fell into the water. Noticing that Genshiro finally stopped, Leo nodded and said quickly, a fun party. No, I don't care about her. Because I'm very kind. Maybe she's a stalker? Yes. No. Never blinking his eyes in bewilderment, Genshiro took a moment to realize that Leo answered all his questions in the same order he asked. But those answers, except the last three, made his lips twitch. What the hell, because you're kind? Do you really believe I'm mentally challenged? Genshiro gathered his hands together and calmed himself. Happy thoughts, happy and calm thoughts. He realized he'll not get a serious answer from Leo, so he gave up. But even if Leo won't tell him, he'll find it for himself. Genshiro swore he'll find out all that Sana knows about this guy later. Wait, Sana. However, Genshiro finally comprehended something. Sana has met Leo before, but unlike her, who has no clue, Leo seems to be fully aware of her identity. Coupled with Sana's description of the Killer Queen, Genshiro felt this was a big conspiracy. Is this some sort of scheme against Sana and the other pure-blooded devil in the school? Is it because they are related to the four Satans? Suddenly, Genshiro recalled Leo's words about backstabbing him, which made his guess more convincing. Leo blinked his eyes at Genshiro's train of thoughts. Genshiro was never the type to control his expressions, so his face was like an open book. This made Leo even more speechless, but he still played along. He cleared his throat and said with a deep voice, "It seems you have finally got it. What do you think will happen after you knew about me?" The serious expression on Leo's face startled Genshiro. Genshiro's mind worked quickly, trying to find an answer. Right, if Leo is a part of a conspiracy, then he's now an obstacle. If he told Sana about this? No, even if he didn't, Genshiro isn't confident of keeping it a secret. He simply isn't a good liar. Suddenly, Leo raised his finger and pointed at Genshiro's face. "Do you know what I'm going to do now?" Genshiro's eyes widened in shock. His throat felt dry as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The previous menacing feeling has returned. He felt that Killer Queen was staring at him. What are you going to do? Erase my memories." After a lot of difficulties, Genshiro managed to squeeze those words, but to his surprise, Leo shook his head, dropped his hand, and said, "I'm going to do nothing, I see." "Wait, nothing? What? What about Sana and knowing your identity? Why are you asking? Do you perhaps want me to do something?" Leo glanced at Genshiro weirdly, which made the latter shake his head quickly. "Look, I don't know what plot did you weaved in your head, but I know it's stupid, so shut up." Genshiro didn't know how to describe it, but he felt every inch of Leo's expression called him a dumbass. The worst part is that he actually started to agree. "I don't care if you know about me or not. I mean, I have been telling you about it for quite a while now. As for that authority role-playing girl, Sana, you can tell her or do whatever makes you happy." Leo waved his hand with a bored expression and said, "I only played along because you suddenly made a conspiracy plot in your head." Oh. Genshiro didn't know what to say. Was it this simple? Nothing to silence him or erase his memory. This sounds too easy and cheap. But for Genshiro, this was exactly like something Leo would come up with. Grinding all the seriousness into dust and turning it into something absurd. Sigh, I'm now thinking, why did I overwork myself with you? Why did I even bother? Genshiro collapsed on the bench. I know, right? I'm surprised you listened to my nonsense. Didn't you build immunity after all those years? Give me a break. I'm still new to supernatural stuff and someone didn't miss any chances to abuse it, you sick psycho. Thank you, I try my best. Shut up. No, you shut up. The atmosphere suddenly returned to normal as these two sat down blankly. It felt like they threw everything behind their backs or basically didn't have more energy to continue. Although Genshiro still felt like he forgot something very important, he shrugged and continued talking with Leo. So, what will happen if the president knows about you? Leo fixed his glasses and thought about it before saying, you know, what I said earlier was actually exclusive to you and some others. For these devils and such, I don't prefer them knowing about me. It's just pain to deal with them, especially with the world's will keeping an eye on me. Leo clicked his tongue in annoyance. He didn't want to give the world's will any chances. Genshiro didn't feel much surprised about it because Leo was still hiding his identity. It seems he only made an exception because they were friends. Does this mean he's somehow privileged? This made Genshiro feel a bit touched, but recalling how the process went, those feelings were swiftly eliminated. Thinking about it again, this information is more of a curse than a blessing. However, he still felt a bit worried and asked, "What are you going to do?" "I promise to keep this a secret as best as I can, but you know. The president is scary. She's bound to catch a clue from me." Feeling being put between the two sides made Genshiro uncomfortable. On one side is his old friend and on the other side is his current president, who didn't treat him badly at all. "I don't have many expectations for you, to be frank." Looking at Leo's blank expression, Genshiro suddenly recalled the urge of punching him. "But you don't have to worry about those devils." Leo smiled slightly as he gave Genshiro a bad feeling. "Recently, I have been diagnosed with kindness by the world itself. Apparently, I'm a kind person, a very kind person. Would you look at that? So, I'm just going to show them how this kind person is fresh out of mercy and empathy." Hee. Leo's smiling expression made Genshiro slightly move away. Despite the sunny and bright weather, Genshiro felt no warmth. He urgently wanted to pray for Sana right now, but isn't this partially his fault too? Holding his forehead in pain, Genshiro didn't know what he's supposed to do. He had a quite good feeling that Sana and the student council would meet a living nightmare if he left things alone. "Man, can't you just let it go?" "Of course, I can, if they didn't bother me. But we both know that's not going to happen." Leo shook his head and opened his hands as Genshiro sighed again. "This is basically hopeless." "Hold up," maybe racking his brain trying to find a solution, Genshiro's eyes suddenly flashed. "So, this is it all, General. I hope you had fun because I did." Leo chuckled as he stood up, but he suddenly heard Genshiro calling. "Leo, listen to me for a minute. How about we do something that'll make me not able to tell the president anything about you? Something like a contract or a seal, you know what I'm saying, right?" The more he spoke, the more Genshiro was convinced of the flexibility of his approach. If everything is going to happen because he can't truly hide from Sana if she asks about Leo, then how about making him unable to say anything at all? However, when he raised his head, he saw Leo looking at him as if he's seeing a dumbass, again. Damn it, why is he getting good at spotting this look? "Brew, you dare to suggest contracts while you know nothing about them? Are you brave or dumb? I guess both." "Shut it. If you are so smart, why don't you think of something?" Genshiro rolled his eyes. "I'm not smart. In fact, I'm an official fool. And why do I have to think for you, hey? This is your problem. Deal with it alone." "No. I refuse to do it alone because..." With incomparable seriousness in his tone, Genshiro's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. But soon, they dimmed as he looked down and said, "I can't do anything about it." A dark and gloomy air suddenly appeared on his body as a self-mocking smile escaped Genshiro's lips. Looking at the depressed Genshiro, Leo's eyebrow twitched and said, "Looking at you now, you're bound to get played in some contracts in the future. Don't take Sana as an example, she and other devils in this school are a bit of a rare breed among devils. However, I'm much worse than them, so do you still want to do a contract?" "Man, let me be honest with you now. Compared to the student council, I definitely believe in you more. Despite you being an intolerable, annoying, and irritating jerk, I know you're far more trustworthy than them who took me into a dark room to show off their wings. By the way, I have to say those wings look so bad, they are like something I can make in MS Paint." Genshiro declared with a single breath. His voice had hidden resentment when he mentioned the wings, as if having those wings after he became a devil is leaving a bad taste in his mouth. However, listening to those words, Leo's eyes became a bit complicated before he fixed his glasses as they reflected the light and said, "Now, you're just making me feel like an asshole. Why thank you, but don't think it'll work." Genshiro clicked his tongue when he saw his plan didn't work. Rubbing his temples, Leo felt this was getting ridiculous and long. "But you shouldn't take my words and advice seriously, they never went well. Also, aside from something to seal off your memories, a contract will only make you unable to speak of something. Satraisana would still find something wrong because you are just bad at acting. What you are looking for is something to avoid exposing your clumsy lying, which for some reason, you think I can do. Do you think I'm some sort of a wishing machine? Hey! How about I get you a knife from Grailkun and go stab Sana in the goo? Hold up! Suddenly, Leo stopped and thought about it. I have the world's evil, heaven's feel, and also the greater holy grail. I'm Grailkun. Struck by the enlightenment, Leo's eyes shone with a weird light that made Genshiro shiver. As if made by reflex, a shiny knife appeared in Leo's hand. Ah, sorry, I was thinking about something. But you know, your idea isn't actually impossible. Leo rubbed his chin as Genshiro's expression brightened and said, really? You're not tricking me, right? I just heard you talking about a knife and stabbing. Suddenly, Genshiro rubbed his eyes while staring at Leo. He could swear he saw a knife in Leo's hand a second ago. Nat, of course, not. Acting as if nothing had happened, Leo opened his empty palm, making Genshiro more puzzled. However, on top of Leo's palm, a dark point appeared. It made a huge contrast with the surroundings and gave Genshiro a terrible feeling. It felt so deceptive and tricky. He couldn't figure if it's real or not, but when he looked at it again, it became completely normal. Initiating the Longinus, an eerie black fog that absorbed the light appeared on top of his palm. It twisted like small snakes and coiled around the dark point like a storm. To Genshiro's astonishment, the fog reduced in size quickly and took a new shape. The black color began to fade gradually and was replaced with a shiny silver hue. After a few moments, the darkness vanished and a new object rested on Leo's palm. It's a shiny silver coin that looks no different than other coins. Even Genshiro didn't feel anything from it. However, he didn't get to think more because Leo tossed the coin at him. He caught the coin hurriedly and inspected it while asking, "What is this?" The coin shone with a faint silver gleam in Genshiro's hand. It didn't have many unique features, except the heads had the drawing of a weird half-face mask, and one single word was written on the tails, "Trickster." A small thing I just made. It doesn't have a name, so just call it the Trickster Lucky Coin. As for what it does, well... Hey, Gen, what did you just see now? Hey? I just saw you acting like an idiot. By the way, isn't this lunch break taking too long? Don't we have a class with that scary teacher? Genshiro said naturally with a blank face, but his expression suddenly changed into shock and said, "Wait, what? I didn't want to say that." But... Genshiro felt horrified. At that moment, he felt something taking control over his body and changing all his speech, even his facial expression and tone of voice. Everything felt so smooth like how he usually talks. Well, there you have it. Trickster Lucky Coin simply makes you a good liar. It's even smarter than you, so the coin would know when to activate. Delivered to you by the father of lies, buy one and get one for free. I have even added a small trick. Try thinking about hiding it. Genshiro did so and the coin vanished in his palm, and when he thought about it again, it appeared instantly. This made his eyes shine like he got a new toy. To be honest, I still see this as unnecessary, but whatever makes you happy. Leo shook his head in disapproval. Genshiro should have just gone and told Sana, so he can try his newest anti-Satraisana device, knife. Like Grailkun, his products are the finest in the world. They simply solve all problems with the simplest methods. Oh. Is this your ability? Is it also a sacred gear? Genshiro played with the coin in his hands while asking. Something along those lines, eh? Ah, I forgot to ask, but what are you, Leo? It couldn't be, are you also a devil? A devil, you say? Leo fixed his glasses as his tone made Genshiro nervous. Maybe it was a bad idea to ask, but Leo only smiled slightly and gently. he clasped his hands on top of his chest in the form of praying before a bright light shone. Genshiro hurriedly covered his eyes against the blinding light. He struggled to see beyond the light, but what he saw almost made his eyes jump off their sockets. Leo is still in his place all right, but he has slightly changed. The light covered his very being, dotting his hair and clothes with particles bright as stars, but the most striking was the giant dazzling wings. Each feather reflected the brilliance as if they were made of crystals. On top of his hand, the brightness gathered into a singularity before it expanded into a flaming halo. Leo opened his eyes and said, "Fear not, young one, I'm an angel, and one of the purest ones." Thud. At this point, Genshiro fell like a log on the ground. He gazed blankly at the sky with eyes that gave up on life and whispered, Who is it? Who is the sick bastard that allowed this to happen? Just, what is wrong with this world?" Meanwhile, Toru Worldswolf felt someone mentioning him. He didn't know who or bothered to know, but he still wished them a horrible and painful death anyway. Small illusions are sure handy. Everything returned to normal as Leo glanced at Genshiro, who was questioning life, and said, "By the way, didn't you forget something? I shouldn't ever again ask you about something." "No, the other one." "What? You have a class now. I have been trying to remind you a couple of times already." Genshiro stood up from the ground like a zombie and horror surfaced his face. Leo added the finishing blow. It has been a half hour. Without finishing his words, Leo saw Genshiro dashing from the rooftop and vanishing through the door. People are always in a rush these days. Leo shook his head before he looked at school through the rooftop. However, the sound of footsteps appeared again. Genshiro came running at full speed and extended his palm to Leo. "What?" Leo blinked his eyes. "Buy one and get one for free." "Give me the second coin," Genshiro said with utmost seriousness that it almost made Leo's glasses fall. "You harlot! Did you buy it, hey? I gave it to you." "Yes, I did. I paid for it by my mental health." Genshiro mentioned all the pranks that Leo just did. "Tch, fuck off." Leo clicked his tongue and put another coin in Genshiro's hand, which the latter said thank you and left the rooftop running again. Leo shook his head before looking around. The world changed in his eyes like a bunch of life energy signals flashed in his sight, especially the one he marked earlier. Now, he wondered how things would play out. Leo closed his eyes before a crimson aura gushed from his body. King Crimson. With the crimson gleam breaking the world apart into a distorted void, Leo vanished from the spot. Time passed quickly, and soon the school day ended. It's 3:50 p.m., and students can be seen leaving GOOOOSE Academy grounds. These are the usual going-to-home club members, while some other students choose to stay in school to perform their club activities. The weather became a bit hotter at this hour as the hazy sun blanketed the street in heat, making it a nice time for dozing off or taking a nap. Why is it closed today too? I don't know. Did something happen to the owner? You know, all those mysterious missing accidents lately. Don't jinx it. Sigh, their crepes were so good. A group of students stopped in front of a closed dessert shop. Looking at the red closing sign that has already accumulated some dust, the students left unwillingly. But on the inside, a pungent and nauseous smell filled the entire shop and was slightly released to the outside. As if a typhoon hit the place, the tables and chairs, fragments and parts are scattered everywhere. Greenish-yellow pus dripped from behind the counter, mixed with a disfigured fleshy mess. The smell finally made people notice something wrong, as the neighbors notified the authorities. Meanwhile, near the southern district of GOOOOSE, in the area where old houses are, a weird atmosphere radiated. Crunch crunch, an uncanny sound echoed from a dark alley, covered by shades. If one listened carefully, they might recognize it as teeth chewing on something hard. But it felt more unbearable and left a chill in people's hearts. Inside the alley, 3 people with their necks twisted lay on the ground. Yellowish pus dripped from their orifices mixed with blood. Their eyes were already dim and the expression on their faces reflected terror before they died. On top of one of the corpses, a pale grey figure lowered its head and munched on the man's face, tearing off a portion of flesh, dripping with blood and pus. The blood stick and the pus dripped from the figure munching on an eyeball as a delightful expression. The white substance dripped from its lips, but it didn't mind. The figure had the shape of a deformed wolf. Its body was filled with sharp bones sticking from every corner and join, releasing greenish pus into the ground. The pus didn't have any corrosive properties, but it seemed like it's following the movement of the creature. This is a stray devil. A devil who had enough from their master and decided to quit their job. After all, not every deal with devils looks good after consideration. But without the support of their masters, most weaklings will lose their minds and their powers will go haywire. They'll turn into abominations with different forms and shapes. The current stray devil felt so happy these days. The security in some human cities felt so loose these days and he could easily move in them, but it started to recover quickly the past few weeks. Despite being drunk on the taste of blood, the stray fear of death made him rational. He would leave the city today and lay low after this hunt. Thud, however, the stray suddenly felt a tab on the back. His senses sharpened and jumped from his place and stuck on the wall. Looking right and left, the wolf didn't see anything, but he wanted to turn around. He found his body frozen and his vision angle rose. Click, asterisk boom. Asterisk before the wolf could comprehend what was happening, his entire body exploded. The explosion flames burst out of his insides, turning his parts into minced meat, splatting on the ground. Not even the hard bone thorns on his body were spared, they cracked into fragments and shot like bullets across the alley. Abruptly, the yellowish pus tried to gather from the corpses and recover the stray devil, but the explosions followed into all the bodies on the ground. The smoke and flames gathered together into a point before popping out of existence, leaving nothing on the alleyway. Uncannily, the explosion didn't leave any scorch marks on the ground or damage any object besides the stray and the bodies. Not even the sound of the explosion was heard as no one noticed the anomaly. A little far away from the alleyway, a young man was walking slowly with a sullen expression. "Why am I doing this? Isn't this the job of those devils? Where are those exorcists too? Did they quit their jobs too?" Mumbling to himself, Leo recovered Killer Queen as he kept complaining. As a proud member of the Going to Home Club, he left school exactly at the bell ring. Genshiro had to stay back for student council-related matters. Although he knew Genshiro might have something else to talk about, Leo couldn't break his record. But on his usual way back home, he suddenly bumped into a stray devil on the Board of Daylight. What is worse is that it's close to his home, so he had to eliminate it. By doing so, he saved some people too. Now, others might be happy about this, but he felt speechless. Leo started to think he's failing more and more in his role as a beast. First, he saved Chaldea's last master, saved the timeline, and now this. His complaints reached the ears of a certain red dragon as he rolled his eyes. Then tell me whose fault is that? The recent events in the world have made everyone on their tiptoes. Asgard accident, Great Red Fall, and also the recent ritual. Who has time to take care of some trashy stray devils? These are just small ripples that his partner's ridiculous actions have caused in the world, but Drake only shook his head. He doesn't really care, but listening to this guy complaining is annoying. Wow, you're talking as if those guys care about some human lives. Leo chuckled slightly. Like hell, the supernatural figures would care about some casualties in the human world. After all, this realm is like a farm for them. Faith for gods, contracts for devils, and so on. And do you care? You're supposed to be some sort of an old and wise dragon, Drake. I know you can figure it out. I believe in you. Leo fixed his glasses as he chatted with Drake. His actions of talking to himself made some people look at him weirdly. This place is rather a slightly famous business street in GOOOOSE town. A lot of people were coming and going as shops were trying to attract customers. If you're a Gemini, born between May 22 and June 5, you will have extremely good fortune in love and business. Come and buy a lottery ticket. Glancing at some advertisements on the street, Leo's thoughts wandered far away. So, my small effect on the world still remains. Is the world's will too lazy to erase it? Maybe it doesn't care at all, or it just can't do it. Probably all of them. Well, it's also good. Let's see how much you don't care about small stuff. A small smile surfaced on Leo's lips and made Drake narrow his eyes as if something bad was going to happen. What are you going to do? Helping a friend to recover. But for that, I need to buy a world map and a bunch of markers. What? Don't worry about it, Drake. But for now. Leo clapped his hand together and looked at the sky. Oh, the mighty and totally not lazy, annoying, and crybaby world's will. Are my thoughts not clouded and everything I do for justice? Please, give me a sign. With his hands in the form of praying, Leo looked at the sky seriously, trying to find a sign from the great world's will, but nothing happened. Well, people look at him more weirdly now, so that's a win, right? Nothing, Leo nodded to himself, but suddenly, several shadows appeared in front of his eyes. Splat, taking a side step, Leo looked at his previous location as the feces of pigeons dropped like an airstrike. These damn hellspawn! Leo looked at those few pigeons like the next sacrifice for a ritual before he said, this should be a sign, right? How do you interpret this? I see, everything is shit. So, I have to clean everything. Especially the actions of the world's will. I understand now. Drake looked at Leo with some judgmental eyes before he sank deeper into the Longinus space. Anyhow. Leo shrugged before moving again, but in his mind, he was calculating the flexibility of his next plan. As a beast and Grail Kun, Leo thinks it should be completely possible to perform some maneuvers in this world even without the aim field. Although his current power is a bit of a hassle. For his current power, there are the Annihilation Maker creations like Stans and Pakia on top of them, Gugalana, a near infinite amount of mana, and Drake's powers, which to be frank, are the most reliable now. After all, this is DXD. The absurd and nonsensical powers shall reign supreme and nothing can stop them. Drake. Leo said but received no response. If we meet trouble here in the future, let's just boost everything to oblivion. Finally, hand in claw, the pure angel and the red dragon shook their hands virtually. This marked an oath that might or might not lead to the collapse of the planet, but that's a story for another day.